Welcome to day 2 of SOSV Climate Tech Summit. My name is Westley Dang. I am the program director for SOSV's IndieBio program in San Francisco. IndieBio's SOSV startup development program focused on climate and health with a biotech angle. I'm taking the baton from my excellent colleague, Dr. Sabria Stukes, who hosted day 1 of the summit. She's going to be a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. Sabria is on the IndieBio New York team, whereas I am on the IndieBio San Francisco team, so you might say we've changed coasts. Today we have an incredible lineup of 12 panels and one-on-ones on the main stage, and a big lineup of breakout AMAs, so I hope you're ready. Before we get started, a few basics on how to enjoy the show. If you're watching me, you're already on Hopin, our event platform. And right now, you're watching the stage, or the main stage. All the main programming, fireside, and panels take place here, and these have been pre-recorded. We also have another area called Sessions, which is where VCs and other SOSV partners are holding live AMA breakouts. So if you have to skip something on stage to join a breakout AMA session, don't worry. You can always catch what you missed after the show on YouTube, where we're going to post all of our programming. You can find both the main stage and sessions on the schedule, which is under the reception icon on the left-hand side of the screen. Another important feature on Hopin is chat, which you should be able to see on the right-hand side of the screen. You can message individuals or all the attendees from there. Our own SOSV moderator is pinned to the top of the chat, so please direct any questions or concerns there. There's probably nothing more important for that moderator today than to make sure your questions and concerns get taken care of. Lastly, in the left navigation, you'll see networking, which is where you can try your hand at speed dating style networking with other folks in the climate startup ecosystem. This is probably my favorite feature, as I've met many great contacts here last year. And just to say this one more time, we will post all the programming from the event on YouTube after the show, so you can take that work call, join the live AMA breakouts, or run to the bathroom for a bio break without fear of missing anything. And one last thing, thank you to Goodwin Law for partnering with us on the summit as a platinum sponsor. Now, let's turn to our first main stage event. This one is entitled, When Will Upside's Cultivated Protein Reach Your Table? Upside Foods made history by creating the first cultivated meatball, then chicken, then duck, and earlier this year, they did it again with the first ever approval from the FDA and USDA to sell its chicken commercially. Upside Chicken debuted August 4th, 2023 at San Francisco's famous Bar Cren in partnership with 3 Michelin star chef Dominique Cren. That's pretty cool, but it raises a big question. When will Upside Chicken be available at grocery stores and restaurants that I can afford, not just at a $150 6-course meal? That's top of mind for Upside's founder and CEO, Dr. Uma Valeti, and that's at the heart of the conversation we have today. Cultivated meat, for the uninitiated, is an important climate technology because livestock accounts for about 10 to 20% of greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. Livestock also uses about 80% of the world's agricultural land, mostly to grow their feed, and consume 10% of annually available fresh water. Cultivated meat, on the other hand, is grown in bioreactors and could eliminate most collateral damage associated with meat. Our moderator today is Poe Bronson, Managing Director of IndieBio SF and General Partner at SOSV, and he will be interviewing our very own Uma Valeti, the CEO of Upside Foods.
Thank you, Wesley. I'm here with Dr. Uma Valeti. All know Uma. We are here at the EPIC facility in Emeryville, California, where Upside Foods, congratulations, has gone through FDA approval, is selling in Bar Cren now, and just 2 weeks ago you made a big announcement. All right, so I want to take us back for a second, Uma. Gilded Age, post-Civil War, all of the railroads are bringing to Chicago at the Union stockyards all of the cattle and all of the grain to feed the cattle. And Chicago booms as the butcher and feeder of America, right? And you've come out with a big announcement going back to Chicago for the next generation of meat production and the future of of meat replacing livestock in Glenview, Illinois, which is a little township, just a little far from O'Hare, Cub Stadium, etc. And you're putting $140 million into the facility there, which we call Rubicon. So,
Yes.
buddy, why Chicago? Why Chicago?
Well, Chicago is where it all started. For meat in the United States, it was the place where meat was made, was transported, and it created an enormous amount of excitement in the city, employment, and pride. And if you look at what we're trying to do, we're trying to preserve humanity's love for meat.
Yeah.
We're trying to preserve it in a way that we can also protect life. And this has never happened before, and we felt like if we can get an opportunity to do that in Chicago, why not take it?
Yeah.
And the city of Glenview, the state of Illinois have been incredible in offering us the red carpet, saying that we want innovation and transformative change happening here on our grounds.
Yeah.
And they've made a very compelling case, and we're proud to have been in California, and we're proud that we're expanding into Illinois, and we hope that that becomes a stepping stone
Yeah.
to a number of these things that need to be built across the country. But it starts with just one, and you're sitting in the first one at Epic.
Yeah.
This was a pipe dream
Yeah.
just a few years ago,
Yeah.
and now it is real, and this has become foundational to a lot of innovation we're doing to get meat that's delicious, that can offer a lot of possibilities
Yeah.
to the world, and we can't wait to talk about
Well, let's
it.
talk about some of what we're going to make there at Rubicon. So
Yes, yeah.
at full scale, Rubicon can be making 30 million pounds of meat a year, right? And in cultivated cell structure where we build it up into other products. So I want to know what we're going to make coming out of Rubicon. I want everyone to know, right? So let's start with a checklist. Can we make that Nashville hot chicken sandwich?
Yes.
That is on your website that
Yes,
makes me
yes.
mouth water every time I see it. Yeah,
Absolutely,
good.
yes.
Okay, my son likes chicken tinga. Can we do chicken tinga?
Yes, we can.
In the burritos, good. Daughter loves like Chinese food, and can I put it in the wok? Can we? How about my wife loves Caesar salads with chicken nuggets. Can we the chicken cubes? Can we do those?
Yeah, you can do really nice tender sliced chicken.
Yeah.
Put it on a salad you like, and
Yeah.
you can do dumplings if your daughter likes
Oh, good.
dumplings.
Yeah, loves dumplings. Pot stickers more. But great. So we're going to be able to make a lot with our base product here, right? And cover a lot of the market. And I just really want to make sure people understand that there's a lot we can do with this, because when you went through the FDA approval process, we were working with slightly different technology. This was the sort of whole cut fillets that you're serving at Barkrent now, right? Tell us about why you went for the whole cut fillets through the FDA, when at Rubicon we're doing something slightly different, a little more of a universal product. But tell us why we did that.
Look, it's a great question. We didn't plan to do it this way because we thought all we would do was bring meat to the table. And we're like, let's go after the hardest thing first. Because when you try to do the hardest thing first, you try to kind of laser focus on fundamental first principles. And
You're invoking, give people the reference. If they don't know, do the hard part first. That's John F. Kennedy. And I'll also say it's Arvind Gupta, the founder of IndieBio, saying de-risk the hardest things first, but just as a nod to that language. Thank you. But keep going with it. Yeah.
So absolutely. So we started off with just a whiteboard and said, what's the hardest thing to do in making meat? And as we started building it, it became very clear to me, it became clear to my team that putting a full cut, whole fillet product that is all animal cells, chicken cells, we would learn a tremendous amount from it. And there was just no other shortcut. Because every other shortcut we took would have just been guessing at the fundamental principles of how meat is being made. And that's the reason why we picked chicken fillet, to say, let's make that our North Star product. Let's show what's possible and have it all be chicken fibers that are the best, tender, most juicy, delicious chicken you can get anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And that's that's on the market right now. We're learning a tremendous amount of it in understanding how to make it, but also the reaction from the consumers.
Yeah.
Now, what we've been doing for the last 3+ years is recognizing that those insights will let us make a product just as desirable using simpler, scalable technologies that can go to very large mass scale.
Yeah.
And that's what we've been working on at Epic.
Yeah.
By that I mean when we go to Rubicon, we're like, we have to get more and more people be able to access it because not everybody can go to a bar cram.
Yeah.
And when we start bringing the technology to be simpler and simpler and simpler based on these first principles, the playbook is so much more easier. And that's the reason we did this in this sequence.
Yeah.
And it's not different for any other industry, by the way. For
Right.
major industries that's transformed, the first products are always the most technologically complex, made in small batches, in small scales, even handmade,
Yeah.
to get that entire experience. And
Well,
from
you
that,
went
you
to
learn
the
a lot.
Tesla Gigafactory in Austin recently. Tell us about the parallel that you see there.
Well, Tesla is 20 years old.
Yeah.
Now, the parallel that is very similar to what we have in Epic is there are multiple ramps that you use for production
Yeah.
for the cars. And those ramps are still being built and torn down because they're just not optimal yet.
Yeah.
We have the same thing at Epic. When we talk to our investors, right before when everything, the world shut down with COVID,
Yeah.
we didn't have Epic. This was just open space.
Right.
We said, we're going to build a ramp of cultivators
Yeah.
that we're going to try first. We have 4 more ramps we want to build, but we won't build all of them at the same time.
Right.
Because this ramp will likely work for 6 months or so. We learn a ton from it, and we're
Right.
going to tear that ramp down and build the next one.
I remember you telling me that.
Yes.
Right, and I remember being given clear expectation that the machinery is going to rotate out every 3 to 6 months as we get better and better at this, and just have seen it going in. And you have some new cultivators that you've developed. They're being built now and being tested.
Yeah, based on the first generation of the whole cut cultivators, we've learned a tremendous amount. So the second and third generations were put in Epic. Mm-hmm. Based on the second and third generations, we've already learned a tremendous amount. The fourth generation is being built now.
Yeah.
And we're learning a lot from it. And we're thinking about how we take those to scale. Now,
Yeah.
while we were doing that, we've also unlocked insights that said these type of cultivators can go to scale much faster. So the ones that are working in Epic in the far back end, the very tall 2,000 liter cultivators, are all going to be the ones that Rubicon is going to be based on.
Yeah.
Now that technology is really sound. And we're like, take that, that's ready to scale. We'll go to Rubicon with those, and we'll continue to iterate on the other cultivators that will add more texture or more feel for the meat. If
Right.
you want to do a steak, it's going to come from the next generation ones.
Yeah. And I'm also going to say that as an investor, one of the things I really know about or excited about Rubicon is that as we invested into your last round, you already have the money to build Rubicon,
Yes.
right? We're not out needing that money. That's great. And we have confidence that the chicken tingas and the Nashville hot chicken sandwiches and the Caesar salads that we're going to have positive unit economics on what comes out of there when we get to full scale to the 30 million pounds a year. So thank you for that. I want to talk about supply chains for a bit. So I mentioned the railroads, right?
Yeah.
The Vanderbilt railroads that brought into Chicago. Part of being in Chicago is for your supply chains in being in the Midwest. Can you talk about what that's going to look like and how that's going to help lower costs over time too?
Look, I think it's no secret that for us to get to scale, our supply chains have to get to scale.
Yeah.
And we have to have the logistics, we have to have the workforce, the understanding of what it takes for food to get to scale. And we find that in abundance in the Midwest, which
Yeah.
is the reason why we located our next major facility there. And we're calling it Rubicon because it's absolutely important for the world to recognize that technology like this cannot live on paper forever with models, and you have to build it, learn from it, and scale it.
Yeah.
And Rubicon is at such a large industrial scale of being able to say, if that full production scale is available to us, what that means is any industrial manufacturer can come walk through it and say, I get it. I see the cultivators here making meat, taking 5 days, 7 days, 15 days. I see the meat being harvested. I see it being packaged here. And then you'll start seeing the products like the fried chicken sandwich coming off, or a chicken tender coming off, or a chicken breast. Seeing it all on an industrial scale is a must-have. It's basically a much larger version of Epic without all the fancy bells and whistles, because this is manufacturing rigor,
Yeah.
cutting out costs everywhere, And then supply chains, when they plug into Rubicon, it'll look as follows. Feed for the animal cells.
Yeah.
Our cell feed is the most expensive component right now. There are some components that are significantly more expensive because nobody has asked them for that at that scale.
Yeah.
Now what we're doing is working with those suppliers and saying, look, these 3 components you make that you charge 1,000 times more than what we need it for, if you can make a much higher volume at this price, it's a huge business you're opening up in the hundreds of millions of dollars. That is very attractive for a lot of suppliers.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing now with Rubicon as a destination for them.
It's not just that we scale some things up, it's also that there's things we used to use that we don't need anymore. We made a major advancement with getting rid of platelet growth factor, platelet-derived growth factor, which is a fancy way of, when you say platelets, it's like, imagine, you know, you have a wound and your platelets come cover up the wound and your body grows fast, right? Like, it's very natural. When we use these big words, I worry that we're conveying something that sounds weird when it's not. It's completely natural, and it's completely natural in that period of time that cells will grow fast, but simply using fewer ingredients overall as well, and not needing to use some of the anything else in that space that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, our supply chain, there are things that we won't negotiate on because we don't need them.
Yeah.
Because we are removing those things that are so expensive, like the one you talked about. One is called the platelet-derived growth factor. There are some of our chicken cell lines, the breeds of cell lines we have that don't need it.
Yeah.
So why even think about lowering the cost on it? Right now it adds cost, but when we remove it, it does not need to be. And there's a number of things like that we're working on.
Yeah.
And the idea is to, for the ones we think are absolutely essential to give the taste and the texture and the flavor, we'll preserve them and work with suppliers to lower the cost.
Yeah.
And for the ones we don't need them.
Yeah.
I think the beauty of this is when we talk about hormone-free, we talk about antibiotic-free. The hormones that everybody talks about is estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, growth hormone. We don't have that in our meat.
Yeah.
We don't have antibiotics. Now, think about that. Like, when we start producing millions and millions of pounds, not requiring millions of liters of these ingredients is actually good for the environment.
Huge for the environment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Being those antibiotics given to animals being the single biggest driver of antimicrobial resistance that's happening around the world.
Yeah.
And all manner of health effects coming off of it for animals and for us. And, you know, the long tradition of meat is one towards really food safety, you know, and the greatest innovations in the meat industry brought food safety to it, you know, and allowed it to scale and allowed it to feed the world. You know?
Well, I think there's a glass ceiling on that because, well, I don't know if it's a glass ceiling. I don't think we can escape the fact that conventional meat will always require raising and slaughtering an animal, and a full animal has a skin on which there's a lot of microbes, and it has a gut that has trillions of microbes.
Right.
There's no way to get rid of them.
Right.
The only way to get rid of it and still have animal cells that we love to eat is cultivated meat.
Yeah.
And that's not a simple innovation, it's a transformative innovation. It's going to take time, but the first principles are sound. Shorter period for production, simplified feed, ability to use renewable energy, because you cannot plug a cow into the electric outlet. I can plug Epic and Rubicon into the grid.
Dude, I'm going to ask you this question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Because it starts with a fertilized egg, right? It starts at Upside. We get to say it started with an egg.
Here we said, well, the breeds that we have right now started with an egg. So I think we can definitely put that to an end. But what's not to say that in the future, we can take a first cell that comes from a chicken, an adult chicken, without having to slaughter it. So at that point, that chicken could come from a chicken first. Now it's coming from an egg.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. What's keeping you up at night? This is I'm going to ask you a couple rapid fire VC questions. What keeps you up at night?
Look, this is transformative innovation, and there's going to be a roller coaster. Sometimes the roller coaster is really bumpy, and keeping that in mind every single day is important. There's some nights where it's like hard to keep it in mind because you're like, damn, this is really a roller coaster. And I want to make sure that our team understands this, because sometimes you forget because you're working heads down, like the world doesn't matter. You're going after some of the most major problems to solve. And sometimes I wonder maybe we don't communicate enough how transformative this work is. It's expected to be hard.
Yeah.
We've always planned for it, and no transformation is ever going to be easy. It's not going to happen overnight, and taking punches is par for the course.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think that we may forget that, and that occasionally keeps me up at night.
Yeah. A punch here and there.
Yes.
And especially you're speaking to your psyche of all of the talent that you've hired to help build this, that they stay motivated for the long vision that we're on, not just the short one.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And you and I have talked many times about like the mission and investors on the mission that we're on and completing the mission, and we're not completing the mission. So to be super clear, Rubicon is crossing the Rubicon, scaling the Rubicon, and the mission continues from there.
It is absolutely the beginning of the next chapter.
Yeah.
I always tell our team and also our investors that getting to first sale of product was thought of as unachievable. When I first walked and knocked on the doors of IndieBio,
Yeah.
and Arvind came in and he said, okay, Uma, what you're going after is crazy, dude. I don't know if it's going to happen, but we believe that this is a problem that needs to be solved.
Yeah.
And at that point, when we talked to literally anyone, it was like, no, this is not going to happen. They were never going to get approval. We didn't get approval not just from one agency, we got approval from 2 agencies, and we were able to sell
Yeah.
to people who enjoy it. Now, that's the closing of the first chapter. The second chapter is going from first sale to formidable scale.
Yeah.
That journey is just as unexplored, but the first principles are there, just like the last chapter of the journey. So I think going to scale is going to require us to go through lots of twists and turns, but I have more conviction now than I had in 2015 when I knocked on your doors.
Wow. I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm going to turn it back over to Wesley now. Thank you, Uma. Really appreciate for sitting down with us here at SOSV Climate Tech.
Thank you, Paul. Enjoy.
It is remarkable that Dr. Valeti achieved so much with upside. When he started, no one thought cultivated meat even stood a chance. Now it's here, and it's reached that interesting phase that all radical tech breakthroughs have to address: scaling production and bringing costs down. We know he's going to do it. Hey, it's lonely being a sole moderator, so I'm going to invite one of my favorite colleagues from IndieBio SF to help out. Come on in.
Thanks, you, Wesley.
Hey, how's it going? Guys, this is Mohan Iyer. He is a general partner at SOSV's IndieBio on the San Francisco office. And at around 5 p.m. every day, he is also my table tennis nemesis.
Bring it on, man.
5 p.m. today? All right, you got it. Hey, do you want to introduce the next session?
Happy to. Thank you, Wesley. The next session is pretty remarkable because it brings together 2 of the prime movers in climate venture investing. We're calling this session Holding Fast: Climate Veteran VCs Vinod Khosla and Sean O'Sullivan. Back in 2012, if you had predicted that the climate tech startup category would be worth $2.6 trillion today, you'd be laughed out of the room. That year was the nadir of first clean tech investing wave, which poured some $25 billion into earth-saving startups. Less than half that capital was returned, according to an infamous MIT postmortem report. Deep tech in particular, quote, consumed the most capital and yielded the lowest returns, the report said. But 2 investors, Vinod Khosla and Sean O'Sullivan, did not lose faith. They knew the category would come back. The venture firms they founded, Khosla Ventures and SOSV, continued to back deep tech climate-focused companies. Today, the firms have 2 of the best climate tech portfolios in the world. When most VCs gave up on clean tech around 2012, Vinod and Sean kept exploring and investing. Vinod called for reinventing societal infrastructure with technology in a 2018 blog post. Innovation in food, health, housing, transportation, industry, he wrote, are the big needs in society. Today, Khosla Ventures is $15 billion under management and invested in over 30 climate tech companies, 4 of which have already gone public. Sean, meanwhile, scaled SOSV into the global firm focused on deep tech for human and planetary health, with the conviction that there was an opportunity for the reinvention of all the different means of production, as Sean told Bloomberg earlier this year. SOSV has $1.5 billion under management and operates the IndieBio and Hack startup development programs. Over to you, Sean and Vinod.
So Vinod, welcome. I want to thank you for your leadership in the climate investment space. Coastal Ventures has been super active for a very long time in this area. And I think actually SOSV and Khosla have done around 8 deals together already, with more on the way. So thank you so much for your leadership in this space. And I'd like to ask, in my first question, you have been investing in climate and planetary health for more than 15 years. How does the climate tech investing look today compared to, say, a decade ago?
Other than there's a lot more interest today, what happened a decade ago? And I get asked the question of, was Climate 1.0 a failure? I don't believe it was. If you look at a company like QuantumScape, when you started early, it took a long time, and if you were patient and stayed with it, you have pretty good returns even at today's public market prices. It's a multi-billion-dollar company, and that's exciting. Something like LanzaTech for sustainable aviation fuel is a really exciting company, public company. I forget its recent valuation, but it is well above $1 billion, probably closer to $2 billion. So people who sustained through this long period and kept with it have very good returns, multiples of 5, 10, 20 times. Impossible Foods was the same way. And many other less well-known names are in the same category. So I would say, in general, there's enough of a set of companies that have produced pretty good returns, 10x or more multiples. What was Calera is now 3 different companies, all doing well. Mainspring is doing extremely well. So there's a lot of companies that survived if you stayed with it.
So you're describing how it can take 10 years to be an overnight success in the technology industry, and in particular, I think, in climate. But today, what do you think there's any differences, or it's really the same game that we're playing today, and it'll take a while for those companies to mature into billion-dollar behemoths?
You know, you have to separate investments in major areas of carbon reduction from minor areas. In the major areas, I think the rules are the same. Not a lot has changed. It's very technology intensive, and it takes a while. So something like carbon fusion, where we were in the seed round and have played in multiple rounds since fairly aggressively, it will take a dozen years to get to any kind of liquidity or returns. We have 2 fusion investments, Commonwealth Fusion and more recently Rialta. We have 2 steel projects, very unusual approaches to steel, so they will take time. Verdeji is a hydrogen project. Spiritus, we just announced a direct air capture project. I expect all of these, because they involve going through 2-3-year cycles of developing the technology, then a similar cycle of developing pilot plants, and then the first plant, and then scaling. It ends up being a dozen years, no matter how you look at it. There's a few exceptions, and we're pretty excited about the exceptions, but the major areas generally will take time.
You're talking about a number of major categories in the energy production and direct air capture and all sorts of other forms of decarbonization. How has the investment categories changed from now versus, say, the beginning days, 10, 15 years ago? Or is it really, is it just working its way down the food chain to a wider range of solutions? Or what sort of areas are you thinking are most promising for investing in right today?
So I think it was July of 21, I wrote a blog that there's a dozen areas of deep technology, which are all the large emitters that matter. And most of the areas don't matter. They can help, and I call them minor climate investments. So building efficiency, to me, a very minor climate investment, not really massive technology differences. But agriculture is a big area. We had Impossible Foods. We had some other food companies then. Today, we're trying to replace soy as a major source of protein on the planet with a company called Leaf in New Zealand. We're trying to produce fertilizer differently, nitricity. So the areas remain the same because they are the areas that emit lots of carbon. The approaches might be different. The market approaches and what's viable now to invest in maybe slightly different. Steel wasn't an area we spent time on 15 years ago. Today we have 2 projects in steel. 15 years ago, I didn't see a lot of approaches to direct air capture. I'm now starting to see approaches, and they've been around, but none of them are deep technology efforts that get to very low prices, like $50 a ton or less for direct air capture. So I do think the categories are the same. The problems are the same because they're problems from 20, 30, 40 years ago. The solutions may be slightly different.
Are there no categories you've really completely soured on, or where the time has passed, either because of disappointments in the technology or just the inadequate contributions to decarbonization?
There are clearly shifts. So biofuels, we had invested in QuantumScape in the EV space, and we had invested in a couple of companies like Lanza and Amyris, which has gone bankrupt in the biofuel space. Land transportation, I think today, electric vehicles will win, whether it's trucks or private cars. But LanzaTech, I think, still has a major opportunity in aviation fuel, which most likely will be a jet fuel compatible liquid fuel.
Very cool.
So the biofuels have shifted in what is the target market, for example. So have I sold on it? No.
So the impact of climate change has become visible for everyone to see in their daily lives and on the nightly news. But it hasn't been obvious that climate tech VC investing has made that strong of a difference yet. So how long does it take, or will it take, for one or more of these investments in these new companies to reduce billions or tens of billions of tons of greenhouse gas emissions and make a noticeable change? How patient do we have to be?
Let me step back a little and say the opportunity today in venture capital is much, much larger for the following unusual reason. As unfortunate as Ukraine has been and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and it has really started and committed the world to an energy transition, which was inconceivable 2 or 3 years ago, at least at the pace at which it is happening. If you said to me 3 years ago, Germany can be independent of Russian gas in 2 or 3 years, I would have said you're dreaming. That's very much in process. So I do think the energy transition has accelerated. The other major event of the last couple of years was COVID, and it has accelerated the transition out of China. And so both those have created a major venture opportunity for the next 20 years. And they will both be driven by serious technology. Add to that IRA in the US and the Net Zero Act in Europe, and we have a pretty amazing opportunity. But to your question of when will we have decisive impact, these things you have to think of as taking a while to develop the technology, and then it'll be exponential. So most people are optimistic about 2030. I think we'll start to deploy these technologies by 2030, and by the mid-40s, maybe before 2050, I think we will complete, complete the transition in a more aggressive way than people imagine. So exponentials start slow, but they accelerate. I'm fairly convinced in the 2040s, we will replace every coal and natural gas plant in the US with clean energy, probably from either fusion or geothermal.
So these changes, you're thinking that people's focus on the 2030 milestones is just incorrect because of the exponential nature of how technology is adapted and how it improves at that scale. Is that fair to say?
I think that's more than fair to say. I think it's worse than that. If people focus on 2030, we will deploy today's technologies, which is a bad idea because they won't scale, and they won't scale economically, and hence won't scale globally.
For example, direct air capture, you were speaking about just a moment ago, really having a target of $50 a ton for direct air capture, or less even, versus hundreds of dollars a ton, which would be actually really deleterious for the economy. It would be quite devastating.
I think at $200 a ton, which is almost all the technologies that are being piloted today at any kind of scale, will not be scalable and obviously not adapted in places like India, China, Africa. And it needs to be adapted in all those areas. So we need to develop technologies that have a great trajectory, not just technologies that are ready to be deployed today. This is a common misperception. Wind and solar is cheaper than regular electricity. Not so. That is bullshit. You don't want electricity when the sun's shining or the wind's blowing. You want your electricity when the 49ers game is on tonight.
And the microwave is heating up the popcorn and the chicken wings.
So on-demand dispatchable electricity is a key requirement. That comes from either very large storage, and I'm optimistic on battery storage too.
Yeah.
But fusion will be cheap, scalable power, as will geothermal if we get that right. And geothermal today is toys. Almost every geothermal startup is a toy, unless we can get to 400 to 500 degree temperature geothermal, which is available in 100x more locations than geothermal today, 100x. If we drill to those temperatures, which means drilling to greater depth than we drill today. That's a technology problem. And we solve that. We can drill right around under almost every coal plant, especially in the Western United States, and produce heat right there under the coal plant.
So you don't need to use the coal at all to get the heat?
Nope.
To power the turbine.
And you can repurpose those plants. And that brings up another point. We are generally focusing on technologies that can be deployed. So I mentioned sustainable aviation fuel. We haven't invested in hydrogen aircraft. Electric may work for very short haul, but not long haul aircraft, which is most of the carbon emissions. To solve that, you're not going to obsolete the trillions of dollars of aircraft with 50-year life out there. You'll want a jet fuel compatible fuel, and hence things like LanzaTech we are excited about because they use existing plants. In something like cement, we are trying to repurpose today's plants. Forterra, which was a spin out of Calera, is developing a plant, and the first pilot plant should come online in the next 6 months at an existing cement plant. If that works, it'll repurpose existing cement plants, make them greener, not make them enemies because you're replacing them, you are enhancing them. Same thing with fusion. My view of fusion, for example, is not to build fusion power plants. That takes too long, but to build fusion boilers that can go into existing coal plants or natural gas plants. That's how you create exponentials and rapid growth. So my hope is we just build fusion boilers. By the way, in the 10 years before the Second World War, we built maybe 5 or 10 Liberty warships. In the 5 years after the start of the war, we built 5,000 of them.
Yeah.
And I think a fusion boiler will be easier to build than a Liberty warship. And you should be able to replace every boiler in every coal and natural gas plant within 5 to 10 years. That's why I'm optimistic once we get the technology right. If we get it right, there is always a risk. We don't. It'll be rapid. And it'll be economic.
You're mentioning fusion there, but that would apply to fission as well, wouldn't it? Or are you looking at those areas where you think fission is not as big of a runner as fusion is?
Well, my problem with fission, I like fission. We invested in TerraPower. The problem is with fission, it'll take longer to permit one single power plant, and its exit temperatures aren't quite compatible with coal boilers and exit steam conditions. So the permitting cycle and the NIMBY stuff is so bad, it's easier and faster to develop fusion technology than even permit a single plant, in my view.
Well, so far in this discussion, you've been talking about taking carbon out of the air by deploying biology, chemistry, physics, and mechanical systems to do so. But what if we look for a second at one of your famous investments? You've done famously well with your investment in OpenAI. Do you think that AI has a role to play? And is it too early to know if there's a role to play in the decarbonization question? Or what do you think the short-term and long-term contributions of AI could be? So
let me answer the following way. I think last year I looked at the NeurIPS, which is the big AI conference, technical conference, and looked at AI in climate papers. Not one of them was material in my view. So I hate to give you the bad news. There was no material work. It was frills on the margin and pretending AI can help. Having said that, if you use AI to design new materials or new surfaces to do direct air capture, it could make a huge difference. If you design better battery materials with AI. But I haven't seen those efforts. And whether AI helps there or quantum computing helps there, it's very hard to tell. But frankly, if you look at the dozen problems I defined, and those are the only ones that really matter, everything else is small reductions in carbon if applied globally and generally uneconomic. And I keep coming back to the economics, and we should talk about that. But I'm generally pretty optimistic. I think we can replace every coal plant in the country, in the US, and then hopefully in the world, but well before 2050, every coal and natural gas plant. I believe we can convert all the vehicles to EVs. I'm very, very excited about the new public transit system we've invested in, which I think can replace most cars in most cities. So we may not even need a lot of EVs. I'm pretty optimistic about that. An area where AI can help a lot. I predicted probably a few months ago that over the next decade or 2 decades, we will discover more rare resources that we think we are short of, like lithium or cobalt. We will discover more resources than we will use in the next decade or two. And already one of the largest discoveries in the US has been found, a large discovery in India since I made that forecast. So I'm pretty sure we can replace all coal plants. We can have plenty of lithium and cobalt and other minerals that we need for this energy transition through new discovery. And those are new sensing technologies, new approaches. Even geologic hydrogen is a really interesting possibility. Hyperspectral imaging of the planet, look for geological hydrogen, is a pretty interesting idea.
I love you talking about all these
other-
really deep tech, approaches. It's not just going to be software doing this. It requires a physical change to the physical world. And so,
absolutely. Our steel projects, you're trying to produce steel using lasers. Very unusual approach. We have 2 such efforts. Nobody else that I know of is working on.
By doing so, it takes out the smelting process, so it decarbonizes the outputs, or how does it?
Yeah. Without going into a lot of details, there's a reduction process, and you still need hydrogen for that. But you all carry away the oxygen in the iron ore. But there's a lot of heating and other use of energy that could come from lasers in many ways. So that's very, very exciting. So I'm very, very excited. I'm pretty convinced we can replace all the protein on this planet much more efficiently than soy protein or corn protein, for example. Mm-hmm. We have a project working on that. One of my favorite things is producing fertilizer out of thin air. We're using plasma to turn nitrogen in the air and water in the air into nitric acid, which is a fertilizer.
And nitrogen is the most, everybody thinks it's carbon dioxide or oxygen or something, but it's actually the most prevalent molecule there is. So
my point through these examples is creativity knows no bounds.
Yeah.
And when I make ridiculous forecasts like maybe we can replace most cars in most cities by 2050, I actually have a method behind that I'm happy to detail any of these. Proteins, public transit, that is far superior to owning a car.
Yeah.
Our public transit system, for example, is on demand like Uber, so no schedule. When you want it, it shows up. It's point to point. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop at traffic lights, so it's faster than a car or an Uber. And cheaper than all of those.
Let me ask you about climate change. It's characterized by the term the tragedy of the commons sometimes, where overuse of the commons by individual parties seems to make sense to each individual individually, but leads to everyone being damaged by an unusable shared asset. So geopolitically, what do you think of the biggest emitters, either sector-wise or nation-state-wise, and who concerns you the most?
How you measure it will determine what ends up at the top of the list. There's a very good book I refer people to called Drawdown, and you can look at it. So whether air conditioning emissions are from air conditioning or the electricity production, you can classify things anyway, and those are semantics. But Drawdown is a good book to look at, and what are all the sources and the problems that need to be solved. In my 2021 blog I referred to, which argued that we only need a dozen instigators of large change in these dozen areas. We don't need 10,000 people to be successful, just a dozen. Elon Musk changed EVs. He was the instigator in that area. Bob Mumgard is the instigator in fusion. Pat Brown was the instigator at Impossible Foods and plant proteins. There are only a dozen areas, and hence we only need a dozen motivated entrepreneurs, which are probably in your audience there, to make this large change. But it is, to your question, a tragedy of the commons. But I think the major emitters in the world, it was the West, but China and India rapidly growing, are all going to help look for these solutions. Why? Because they often will be more economic, and international trade with high carbon products will become harder and harder. And so I do think there's some common ground to be had beyond the tragedy of the commons to solve this problem. Mm. it's well known who the emitters are and why it's increasing. There's all kinds of complexity on how much quota everybody should have. Should it be per nation, and reductions from which levels? Reductions from 1990 levels, certain countries like India had almost nothing.
Right.
Cumulative per capita allocation of carbon for every person. Countries with large population should have larger quotas than countries with small. So I won't go into that debate, but I just want to convey, this is a solvable problem. If fusion works, it'll be cheaper electricity than coal and natural gas and less local emissions. If EVs work, I think we'll have a lower cost of transportation, especially if we go to our model of public transit replacing cars. It's going to spread like a wildfire. These will be exponential adoptions.
And the costs have to be affordable enough for all of the world's population to be able to take advantage of it. Because as you said earlier, if direct air capture is too expensive, the less developed countries or the less rich countries won't be able to afford to do it at all.
Yeah. Here's what I would say. All these new technologies, when they're small scale, their costs are higher than their fossil competitors. Bill Gates calls that the green premium you have to pay. Mm-hmm. But they have to be technologies necessarily. And the only ones we should support are the ones that, as they scale in size, their costs decline rapidly. And so declining costs with scale is a key characteristic of a good climate technology. And in the end, at scale, let's say 5% penetration of a market, and the first 5% could be subsidized. But well before it's 10%, it should be cheaper than its fossil competitor. I call that the Chindia price. The price at which everybody in India and China and Africa will adapt these technologies is the price at which they will grow exponentially because they'll grow because they meet the laws of economic gravity and not defy the laws of economic gravity, as I put it.
Yeah. So, That works. I mean, especially if you have electricity being much more expensive in a place where you're using direct air capture or something like that at a much higher cost, then you're also driving those economies in the more developed countries to a big disadvantage, which you can't do if you're going to if you're going to have a level playing field for everybody. So we have to work on cost. We have to work on availability and scalability. But now, sort of to wrap this up, we only have a few minutes left. I'd love to ask you how to, a piece of advice. Is there a piece of advice you'd give to any founder in deep tech startups? I know every founder is different. Every founder has a different circumstance. But what general piece of advice do you think you could give?
Pick a large problem. I find 80% of what I call climate startups, maybe 70%, I don't have a precise number, but most of the climate startups are rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, working on things that might make a marginal difference to climate. There's a dozen large problems that I defined in my blog, and they're the ones to work on, and almost all of them take deep technology, R&D, expertise, and funding patiently and over the long haul. We probably have till 2030 or 2035 to develop these technologies, and then 15 years to exponentially scale them to get to net zero by 2050, which I'm generally optimistic about. There are so many opportunities. And so I'm pretty optimistic we can do it. From building construction, we are doing low carbon cement. We are doing 3D printed housing with photopolymers. There's so much opportunity. We are doing biomining,
It's unlimited opportunities for founders who can tackle really, really important problems. We'll include that link, to your blog post when we air this. As we air this piece, and I noticed also that the advice that you are giving to the founders in deep tech startups is pretty similar advice that you're giving effectively to the VCs that are in this space right now as well, in terms of that long-term perspective and the length of time and the urgency to tackle real problems, real big problems. Is there any other advice you could give to VCs or other investors tuned in on how to invest in climate?
The venture business is a high-risk business, but also a high-reward business. You can only lose 1 time your money. And in climate especially, it's true in a few other areas, biotechnology is exactly like climate. It takes 10 or 15 years to develop a product. And in that cycle, you will have multiple great cycles in the investing environment and multiple bad cycles because it takes so long. And the key, and why Climate 1.0 really worked for us with LanzaTech and QuantumScape and Impossible and Mainspin and the spin-offs from Calera, why we did fine is because we were patient and didn't give up on things mostly. A few things we had to triage when no funding was available. But by and large, good guidance from VCs and patient guidance in the long-term view will help a lot. And investors should take that view, and entrepreneurs should be hugely selective about who they work with.
Well, thank you so much, Vinod, for your words of confidence and your vision and your persistence in this area. It's been fantastic. It is always fantastic to work with you or other members of your team on boards that we're on. And we are delighted to have you on this show today. Thank you so much for appearing.
Well, thank you. And it's very, very rewarding to work on large problems. If there's no problem, there's not a lot of money to be made and no large solutions to be had, impactful solutions to be had.
That's right.
Thank you.
Go for the gusto. All right. Thanks so much, Vinod.
Thanks, everybody.
It's remarkable to listen to such far-sighted thinkers and risk-takers when it comes to climate. It's uplifting to know that giants like Sean and Vinod are in the fight. We're next going to explore science, scale, markets, and big meat, the future of all proteins. Now that the FDA and USDA have approved commercial sales of cultivated meat in the United States, a first shared by Upside Foods and Good Meat, what will it take to create a mass market? We already heard from Upside's Uma Valetti earlier today, and in this session, we will broaden the conversation to include more perspectives on regulation, technology, capital, and markets. We know reducing animal agriculture could be a big win for the climate, but now that the science and engineering have cultivated protein in the bag, as well as precision fermentation and plant-based proteins, what are the realistic paths to creating a market of happy consumers and affordable product? We're lucky to have, as a moderator, Larissa Zimberoff, a Bay Area journalist who covers food, technology, and business. She is the author of Technically Food, Inside Silicon Valley's Mission to Change What We Eat. Let's throw it over to Larissa and her fascinating panelists.
Hey everyone, it's so great to be a part of SOSV's 2023 Climate Tech Summit. I'm Larissa Zimberoff. I'm a journalist and an author. I wrote a book on this industry, food tech. It's called Technically Food, Inside Silicon Valley's Mission to Change What We Eat. Pick up a copy today. But I'm so excited to be here and moderating this panel around the future of meat. And I don't often get to talk to both sides of the agricultural landscape at the same time. And today I get both like the leader in cultured meat from Upside. I have the vanguard from Prolific Machines, and I have someone that worked at the USDA all in one virtual room, which is so cool. So anyways, we're going to talk about the nitty gritty about what they're doing. And if you're a founder listening to this, stay to the end because you are going to get some great advice, I imagine, from these leaders. So we're going to introduce this panel real quick. Everyone's going to tell me what they're doing right now. Eric, you should start because you're sort of the hero right now in cultivated meat.
Well, thanks, Larissa. Eric Schulze at Upside Foods. I run our regulatory and government affairs shop, and we were the first cultivated meat company in 2015. Then Memphis Meat, now Upside Foods, and it's been a wild ride so far. I can't complain.
You know, a little known fact is that Memphis Meats had an Indiegogo campaign, which I think maybe you're the only cultivated meat company to do that.
We did. We did do an Indiegogo campaign.
I'm so curious what the gifts were.
You gotta raise money however you can in these funding environments.
So I'm going to kick it to Phil because I'm so excited. Phil, you were with USDA and now you're with a new company. Tell me what you're working on.
Certainly. So just as a couple of sentences of background, I'm actually a microbiologist, undergraduate and PhD. I worked in research for many years, joined the USDA for about 19 years from the Agricultural Research Service and in the Food Safety Inspection Service. And right now I'm serving as the Senior Vice President for Global Food Safety and Quality Assurance for OSI Group, which makes a wide variety of products for our customers, but we specialize in meat and plant protein.
Thanks, Phil. So it's a co-manufacturer, right? Do I have that right?
Correct.
Wonderful. So someone like Upside could actually hire you, to make their newfangled meat, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Well, cool. And last but not least, Dennis Kent, who is the first cultivated meat company to be doing something I have not thought of yet. Dennis, tell us a little bit about you and Prolific Machines.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Dennis. I'm a recovering stem cell biologist and currently the co-founder and CEO of a company called Prolific Machines. We invent new ways to grow and control cells. So everything from rethinking how the cells are designed and doing some cutting edge synthetic biology to rethinking how we make bioreactors and software to control those bioreactors. The problem that we're trying to solve is that traditionally the way that people grow mammalian cells is suboptimal, to be polite. It's very expensive, quite tedious, not very reproducible. The cells get contaminated all the time. And so we're trying to create a new process that can really compete with factory farming economically and also be used in other areas.
Great. Awesome. It's so great to be here with you guys. I like to do a quick fire question just to grease the wheels, get us all thinking about the same thing. So in my book, I cover precision fermentation, algae, mycelium, cultivated meat. There's so many areas in food tech, people that are trying to solve for the future of food, for the increased population, for climate issues, drought, fire, famine, pandemic, you name it, we've had it. So what do you think is going to be accepted by the consumer, by consumers first? Which of these sort of out there ideas for the future of food will people embrace and go mainstream first and quickly? Why? Phil, I'm going to start with you.
All right. Well, I think that's a great question, and I think that it really is. People are creatures of habit, so I think personally, I think that if you can mimic something that people are used to, that's the alternative that they're going to choose first. It may not be the ultimate alternative.
Okay, great. And what do you think is closest on mimicking what we know and love?
Well, that's still actually to be seen. I think there's been great stride forwards in traditional meat processing to make it a lot more carbon neutral and really environmentally sound. But then there's also some wonderful plant-based proteins which are making great strides.
So which do you like better? I'm naming unnamed burger company 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm going to stay neutral here. I'm an omnivore. I eat everything.
Okay. Dennis, what do you think is going to land first with the mainstream?
I mean, precision fermentation products are already on the market and people are enjoying them. I think The reason why that's happened is because they've been able to get to a price point that people can afford, and that hasn't yet happened with cultured meat. And you can see that manifesting in the launches that have happened recently, where it's 2 days out of 30, or just Mondays and Tuesdays, and so I think it's going to require really significant innovations to bring the costs down, because consumers are very price inelastic when it comes to meat.
Inelastic, I like that word. Eric, let's pretend everything's at market. What do you think consumers are going to embrace, and what can go mainstream first?
I'm a pragmatic optimist. I actually don't disagree with Dennis on this. I think it's what costs right and is available. Consumers do not want to have to think. They want what they know and what's familiar. So I completely agree. They just have to have it. It has to cost the right thing. It has to be safe. I think that's the winner right there.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. Well, and we'll maybe try to push on that cost thing, because I'm not sure that we have it yet for cultivated meat. Because as Dennis said, Eat Just Good Meat there in DC, and it's in very limited amounts. And Eric, you are at Dominique Cren's Bar Cren, but it's 1 weekend a month. It's very limited. And so I'll kick it to you as my first, official question. Now that you have FDA and USDA approval, and you've mentioned that your next job is to figure out how to bring it truly to market, what is standing in your way? What is keeping you busy or keeping you up at night? And in how to go from 1 weekend a month for 8 people at Bar Cren to, 20 Safeways to 100 Kroger's, et cetera.
This isn't magic. It's scale up. It's the name of the game. Like, this is we're not reinventing the wheel here. Dennis, Phil, all of us have the same issues. It's, can you scale? And for me particularly, I'm continuing to run the regulatory shop. So the next set of approvals for the next generation products that are obviously the types of products that we can take to retail. So for us, it's getting to retail and building our commercial scale facilities that actually can produce products at a price point that most people can afford.
There's more to talk about, but I'm going to flip it to Dennis, because Prolific is doing something totally different. And I know you can't talk about everything you're doing, but you're going to try to speak to, tell us about how you think what you're doing is going to get us to cultivated meat that can scale and get to the mainstream.
So there's a number of things that we're doing, but probably the most important is figuring out ways to eliminate the most expensive inputs and simultaneously increase yields. And a couple of years ago, that was just speculation, but now we've empirically proven that we can do this. We can eliminate the most expensive inputs, and we can simultaneously increase yields. And what that means is that we can get to price points for beef in our first few commercial scale facilities of sub $7 per kilogram, and doing that credibly, which is not something that I think other companies can do, but it is something that we want to make available to other companies, because the reason why we started Prolific is because we want to help all cultured meat companies.
But let's quickly talk about what you think are the most expensive parts of the process and what needs to be rethought about, right? Like in as unscientific and friendliest way possible.
But wait, we're scientists. Let's do it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dennis. Sorry.
Yeah, so at scale, the most expensive thing becomes the soup that you grow the cells in, as people refer to it as media. And within that soup, the part of that soup that is most expensive are these recombinant proteins that you have to add. And the biopharma industry has been using them for decades. They work very well to make expensive pharmaceuticals, and they work really well to make expensive meat. But if you want to compete with factory farming, they don't work. The cost of these proteins alone is more than the cost of wholesale factory farming. So we found a way to not need any of these proteins and simultaneously increase the yield. And basically what that does is it allows you to dramatically reduce your costs. And reducing the costs is going to be essential, not just to get to market at a price point that people will buy, but also to sustain a business long term. I think most people don't really understand that the most important thing with cultured meat is going to be how much operating profit can your company create. Because when you project into the future, like multiple decades, you realize I do this frequently. You realize how much debt is going to be required in order to build out these facilities. We're talking about billions of dollars worth of debt that will be required, and you'll have to service that debt. And if you assume even like a very optimistic cost of capital of say 6%, which is what Beyond has in the annual report, you're going to need really, really high operating profits in order to service the debts that are going to be required to build out these facilities, because every facility is multiple hundreds of millions of dollars. And so it's not clear to me that existing technologies can create the operating profit that is required for this industry to scale. And so that's really the whole point of Prolific. We want to create this technology stack that can make that operating profit and then make it available to everybody. And yeah, there's basically two ways to do it, right? You either try and increase the cost of your products, which is problematic because people are price inelastic when it comes to meat. So you increase the price or you decrease the cost. Yeah, I think increasing the price is going to be difficult if you peg it to say organic. You can peg it to organic meat, but that helps in the sense that you're 60% more expensive, but then you're capped out at like 1.5% of the meat market. And so you don't have the multi-trillion-dollar TAM anymore. So really, you're going to have to go down in the COGS.
Yeah. So Dennis, you sound like you've convinced a lot of investors of your approach. What has Prolific raised to date?
Over 50 million, but it's not me that does the convincing. The data does the convincing.
Data does convincing. Okay. Have investors sampled what Prolific has grown yet?
Investors have not, but I have.
You have. Okay, great.
Yeah. It's important to note that in my view, with cultured meat, the important question is not, can you make it? People like Eric and Upside have already proven that you can make it. And they've already proven that it tastes good. Like, those are not the questions that are outstanding in my view. The question that's outstanding is, can you build a cultured meat business with the operating profit that's going to be required to raise the billions of dollars in debt that are going to be required to transform animal agriculture? That is an outstanding question.
Yeah. Okay. This is good because cultivated meat has raised in the billions, and it's going to need more, as you said. Ezra Klein called it, saying that we needed a moonshot and we need government support so that we can find the money to support this project. I'm curious about the soup, though, because I've been following this industry for so long, and this, like, the media, the growth factors, the nutrients, like how we grow the meat is crucial. And Upside, Eric, tell me, where are you with a plant-based soup, and where are you with either genetically engineering cells so that you can give them, they'll require less? Like, where are you with that scale-up problem that Dennis has mentioned?
Yeah, I think Dennis is completely accurate. Like, from a scientific standpoint, there's no real debate there. I think that the sort of fundamental base reality we agree on. And the idea that for us, again, it's not, we've said this before, the cell culture, the feed or the media is between 80 and 85% of the per pound cost. That's, again, completely, and again, growth factors, completely exorbitantly expensive, generally speaking. And completely agree. For us, the commercial facility, again, the whole goal is to have retail products to compete on with conventional products in terms of pricing. That's the goal for this commercial scale process. One way to do that, of course, is actually, there's only one way to do this. It's lower your COGS. It's increase your purchasing and negotiating power. The one thing that Dennis didn't touch on, but I think we'd agree with, and Phil would definitely agree with, is the role of public policy and also creating this fair and level playing field. For example, right now, I do not, as a cultivated meat producer, have access to public funds that could allow me to put steel in the ground. And Dennis is right. Investors do not want to give a lot of money to put steel in the ground. It's extremely expensive. It's a debt-laden exercise. And that's why I think a lot of, like, for example, conventional meat has a huge advantage where they've already invested this money and have these facilities that are up and running. We have to build them. So getting access to federal loan and grant programs is super important to offloading the risk from the investors to the government and us in having skin in the game. And that's what we're doing in terms of building the federal and public infrastructure to get funding to put steel in the ground. And that's incredibly important. I don't know, Dennis, if you disagree with that or not, but I think it's biological and it's sociological, and you can't ignore those when you're scaling up, from my perspective. So we're working on both, Larissa.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. So we only have 2 more minutes to talk, and there's so much to do. I want to ask Phil, what role do large conventional producers, conventional meat have in the future of what the American consumer eats?
Yeah, so I think some of the pieces have already been touched on by Dennis and Eric already, but I think the traditional meat companies, they already have the steel in the ground. They already are making an affordable product for the consumers. There's going to be a role that continues to be played. There's a lot of folks out there with a lot of different priorities. Some people really want a connection to the animal. Some people are going to will really want to know that their food came from an animal that was on a farm at some point, and the traditional meat companies can supply that. But it is very clear from everybody that the consumers have spoken, and they expect that the food production is sustainable. So it's become almost everybody in the industry's one of their major 3 focuses is on sustainability. In fact, here at OSI, we have a model farm that has about 200 head of cow in the UK, and we have line of sight for them being zero carbon by 2030. So the consumer has spoken, and I think that the traditional meat industry is responding there and really is trying its best to make sure that their practices are sustainable as possible.
Why, that's 2030, 6.5 years away. Why is it going to take so long to get these only 200 cows to zero carbon?
Well, first of all, I think that it's an amazing feat, even by 2030. But it does, once again, as everyone said, it does take capital. So there's a couple of pieces of technology that, number one, need to be perfected, and number two, need to be implemented out there. Our job really is to work with, not only academics, but also on-farm practitioners to see something that is practical and implementable and makes sense out there. And so it is a longer process, and it's trial and error out there for actually making it happen in the field.
It seems like there are some gaps in what the industry needs, like just the meat industry and on the technology side. So maybe from each of you, what do you wish someone was working on that we don't have today, or isn't like as high level as what you want? Like, Dennis, what's missing that you can't get or you have to make yourself?
That's an excellent question. So Prolific's really focusing on the most expensive cost driver, which is the recombinant proteins, eliminating those and improving the yields. After that, the second biggest cost driver is CapEx. The largest driver of that CapEx is sterility requirements. So eliminating steam is the low-hanging fruit. A lot of companies are working on it. After that, you end up with amino acids being the next most expensive thing. A lot of people are working on plant hydrolysates instead of using purified amino acids. I think that's an excellent idea. I think more innovations in hydrolyzing enzymes would be excellent. You look at some amino acids like glycine are already extraordinarily cheap at like $1,600 per metric ton. It's because it can be produced thermochemically, but other amino acids can't. So more innovation on, let's say, producing other amino acids thermochemically, better hydrolyzing enzymes, that would be excellent news for all cultured meat companies, and I think will happen.
That's great. Maybe that's something I feel like New Harvest could support academically. I feel like maybe in academia, I know you left it, many of you left it behind, but getting more work there would be pretty interesting. Eric, what do you wish someone was working on to support the cultivated meat industry and from a technology standpoint?
1 million data points on people eating cultivated meat. I think I need a proof point globally. And the second thing I need, international harmonization and regulatory policies. Phil will tell you, we both worked in the federal government. One of the things that's going to make this roadblocks the U.S. cannot prevent is how other countries restrict or provide access to these products. So I need data points on, do people like these products? And then we can start tuning. Dennis and myself can be working on that aspect. And then also, I completely agree with Dennis, by the way, in terms of just the COGS and the scientific realities. That's all completely rational. But also that I just need to know, can I sell these elsewhere?
So when people leave Bar Cren after their meal, do they get a very lengthy questionnaire? Fill out?
Not to my knowledge. So,
all right, well, you're missing out then.
I think we do ask them questions, but again, that's nobody wants to have an exit poll as they come out from their meal. So I try to avoid that.
It could be on a tablet.
Eric, you're very charming. I wouldn't mind if you came to heckle me.
Like it should be you. One weekend a month, it's no big deal. I'll talk to Uma about giving you a little more money so that you can do that one weekend that you work. Phil, from a safety standpoint, what does traditional meat and cultivated meat need that isn't really being addressed by the startup community right now?
Yeah, I think so. From a sustainability, I'll get to the safety in a second, but the sustainability, it's interestingly enough, it's the same idea here. Is a lot about sustainability is going to be feed for the animals. I mean, they're digesters themselves, but the question is what kind of inputs are best to really maximize that conversion of feed to product that is edible for people and desirable for people. So I think that it's interesting that whether you're cultivated or you're a traditional meat provider, you're having the same questions that we need to really kind of tackle out there. From a safety point of view, I think it's kind of a paradigm shift from an organic model which has shared microflora and issues back and forth between humans and the animals, and you've taken that out. But then there is I won't even necessarily, there's an unknown hazard with cultured meat, and not to say that there is any particular hazard, but we really just need to know and continue to do our studies to make sure that there aren't hazards that are kind of hidden in the process somewhere out there. I think the companies that I've worked with and I've seen their information for, and then they've convinced both FDA and USDA that they have done a really great job of hazard analysis up to this point. But it really is going to be a job of kind of making sure that the consumers understand the level of safety. And that goes also to Eric's point about the international community here. I think there is a drive in the international community for these sorts of products throughout the developed nations out there, whether that's Israel, Europe, Japan, Asia. I think that there are people that are working for it, especially in countries that have food security issues going on. Places like Israel with no arable land, places like islands which have no room to grow livestock. How do you provide an affordable meat source? So I think there is a desire for these things to happen throughout the world, but I think that it's just going to really take a lot of information and a lot of just being transparent and open with the consumer about the level of testing we've done and the safety of the products.
Okay, so this is good because it leads into my next question, which is, our food is becoming more complex. How can consumers be sure of what they're eating? And now we're talking about, like other countries sending cultivated meat here. And as Eric pointed out, regulatory is different country to country. Sometimes I think the EU is great because they're really much stricter. So I appreciate what they do than I think the US is. So how, to everybody, each one of you, and we'll start with Dennis because you're sort of the earliest stage company, right, before your meat gets to the market. But how do we understand what we're eating? It's not a QR code that I then read a 300-page document. How do I figure this out? And, we can't just say people don't care.
It's an excellent question and one that I think about a lot. I can't speak for other cultured meat companies, but what we're going to do at Prolific is we're going to publish all of the safety and nutritional data that we have on our meat in peer-reviewed papers that are, independently validated by experts. I would really encourage other cultured meat companies to do the same. I think just cultured meat companies going out and saying our meat is safe is not going to be sufficient. I think it's going to have to be independently validated, and that I'm personally very much on board with that.
That's great.
If we have nothing to hide, then we should make it independently validated and peer reviewed.
Okay, wonderful. Eric?
I mean, we had the federal government. To me, that's the independent valve. I had two agencies look at this, and it's public.
You can send your meat, you said to me, you can send it to Europe. Like, how are like they may not know you as well as I know you, but like how do other countries like understand, I do know that the US has a very good reputation. Like what if Chinese cultivated meat was coming here? Like, how do we know anything? And this isn't like a China thing.
I understand.
That's like me not knowing regulatory agencies in other countries.
I mean, that's why we have the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Department of Commerce and all these trade alliances. And then, for example, like USDA has a whole lab that all they do is analyze meat samples that come in to verify that they are in fact what they say they are. Even our products have to go through that. So I think, to me, it's interesting because the system already exists. The question is, and I think it's a fair debate, whether it's sufficient or adequate or not. And I think that's totally fair. That's a fair debate. And I think that it's sufficient and adequate. And then you can add to that with independent audits of your products.
Okay. Phil?
Yeah, so I think one of the key pieces to USDA Food Safety Inspection Service is that all labels with claims must be approved by the agency prior to them going into market. It's a little bit different. It's kind of unique almost in almost every other regulatory market. It's basic that they will rely on someone complaining about a claim and then going back and looking at it. But USDA you have to positively demonstrate that there's a body of data that is surrounding those claims. So I really think that clear and accurate labels are really important. The consumer needs to know what they're taking into their body, and I think if you ever inadvertently or inadvertently fool a customer into eating something they didn't think they were eating, you're never going to get that customer back once they realize it. So I think it's just really important to be open upfront. Like Dennis said, peer reviewed, anything you can do to be open and upfront about what is happening in your product and how it is safe and wholesome, I think goes a long way with the consumer. They understand and they see you being sincere when you talk about your product and you're open like that. I would say that also to anybody who's going into this market space and looking for regulators. Regulators do the same thing. As I said before, they really think an inspector is there on behalf of the American consumer, and they take that job seriously. Being clear and being honest with them goes a long way to helping get through the regulatory process. As far as imports and exports, Eric is right. I think the USDA FSIS has a wonderful system that you have to have equivalent laws that will give the equivalent level of protection, and that those laws have to be applied in the establishments that are producing those products. And once the products hit the border, they're sampled to make sure that those claims, any claims that you may have, are actually true before they hit the American consumer. So I think that there is a place for regulators. There is a place for just being truthful and honest to everybody. Nobody should feel like they're being, a hard sell when they're eating cultured meat. They should want to try the product, and they'll come back if they feel satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, Eric's right. I mean, our regulatory system works. We have the framework. It's we just have to hope it's all like, happening so that when we do start seeing more cultured meat coming to market, that nothing goes wrong, because that's where it'll be a problem. But okay, so we got to wrap up, which is just unfortunate because I could ask questions for a long time. We won't see any climate shifts until we see one of three things. Industrial meat changes its methods to be less damaging to the planet. Cultivated meat becomes available and consumers accept it, or we eat less meat. So my last question, which of these will happen first?
Sure. I think they're all happening right now, and I think that's going to be concurrent. I think that they're making leaps and bounds in all three of those spaces. I think people are eating less meat. I think traditional meat processes are getting more and more attuned to making sure that they're not destructive to the environment. And I think cultured meat is going to have a prominent place in the future there as the cost comes down and as this product becomes more and more available, especially in areas where there's food security issues. I think that all three of them are going to play a vital role in making sure that we have a sustainable protein source for the future.
Okay. I agree on 2 out of 3. I think I don't think people are going to be eating less meat. In fact, the demand curves tell the opposite story, that the demand for meat is going to be doubling between now and 2050. And I eat a shit ton of meat, even though I know exactly how bad it is and I feel terrible about it, but I can't stop myself. And a lot of people feel the same way. Eric loves barbecue, and we're gonna have a barbecue session at some point.
I am completely motivated to solve this because I want to absolve myself of my own personal guilt. And I think a lot of people feel this way. I'm not going to stop eating meat. That cognitive dissonance is not going to go away. And until I feel, like to Phil's point, we got to do this. We have all the option. I actually think there's one more thing. I think Dennis would agree with this too. There are, innovation is punctuated. Sometimes something will happen that gives us new insight into a way of doing something that we didn't think was going to be linear, and now it becomes exponentially easier. We don't know. That's of course the unknown. We don't know how that innovation will happen. I couldn't tell you what it is, but those are the things you can't necessarily predict that go, oh, this is now possible for real. We can really draw down on some climate change or carbon capture technology or whatever. Maybe the cow becomes carbon negative, but I don't want to dismiss the future state that we cannot predict yet. And that's why we're all here. That's why all three of us are here. Phil was demonstrable for the policy. We had to start it, try our best. Dennis is going to build on it and make it 1,000,000 times better.
Would a carbon negative cow absolve you of your guilt?
Probably. It would really help.
It absolves me of at least one bucket of guilt, Well,
if anyone that's watching this knows of a carbon negative barbecue that we can all meet up at, let us know in the chat when this goes live. I'd love to know. Thanks so much for your time, Eric, Dennis. Good luck with your business, with your company. Phil, with your new adventure. Eric, I look forward to seeing Cultivated Meat from Upside at more locations soon.
Thanks, Larissa. I think everyone agrees that the product has to be yummy and affordable. No surprise there. What I love about that conversation is that it really got into the details of what alternative meat producers really need. Capital to scale, including government backing to get steel in the ground, as Eric put it, and better technology to bring down the costs. Next, I want to bring one of my favorite colleagues, Alex Kopelian, to help me with the next session. Alex is a senior director and partner at IndieBio, and he is actually the longest standing employee here at IndieBio, having been here all the way since batch 2 in 2016. Alex, come on in, man.
Hey Wes, great to be here.
Good to have you here. What have you been up to?
The usual, finding and helping great climate tech companies get going. And a big part of that has actually been kind of working on our new thesis around low and no CapEx climate tech companies.
Low and no CapEx. Actually, that would be a really good segue for our next session. Do you want to give an intro to that?
Yeah, I'd love to. So our next talk is entitled Solugen, Reinventing the Means of Production with Enzymes. And the $4.7 trillion chemical industry accounts for about 4% of global GDP and 5% of carbon emissions. It's a really hard to decarbonize industry due to its use of high carbon intensity feedstock, petroleum, and has a huge amount of energy consumption for industrial heat. So when we think about how to change that, we're looking at enzymes as one of those key solutions. And that's where Solugen comes in. The company aims to replace incumbent chemistry with bio-based processes using enzymes. Solugen claims it can synthesize 90% of the world's chemicals using nothing but sugar, water, catalysts, and air, and some renewable electricity. And this means zero emissions and zero wastewater. Investors have been really excited about the company. They've invested over $600 million and it's valued at more than $2 billion. Solugen is part of the emerging, potentially multi-trillion-dollar bioeconomy, which has really gained a lot of momentum after the September 2022 executive order by President Biden, which said, I quote, "It's intended to advance biotechnology and biomanufacturing towards innovative solutions in health, climate change, energy, food security, agriculture, supply chain resilience, and national and economic security." Quite a mouthful. And the big question is, can biomanufacturing reach takeoff velocity? So with us today is Solugen's co-founder and CEO, Dr. Gaurav Chakrabarti, MD, PhD, and he'll chat with Dr. John Cumbers of SynBioBeta, a synthetic biology innovation network and conference. They're going to talk about Solugen's process, and I'm really excited to throw it over to John.
Welcome everybody to the most exciting session of the SOSV Climate Tech Summit. I'm so excited today to be able to introduce to you Gaurav Chakrabarti, who's the CEO and the co-founder of Solugen, one of my favorite bio companies because of all of this wonderful chemical technology that they have mixed in with some biotechnology, producing climate neutral, climate negative, sustainable chemicals. Gaurav, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having us here, John. Good to see you again. If anyone doesn't know, John was my TA in undergrad for biology at Brown. So
it is true.
Go wait.
That was 20, was it 20 years ago? Something like that, coming up.
No, not that. It was 2008. That's what it was.
Okay, well, that's 15 years ago. Okay.
Not too bad. Yeah.
That's pretty close. It's great to be now working with in the same industry as you. Yeah. Tell us about Solugen. You've been going great guns lately with fundraising and building out infrastructure in Houston. Not everybody who's watching is going to know what Solugen makes. So name some of the chemicals that you make. Name some of the products.
Yeah. So we started with a molecule called hydrogen peroxide. Then we transitioned to a molecule called gluconic acid and then glucaric acid. And now we're making base molecules for nylon 6,6 and molecules that are going to go into packaging and basically adherent surfaces. So right now we're really focused in on getting the glucaric acid platform scaled up into a cash flowing state and getting the next molecule out the door. So our goal is every 18 months, we want to launch a new molecule. And so far, we've been pretty good at that. I hope we can continue doing it.
Fantastic. What are the industrial uses of hydrogen peroxide? And then also, what do people use gluconic and glucaric acid for?
Yeah. So it's funny. Peroxide, gluconic, glucaric acid, they're all used in largely the same industries. So if you look at in agriculture, you need to disinfect water, right? Because you're going to give them to plants. You need to make sure there's no microbes in it. You use peroxide or peroxide-like molecules to kill the bacteria. With gluconic and glucaric acid, those acids are used to deliver micronutrients in the fertilizer packages into the agricultural crops. So that's one bucket. The second bucket is in industrial water treatment. Peroxide, again, is a disinfectant that kills bacteria. And interestingly enough, glucaric and gluconic acid in the water treatment sector are actually what's called corrosion inhibitors or corrosion control products, which coat the metal surfaces and the pipes and all the tanks so that you're not getting metal corrosion. I can keep going with all the different industries this plays in, but this kind of gives you an idea of how we think about molecules at Solugen. We like to find applications and use cases where it's building on one another, meaning it's not just a completely new molecule or a completely new application. It's somehow supporting our product portfolio to make a customer's life better. Because they have one source of product.
That's great. And this is a climate summit. So tell us about the climate impact of these.
Yeah. I think so. When you look at what we're doing at Solugen, the mission of Solugen, right, it's to decarbonize the chemicals industry. But that means a lot of things to a lot of people. To us, it means three very specific things. One, you need circular feedstocks. So this is either agricultural waste, recycled plastics, industrial emissions, or other waste streams as feedstocks. Today, we use agricultural streams as our feedstock, primarily glucose. Two, when we're moving forward, we're starting to use recycled cardboard. So we have a big partnership we haven't announced yet where we take a lot of recycled cardboard and chop it up into little pieces that end up being the sugar that feeds your whole entire reaction system. So that's one.
Nobody here has a garage full of recycled carbon, so that's fine.
No, yeah. If you have it, send it my way, please. I'll give you my address. You'll save me some money. So that's number one, circular feedstocks. Two is a simple high yield process. This is called the bioforge. Today, when you look at the chemicals industry, it's your feedstock doesn't exactly turn into your product. It turns into your product and a lot of other stuff, right? And so today, the average in the industry is about 60% yield. The other 40% is either carbon dioxide or it is some other feedstock or other product that needs to be sold. With the bioforage, we use a chemi-enzymatic process where the first step is enzymatic and the second step is with traditional heterogeneous catalysts. That allows us to have near unitary yield from feedstock to product. So instead of 60%, we have 90+%, and this has been proven at scale. The third pillar for decarbonization of this industry is local supply chains. You need to be near the user of that chemistry. Otherwise, you're actually transporting something that's very dangerous sometimes because you concentrate it all the way to the end user who has to then dilute. And like there's a lot of issues that pop up, not just from a sustainability standpoint, but from a safety and human health standpoint, that if you're closer to the end customer, you not only reduce emissions, but you actually make it easier to use the products. So those are the three buckets of what it means to decarbonize this industry.
And if we think about the molecules that you've told me so far, which of those has the biggest impact on your revenue right now? And then which of those has the biggest impact on the climate?
So I would say glucaric acid is actually going to be revenue-wise the biggest mover for us. The biggest driver for revenue. The climate impact is actually also with glucaric acid because a lot of the applications it's used for are currently using molecules called phosphates. And phosphates are pretty nasty molecules that cause eutrophication in water streams, i.e. algal buildup. And so a lot of customers are switching, not just for the process efficiency that we have and the cost basis, but also because they don't have to use something more dangerous like a phosphate. So that's probably got the biggest impact to date in terms of our customer portfolio.
And you mentioned one of the applications was related to fertilizer. There's a lot of companies out there creating new kinds of microbial-based fertilizers. Pivot Bio, like Join Bio. So you're servicing the traditional fertilizer market, is that right?
Yeah. So basically, when you look at a fertilizer package, it's NPK, right? Sodium, potassium, sodium, phosphate, potassium. We're not actually necessarily changing the NPK profile. We are doing something called micronutrient delivery. So there's a big volume of like metals like iron and calcium and things of that nature that also need to be delivered beyond just nitrogen, phosphate, and potassium. The problem is the bioavailability of those micronutrients are really hard to get into a plant. So you need something like a glucaric acid, which has a much better bioavailability profile for plants to deliver those nutrients more efficiently. So basically, you're able to, on a mass per mass basis, you're actually getting more of your micronutrient delivered when you have it encapsulated in this bio-based molecule.
So you're compatible with these new kinds of fertilizer, is that right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. We're totally compatible with it. That's
and
right.
I'm sure everybody watching knows the disaster that is nitrogen-based fertilizer.
It's not a fun one. It's really
in terms of the runoff, in terms of the nitrous oxide that's released, in terms of the Haber-Bosch process and all the energy that goes into it. So it's not surprising that that's your biggest win in terms of carbon. Yeah. And for everybody watching as well, there's a frame shift that's going on because a lot of people think about synthetic biology companies and they think about giant fermenters and sugar going in and brewing, and, you know, the equivalent coming out in terms of you might have a brewery spitting out alcohol, but you might have a brewery now spitting out silk or pharmaceutical ingredients or chemicals or materials. You're different. You're not doing innovation. You're doing cell-free synthetic biology. Your power is in the enzymes that you're designing. Is that right?
Exactly. So I'm going to maybe like keep it as high level as I can here, but if anyone wants to talk after go deep, please do and save me from the corporate drudgery of running a company. So the reality is when you look at fermentation processes to make products, there's something called mass transfer limitations. So the reason fermentation for chemicals has been tough, except for like pharma and fine chemicals, it's been tough because the oxygen mass transfer or whatever gas system you're using, if it's gas fermentation, you're going through multiple layers of diffusion. You have your membrane, you have your cell wall, then you've got the inner workings of the cell where you're hitting different enzymes along the way, but not really hitting the enzyme that you want. So what ends up happening is a mass transfer barrier gets created. What we reasoned was instead of having this artificial mass transfer barrier, let's just poke out the enzymes that really matter here and put that into a chemical reactor. So instead of having a mass transfer barrier, you now actually have the most mass transfer possible. And that's how you scale these things so quickly. That's fundamentally like the mind shift that we've had. And I know a lot of enzyme companies are popping up that also see this as the big opportunity.
You talked about scaling. A big part of that scale requires a lot of capital. It's known that the chemicals industry is very capital intensive. There's a lot of sunk costs in it, a lot of infrastructure globally. You've raised capital from diverse sources, from early stage 50 years, the VC here in San Francisco, right through to BlackRock in terms of pension funds and large amounts of capital. Tell us about the capital that you've raised so far, and then tell us what's on the roadmap for Solugen over the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, so capital we've raised so far, we've raised about nearly $780 million in equity capital. Like you said, it started off with really focused VCs, but then it's kind of, as we've been scaling our technology and customer base and commercial, that capital has started to look like institutional funds. So like you said, like really, traditional, almost private equity-like players in this space, which is good. That means this stuff works, because the rigor that private equity and these institutional guys are putting into diligence, they would not touch a company like Solugen unless it was de-risked substantially. And so that's where we are right now. Where we're going, we've now hit the point where we can start getting debt capital for our assets. And so when you look at where we're going next, the Department of Energy's Loan Program Office is a really big one for us. I can't say here like all the timing on it, but there will be some announcement at some point soon on Solugen and the DOE LPO. These are big loans. These are up to $1 billion loans at very low interest rates. It's the one that Tesla got that made their first gigafactory, the Gigafactory. And so in a similar vein, we believe that the DOE LPO is what's going to allow us to now break out even from private equity and go into debt side of the story. Yeah.
Fantastic. We were both in Washington, D.C. at the White House about 12 months ago for the launch of the Biden-Harris administration's executive order on the bioeconomy and biomanufacturing. Can you talk a little bit about that executive order and what in it was most exciting to you about support for the bioeconomy?
Yeah, so I think there's like two ways that I look at the executive order. One is philosophically, what is it telling? And then two is what is practically, where's the teeth in this thing? So on the philosophically, what is communicating? The thing I got most excited by was one of the bold goals was to replace 30% of the United States chemical demand with domestically biomanufactured alternatives. That's a big number, really, really big number, right? And so for us, that was huge, because now all of a sudden biomanufacturing is being put on the same playing field as petrochem, which has never been the case. So philosophically, that's really helped us kind of get the story out there, not just to government folks, but also to customers. When customers saw this EO, they were like, oh, Solugen, you're around. This is great. We're going to have to buy from you. So we might as well be friends. And the second bucket was basically focused on, okay, where's the teeth in this thing? And that's, I think, we're all still trying to figure out is where's the big teeth in this system? What we're realizing is it's all super interconnected. It's not just the bioeconomy EO sits by itself. It's interacting with every single department in the government, the DOD, the DOE, the agriculture department. Everyone is part of this EO. So what we've been doing is talking to the leaders across these departments to understand how they plan to appropriate funds. The DOD has already put out some guidelines on their fund announcement. I think it was $1.2 billion, but that's just the DOD. There's many more that are going to come. So I think we're about to see some pretty big moves in the next year on this stuff.
I invited Jigar Shah from the Department of Energy. I know he's a big deal in terms of these loan guarantee programs. I invited him to speak at SimBioBeta last year. He couldn't come, but there was a profile of him in the Wall Street Journal recently just talking about the scale of these infrastructure loans that the DOE is putting out. It's quite fantastic to see the government putting its weight behind some of these programs to what I see as balancing the infrastructure investment that oil and gas have had this for the last 50 years or more, and finally bio's getting a crack at the whip. You're based in Houston, so you're surrounded by the oil and gas industry. Can you compare and contrast the subsidies or the loan guarantees?
Yeah, I can tell you exactly, because we went through the process of trying to raise debt as a not oil and gas company. Look, a lot of these banks, they're looking for 20-year demonstrated history on a plant. The synthetic biology field, as we know it from manufacturing, has not been around for 20 years, right? It was John and Drew and these guys that really made it what it is today. So where we're sitting is there's a huge disconnect between what institutional folks are saying and then what the DOE can do. And that's why I think this DOE loan program is so important, not just for the money, but it's changing the perception of these guys who are now starting to realize there's way more opportunity here.
I love it. And in terms of the progress that you've seen from the folks in the White House and in the government over the last 12 months executing on this executive order, are you happy with the progress that you've seen?
Do you want me to be completely honest?
Well, this is completely off the record, not recorded. So go for it. Yeah.
Look, I think we could be doing better. I think we've had these discussions. Things are moving in the way we want them. The problem, I think, is the real bottlenecks aren't being communicated properly. So, like, I'll give you one example. There's an assumption that the bottleneck is all in R&D, right? Oh, we got to throw more money at R&D. Great, let's do it. Let's see what happens. What ends up happening is you have a bottleneck in the labor side. So when you start talking about, hey, I want to scale up a biomanufacturing facility, it's not the R&D scientists that are scaling it up. It's the people who are building these things. So where the bioeconomy today has been focused is a lot on this front end, but the reality is the bottleneck, at least as we see it, is here. And we need to be funding more vocational schools, more community colleges to teach biomanufacturing as a skill set. And all of a sudden, your supply and demand start to get matched up much better. That's where I think there's a big gap.
I think there's a big opportunity. The Farm Bill comes up for renewal once every 5 years. It's going to be renewed, should be in the next 12 months or so. There's a big opportunity here to really envision a bio belt across the entire country where we see a lot of these rural communities taking their commodity feedstocks like corn and soy and being able to turn them into higher value materials.
And we have to train, right? Like, we have to invest a lot of money in education and training that workforce, because it's not just the PhDs that are going to be making this thing possible.
If we think about the kinds of businesses that you want to be partnering in the future, are there specific industries or companies that you'd like to partner with right now?
Yeah, I think there's two extremes, I would say. One extreme is the very consumer-facing companies, and the other extreme is the ones that no one in the world has heard of, but they're everywhere, right? So on this side, on the consumer-facing companies, these are like the P&Gs and Unilevers. They are making big strides on it. We are working with them on these things. And so I think having them be very visible there is very important for this industry. That said, the invisible, like 100-pound, 800-pound gorillas, like the folks who make the brick, in the building that you're in right now, right? Who made that? Like there's probably these big, massive companies that we need to be partnering with to say, hey, we might have something, and you have the distribution and scale. What does it look like if we work together? And so those are the two extremes where I see the biggest outsized benefits right now.
If we think about the climate emissions and thinking about, scope 1 and scope 2 and scope 3, when are you finding people coming to you? Is it that they're trying to get rid of molecules from their manufacturing processes? Is it their end products? What are the kinds of conversations that you're having with these larger companies?
These inbounds that come, obviously sustainability is critical, right? It's almost like it's a Boolean. You either have it or you don't. Assume you have it, right? They do the analysis. They look at our LCA. Okay, it looks like you have it. Then it comes back to price. It all comes back to price still. And so, like, where we need to be thinking is we have to be going after markets with technologies that we know we can compete not just sustainably, but at a price point that matters too.
And what are some of the molecules that come up and you're just like, no, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot barge?
Everyone talks to us about SAF and plastics. I get those are huge volume opportunities. The problem is, for you to have a competitive cost position in less than 5 years in those markets, like a true competitive cost position, not parity, but a true cost position, it's unlikely with some of the stuff I've seen.
What is SAF? Oh, sustainable.
Sustainable aviation fuel. Yeah. So we focus more on, those are our ambitions, those big molecules. But I think right now we have this stair-step approach called Think Big, Act Now. Think Big is plastics and SAF. Well, if you break down how we get there, what are the key capabilities you need to make SAF, and what are the key capabilities you need to make plastics? Let's get those capabilities, but let's go after markets where we can monetize and drive free cash flow with that capability. Then we have the right to play in that market.
Got it. And then talk to me about Houston being the central place that you're growing from. Is that where are you from Houston originally? Is that why you're in Houston?
Yeah, I'm from Houston, so obviously a little bit biased, but I think what's been really nice is we've been able to convert, I guess you'd say, a lot of the folks who have been in the traditional petrochem industry into looking at biomanufacturing. and there's brilliant people. I mean, think about it this way. The petrochem complex has spent $1 trillion on this headcount over the lifetime of this industry. There's a very skilled labor set that if you can convert them into a biomanufacturing mindset, you have some of the best engineers in the world working on climate.
That makes a lot of sense. And you're going to continue to scale there then. That you're not, you talked about having bioforges around the country, being closer to your customers, but so how do you match those?
So we are, So right now we've got we've tripled our capacity on the Houston site. We have a second site in Lubbock, Texas. That's a small capacity site, but then we're building our largest plant in Minnesota next to agriculture use cases. So our feedstock is corn, but the offtake is in the agriculture space as well.
Got it. And as you think about expansion internationally, what are your thoughts there? Where are the most desirable places?
So it's 3 places that like pop up. One is Europe, obviously, for Europe's the capital for sustainability. 2 is Asia. When you start looking at Singapore in that area, there's a lot of opportunity. And 3rd is actually South America. I think Brazil and those areas, at least for the industrial sector, that sector of the 800-pound gorillas I was talking about, a lot of them are in that region, and it's wise for bio companies to start looking at ways to partner down there as well.
And I think you mentioned agricultural waste. You certainly mentioned glucose, but can you use agricultural waste as a feedstock?
Not quite. So right now we can use cellulosic sugars and traditional Gen 1 sugar, but it's not completely the waste system. So like with recycled cardboard, there's still processing that needs to be done to get the sugar out of the stream. Yeah.
Got it. And thinking about the regulatory environment, is that something that you come across?
Yes.
Yeah.
All the time. So it's one of the reasons I was in DC last week. There's going to be a huge, just like I talked about the labor bottleneck, there's a huge bottleneck that's about to hit on the regulatory side for biomanufacturing, and that's the Toxic Substances Control Act, TSCA, which lives under the EPA. Any new molecule that hasn't been widely adopted needs to go through this approval process. And a lot of companies don't realize or know that until it's too late and they get shut down by the EPA. It's wise for us as a community to start putting some pressure on TSCA to say, hey, we're not petrochem, we're safer. Give us the priority of looking at it. They have hundreds of applications, and bioeconomy stuff is a very small percentage of it today. Yeah.
Thinking about the next 18 months, what are the things that keep you up at night? If you could wave a magic wand, what would you like to be solved for you?
It's really interesting because I think it's marrying the culture of manufacturing and building with the culture of developing new enzymes, new molecules. That right now we're vertically integrating across that whole stack. It's a very tough cultural challenge to make sure everyone is aligned with the right goals. So more of a management reflection on myself than anything, but that's where I would say there's the most opportunity.
And if we think about the tool stack of synthetic biology, there's a lot of new technologies coming out around AI and generative AI for protein design and enzyme design, a lot of new technologies for small scale fermentation, for scale up and manufacturing. If you could wave a magic wand and have a synthetic biology tool or technology that would make your whole process easier, what kinds of things would you wish for?
I can tell you that because we're trying to build it right now. So when you go from a 400 microliter well for an enzyme, studying its properties, to what is effectively a 500,000 gallon system, which we have in the same facility, the physics of that system in the 500,000 gallons is really hard to model at that 400 microliter scale. So what we're trying to build out is a way to give a feedback loop earlier in the process of learnings from scale, like how a protein shears under a pump, right? That information is being fed into the 400 microliter scale, so we have a higher hit rate on the execution. Yeah.
Excellent. Gaurav, it's been a pleasure to hang out with you. I hope that we've given everybody an insight into Solugen and the way that you're taking on the climate challenge and decarbonizing the polluting chemicals industry. Appreciate you taking the time to have a chat with us.
Thanks, John. So good to see you.
You too. Thanks, everyone.
Speaking as a biologist myself and someone deeply concerned with the climate, I sincerely hope that Solugen and other pioneers in the biomanufacturing space make progress fast. Thank you to John and Gaurav for the great conversation. Our next session is titled Heat-Proof Ag. How will we grow food on a hotter planet? We're going to hear from 3 founders who are addressing the climate challenge facing agriculture. This is a session on what's called adaptive agriculture. How will farmers around the world adjust as the climate gets hotter and less predictable? In some cases, these technology may also reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but the #1 job is growing food for the world. Each company we're about to see has a specific critical focus: water, seeds, and fertilizer. Our moderator, Marina Schmidt, is the founder and editor-in-chief of the impact media outlet Red to Green Solutions.
My pleasure to host this exciting panel. I'm delighted to have 3 fantastic founders here and cover such a broad range of solutions, including seeds, fertilizer, and water, really important issues. I'm going to quickly introduce our panelists. Brendan Collins is co-founder and CEO of Avalo AI, a startup that is using machine learning and AI to design climate-resilient crops. Their technology simulates changes in plant genomes. Basically, it enables researchers to find and breed desirable traits like heat and drought resistance in 2 to 3 years instead of the usual 15 years. They have raised $3 million so far. Our second panelist is Franco Martinez-Levis, the co-founder and CEO of Puna Bio, which uses extremophiles to help crops adapt to dry, salty, degraded soils of the near future. Extremophiles are microbes that thrive in extreme conditions, which means that these are microbes that can be used to produce biofertilizers, increase crop yields, and protect crops from extreme weather. Puna Bio has raised $3.7 million to date. Then our third panelist is Dr. Ramadan Borayak. He is the CTO and co-founder of Drip AI, developing a hydro panel that harvests water from thin air at utility scale. The technology is passive, meaning it doesn't require energy inputs, and it yields up to 5 times cheaper water than tap water. The company is based in Singapore and has received seed funding so far. On the Red to Green podcast, I usually start out with the red part, the problem, to then go to the green part, the solution. But in this case, I'm not gonna bash on about the issues in our agricultural system. We can probably agree we need to tackle eroding soils, harder climate challenges, and water becoming a scarcer resource. I will briefly talk to each panelist individually to dive a bit deeper into their solution, and then afterwards we'll do a fire round of questions to see and check in with them on their investment situation and their personal founding situation. Let's start at the base of it, where it all starts with the seed. So we will start with Avalo, and my first question is, achieving drought tolerance and increasing yields is actually very complex because conventional breeding methods take a lot of time and money, and there are so many genes involved in achieving something like increased drought tolerance. A genome-wide association study may find that there are hundreds of genes of interest that could be important for this change. And Brendan, you are able to narrow it down to sometimes up to a dozen. How does your method determine which genes are truly associated with the desired trait?
Yeah, great question. So I think genomics as a whole is really traditionally just like a difficult data problem. And the type of data that you have is, traditionally really tricky in the sense that it's very fat instead of very long. So you have very few individuals, but you're looking at millions of markers across the entire genome. And so to actually deal with that, the statistical tools that you traditionally have are very limited. And so what you have is the GWAS, which is really just like a linear regression at each of those positions in the genome. And so that's why it's really prone to these false positives. So you actually get something like a 2% true discovery rate in a GWAS versus, so you're letting in thousands to several thousands of false positives per true discovery that you get. But there are really good statistical methods out there that can deal with this level of data. And that's really machine learning. These machine learning models are really good at taking in tons and tons of data and being able to make inferences and try and discover what's connected between those different data points across those millions of markers. But traditionally, these machine learning models are black box models, and you can't really understand what they're actually relying on to make their inferences. But luckily, there's been some really, really good researchers recently that have developed new mathematical models to actually be able to probe those machine learning models in really clever ways. And so we're really lucky that one of our scientific advisors, Cynthia Rudin, is one of the originators of this idea of interpretable machine learning. And we're actually the first company to be able to apply interpretable machine learning to the entire genome. And so what that allows us to do is really create a new model that fits the entire genome and all these different data points into this, and then actually probe it in a really clever way to come up with the actual causal basis of each of these traits.
What does this probing actually look like?
Yeah, so what we're actually able to do, and so this is diving a little into actually machine learning theory, but we're able to fit an entire model to the entire genome, and then position by position, we substitute fake data in at that position to actually see how much the output of the model changes. And so if we're going position by position, and we substitute this fake data in, and the model output doesn't change very much, we know that position in the genome really isn't that important to contributing to the output. So a real world example of what we've been working on is we've been designing this broccoli for indoor cultivation. So broccoli traditionally heads in 120 days. It's a really long, not profitable crop for farmers. But what we've been trying to do is develop this variety that will head in under 45 days. So 45 days is really important for indoor farmers because no pest cycle is shorter than 45 days. And so if you can harvest in less than 45 days, then you don't actually have to worry about pests in your system. And so, and days to harvest is also becoming a really important trait as farmers go further north, where seasons are actually much shorter. And so we were able to follow our predictive breeding program in broccoli, and we were actually able to show that we can get 77% more genetic gain per breeding cycle. And so we actually have a variety of broccoli that we've developed that now heads in 41 days.
Let's keep going with Puna Bio. Franco, you've chosen to study what I would call the OGs of the microbes. So the ones that can withstand the hardest conditions and still, as you once mentioned in an interview, not just survive, but actually thrive. How are you using these extremophiles as raw material to produce biofertilizer?
Thank you for the question. Actually, exactly these extremophiles were actually the first inhabitants on the planet when there was no atmosphere that was livable for plants, animals. These extremophiles were the ones that were responsible for creating this atmosphere. There was no ozone layer before. So actually, what happens is that these microbes are very efficient in not only utilizing a few nutrients that are available, but actually making symbiotic relationships with plants in order to help plants use also nutrients in a better way. So what we are doing is using particular strains that we select, isolate, and then formulate in order to create the next generation of biofertilizers and actually some other products such as biocontrol, biofungicides, among others.
But then the extremophiles are just the raw material, right? So what do you actually do with them to get to a biofertilizer? Is it maybe also about which combination of extremophiles you use and what else you add to it?
Actually, it starts way before. It's not only a scaling problem or production problem. It starts with the research. So one of my co-founders spent 20 years investigating the highest and driest desert on Earth, La Puna, between Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, and understanding. First, you have to understand where do you have to prospect. These are high-altitude deserts above 4,000 meters above sea level. Then you have to understand which samples are the most effective in order to get to these new microbes. Once you have that, you go to the lab. And in the lab, you combine both bioinformatics tools, but also biochemical assays in order to assess which ones are the most effective candidates for different crops. Then we go to greenhouse stage. In the greenhouse stage, you start testing the matching. Actually, is this hypothesis that I had from these microbes actually work well when I match them with the crops? Then we go to field trials, right? We have to test that what we did in control conditions actually reflects in regular farming conditions. And finally, it comes also to developing the formulation around it. Once you have and this happens also in parallel sometimes to the field trials, basically you have to understand how this microbe that you have that might be the best microbe in terms of, for instance, nitrogen fixation or phosphorus solubilization, just to say a couple effects, you have to understand how that microbe can most effectively colonize the roots and make this symbiotic relationship with the plant. This is very tied to growth of this microbe in a formulation in a media. And then you have to understand how to make it shelf stable and how to make it be shelf stable at regular temperatures, not only obviously refrigerated for the economics that would imply. So what we do is the whole process from the prospection, isolation, characterization, testing, and finally developing the formulation in order to create from these microbes, create products. That could be seed treatments, could be foliar applications, or in furrow as well.
So if I understand you correctly, you have these microbes, you maybe have additional inputs in the fertilizer which support the microbes, it's shelf stable, but then how does it relate? Like, how is it compared to nitrogen fertilizer, for example? Do you have to apply it regularly? Is it just a one-off thing? Maybe you can draw some comparisons here.
Perfect. Yeah, so it actually depends. As I mentioned, there are, for instance, seed treatments, which focus on a one-time application at the moment of planting, but we're also working on foliar applications to further sustain the health of the crops during the different stages of the growth. How it compares to nitrogen fertilizers, there are mainly three categories. One is carbon emissions. Nitrogen fertilizers are responsible for about 5% of global carbon emissions. Biofertilizers probably emit, I won't say the exact number, but it's between 98 to 99% less carbon emissions than a regular nitrogen fertilizer. Also, in terms of cost, this is not an area where we expect to have a green premium. Biofertilizers can be not only at cost parity, but can actually lead to 50% cost reduction compared to regular nitrogen fertilizers. We won't replace all of the nitrogen fertilizer right now. I mean, currently the claims of most the leading companies are to replace more or less 20% of the global nitrogen usage at the moment, but that is a huge contribution to reduction in carbon emissions. And finally, there's the question of efficacy. We need to create products that have the same level of efficacy and understanding as the regular nitrogen fertilizer. Right now, we actually waste almost half of the nitrogen fertilizer that is applied to soils, and this is a technology that has been going on for more than 100 years. We're still in the first, let's say, 20 years of biofertilization, and the latest developments in not only AI, but understanding on genomics and the cost reduction that all of these processes have had are creating this wave that is much faster to gain much more information. So I think that actually the biofertilizers will get to the same level of understanding and efficacy levels as the current chemical solutions in much less time.
Yeah, I also was talking recently to people from Bayer, Germany, and they said because in Germany there are a lot of restrictions on traditional pesticide use and fertilizer use, that is the needed push that will drive them towards exploring biofertilizers, which are not yet at the same capacity, but of course, this is something that develops. Super exciting. And also, I just want to point out that if you look at the planetary boundaries by the Stockholm Resilience Center, replacing nitrogen fertilizer in and of itself is one of the most important things that we should do because of the contamination that we have, even apart from the CO2 emissions. But let's talk with Ramadan about Drip AI. You argue that your hydro panel is able to absorb the moisture from the air. And the thing that makes it so special is that it is completely passive. So it doesn't need external energy input, fans, and stuff like that. And you argue that it's cheaper than utility prices. So maybe you can contrast a bit further how a classic hydrogen panel works and how your approach is different.
Okay, thank you, Marina, and thanks for the Franco and Collins. So let's talk about the hydro panel first, or the atmospheric water generator, how it looks like and how it works. Very simple. So it's like a device can pull out the moisture out of the air, then it can give it you as a liquid water. So based on this, based on the technology inside this device, we can classify the technology into like generations. So the first generation of the technology uses the condensation methods, which very simple. When you take a bottle of water out of the fridge, then you can find some droplets of water around it. Then if you have some cold coil inside and you just put some coolant inside, then you pull the air inside, you will take all the water inside the air and convert it into liquid water. But unfortunately, this is a huge consumption energy to produce the water by this method. Second techniques, we can call it like generation 2 or second generation of this technology, that we can use some materials who can harvest the moisture out of the air passively. Then we can combine it with any other heating methods to just take the water back again, and then we can condense it and take it as water. But still again, also you still need to put the energy back again to just take out all the water you have harvested over the night or period of time. So based on this, there is no choice, because if we understand the water physics, we can see that the water can exist in 3 phases. It could be ice as a solid or liquid or a gas. To just move it from one state to another state, you need to put some energy or take out some energy. This energy is a huge. It can cost around 700 watt per 1 kilogram of water, which makes the price for 1 cubic meter of water more than $100. However, you can pay on your home like $1 or $2 or $3 only. So that's why we came in to fill this gap, that we can develop some new device which can take the moisture out of the air with some very smart and novel materials, which able to harvest this moisture out of the air without any energy inputs. And these materials are combined with a very innovative solar system, which can only use the solar power to get back all the water you just absorb over the night. So this is in general how it works and how it's smart.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, like the first phase of these innovations were condensation methods, and the second phase were using materials plus heat to get the water out of the materials. And you have a different kind of material, so you have a material innovation, and you're using solar energy combined, right?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, cool. Well, let's get to a quick fire round. So there are a lot of questions that I have, and the way that I cram them in is to ask you 3 to answer with a thumbs up, a yes, somewhat, and a no. And of course, you can use this dial and find anything in between. Okay, we will have 4 company related. Actually, it's statements, because statements are easier for this method. Okay. So regulation is an important issue for our company. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we have 2 for whom it's very important. Our product will be easily accessible to smallholder farmers. 3, 2, 1. Yes. We already have patents on our technology. Go ahead. Oh, really? Wow, cool. Congratulations. The business angle lends itself to developing patents. Of course, yeah. So then some more personal questions. I have noticed that it has become significantly harder to raise money. Semi, yes, okay. I'm more stressed in 2023 than in 2022. Mm-hmm. Okay, just so interesting, so insightful. It has become easier for me to find talent. No? Oh, we have a no here. Oh, that's so wildly differing for you. You seem to have very different experiences there. And the last question, due to the economic downturn, I had to adapt my pitching style and strategy significantly. So this is specifically of like how you pitch to investors. Not at all. Semi-no. Oh, but Brendan had to. Okay. Brendan, how did you have to adapt your pitching style?
So I think in general, we started to rely more on the business case of like how this is actually going to generate huge numbers and that we're applying this to massive markets, and talk less about the climate outcome that we're working on as well. And so more focus on the business model and go-to-market strategy than just the grand vision of, this is how we solve climate change.
There's also a question of low-hanging fruits that I have, and I'm first going to direct it to Franco. I've researched that you, probably by now more, but back then had already 500 different extremophiles in your research set and database. And I'm wondering whether, because there are so many possibilities for different benefits, what are the benefits that are most easily achievable with extremophiles currently?
Yes, well, that number is outdated. I won't mention the exact number. Is north of several thousands by now.
Wow.
But actually, extremophiles are currently already widely used. Many people won't know, but the PCR test that we use for COVID during the pandemic uses an enzyme that comes from an extremophile from Yellowstone. And they are also widely used in industry because of their capacity to tolerate different levels of pH or temperatures. What we did, and our main innovation, is to be the first ones that are using these types of microbes towards agriculture and towards developing a more sustainable and resilient agriculture. So what I see and what we see in the company as the low-hanging fruits within that space is actually on nutrition. But then we also know that we have a lot of opportunity in finding novel genes and novel pathways to develop a lot of different capacities, such as biocontrol, such as biofungicides, not only made out of the bacteria themselves, but actually on the metabolites that the bacteria are using in order to fight these pathogens. So I think that the low-hanging fruit overall is to expand this research, not only obviously on our extremophiles, but overall on novel mechanisms and novel microbes, because sometimes nature already has the solution of the questions and the problems that we're trying to solve.
Mm-hmm. You were studying Lipuna very in detail. Is there some other kind of strain of microbe, some other phenomenon that you don't have the capacity to work on, but you think there should be much more research or startups looking into something going on there?
So we started in La Puna region, but actually we have done prospections in different countries and places. These are called kind of biodiversity hotspots, and there are different biodiversity hotspots. For instance, sometimes you want to tackle soil remediation, like mining, for instance, and you can go to places, for instance, volcanic areas, where the presence of heavy metals is actually huge, and there are microbes that have to survive on those really hard conditions and have to actually recycle these polluted or these contaminants. So there are actually a lot of value on basically exploring these biodiversity hotspots and finding applications in terms of soil remediation, in terms of antibiotics, in terms of actually cosmetics or pharma industry, can learn a lot from, again, solutions that nature has already developed.
Yeah, so exciting. Well, to round it off, maybe you have requests for the investors listening, something that you would wish them to recognize or be aware of. That's your chance from founder to investor to give a little hint.
I just say that we have all seen the reports on the overall VC industry, and we all are well aware of the macroeconomic conditions. I'm absolutely all in for rationalizing investments and making things that will have a real impact and will create real businesses. The solutions that will really change the world will necessarily have to make a lot of money at the same time. because if not, we're not going to reach the impact that we want. So my ask is actually to take this into account and say that we don't have much time to really solve the effects that we're bringing to the world, to really solve and try to get the main solutions for climate change. So I don't think this is now a time to back off and start slowing down investments. Actually, I think that it would be a smart to, all the contrary, push more, because the solutions will be more and more needed. And maybe at the time that they are needed, you will say, oh, I wish I had started investing on this a couple of years ago. So my goal is to really not slow down. There's still a huge opportunity ahead.
Mm-hmm. Brendan, what do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree with Franco. Like, keep investing in deep tech. I think there's this fear that a lot of deep tech solutions got a lot of investment, but in this tougher funding environment, that's gonna trickle down, and a lot of really promising technologies are going to stall out because of that. So keep investing in deep tech, and there will be huge payoffs as we go into this climate future.
And Ramadan, if you also want to add some closing thoughts.
Yeah, for the VCs, I think if we have one solution now, definitely we have lost thousands because of late investments, like not on time investments. We have many great founders. We just need to link the people together and just to encourage the young people to come by the crazy ideas to solve our nowadays problems.
Unfortunately, we will have to wrap up. Thank you so much, all you three, Ramadan, Brendan, Franco, for sharing and for working on topics which are so important for our future food. Adaptive agriculture is not just a hot trend, it is an absolute necessity for the increasing extreme weather events that we will be facing. So with that, let's get back to the rest of the program. Thank you so much, everybody.
When people ask about amazing applications for AI or machine learning, think about how Avala will shorten the time to develop heat-resistant crop strains. At the same time, let's not forget about Puna Bio, who are using extremophiles that have, without our help, cooked up a solution over millions of years to help plants adapt to their environments. Biology is wonderful because of both the precedent and the potential of what tools can be harnessed in our fight for survival. Next up, climate tech investing arrives in the global south. While Western economies have contributed over 80% of the cumulative global emissions to date, the share of the global south, which represents 85% of the global population and 40% of the GDP, has risen rapidly to reach about half of those annual emissions. The question that naturally arises is how to address emissions in the global south and who should pay for that. Setting aside the issue of responsibility, the global south's climate challenge is quite different from wealthier countries. In the face of rapidly rising living standards, attendant consumption, and in many cases population growth, it's a challenge to factor decarbonization technologies and investment into that mix. What are the appropriate technology, investment, and policy choices? And will VCs and startups play a role? We will hear from venture capitalists from around the global south who think venture does have a role to play. Our moderator is Ben Joff, a partner at SOSV and a co-executive producer of the summit. Take it away, Ben.
All right, thanks. So today our panel is going to be about the Global South. It's a very important geography for, of course, climate goals with over 80% of the world's population and fast development across many geographies. So today for this panel, we have 4 speakers from different regions. We have Mary Chong, founding partner of Wavemaker. It's a company builder based in Southeast Asia. James Mwangi, founder and CEO of Africa Climate Ventures, a pan-African climate investor and company builder. Anjali Bansal, founding partner of Havana Capital, based in India. And Matthias Peer, founder and CEO of GridX, targeting Latin America with all kinds of biotech companies, and particularly in climate. So welcome, everybody. Thanks. It's great to have you. So I'll start right away with some questions for you about why the Global South matters for decarbonization. Maybe, Mary, if you want to get started with that.
Well, first of all, I think, climate change is a global problem. So all regions matter. I think there is a perception that, the solutions come from more developed markets and then slowly make their way into developing markets. And I think that's just a huge missed opportunity. So, there are different market structures. There are unique problems, unique opportunities, unique challenges that are faced by customers and businesses in the global south and in developing markets across the world. And I think that creates an opportunity to address some of those inefficiencies in the market through the adoption of green technology that goes beyond requiring these customers to pay a green premium or to invest in sustainability. So so I think that's really what it is, and that's why I think climate change is obviously a tremendous threat. I don't think any of us need to be reminded of that, but also an incredible opportunity that represents potentially the next kind of wave of value creation, and it's something that we want developing markets to be a big part of.
Okay, moving on to James. So James, you're a Pan-African investor. Africa is known to be host of incredible resources, but relatively few kind of novel technologies. How do you see the deployment of climate technologies in Africa? Where do you see the opportunities? Like, is there a potential for like gigaton scale solutions?
I think tremendously so, because I think that there's a tendency for people to be caught up in the conventional wisdom about Africa and climate, which is correct, which is African countries have the lowest per capita emissions of almost any place in the world. So have done the least to create the problem and are facing some of the worst impacts of climate change. That puts a lot of the discussion about Africa in the framing of how do we help these poor climate victims. But it obscures another reality, which is Africa is richly endowed with a combination of a range of natural resources, everything from a lot of the world's virgin natural forests, geological assets, just land at scale. The land mass of Africa, people are often surprised by just sheerly how large it is. Massive quantities of untapped renewable energy, something like 60% of the world's untapped renewable energy potential, and the world's youngest and fastest growing workforce. If you have any technology or use case that could use labor, natural resources, or energy, chances are, if you're trying to do it at scale, one of the best places to scale is in Africa. And there are three pathways that we are very excited about it at Africa Climate Ventures. The first one is the reality that as the place with the largest population by the middle of this century, the biggest returns to leapfrogging to non-emitting technologies for on-continent consumption is in Africa. The easiest coal plant to shut down is the one you haven't built yet. The easiest construction sector to set up in a green way is the one where you don't have to displace traditional high-emitting cement and steel, and so on. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, if we buy that the world is increasingly going to be looking at climate competitiveness, Africa has structural advantages in terms of its ability to produce at low emissions, both because it has a lower installed base of high-emitting infrastructure, and secondly, it's particularly well positioned for certain technologies. So if you're thinking about everything from green hydrogen, green ammonia, and so on, there's a lot to think about in terms of Africa's positioning to immediately adopt these without having a red ocean of competing alternatives. And finally, once you really zero in on the scale of carbon removal we're going to have to do across the planet, whether you're thinking about nature-based solutions, or you're thinking about engineered opportunities, or things in between, like biochar, like enhanced weathering, in case after case, what you find is multiple countries in Africa have some of the best conditions for deploying at scale of anywhere in the world. It's just a question of bringing them to the fore, which is what we do.
Excellent. And actually, since James mentioned that Africa will have the world's largest population as a continent by the middle of the century, if we look at the Indian subcontinent, I'm turning to you, Anjali, that it currently has the world's largest population of any single country. So what do you see in India? What is happening in terms of climate tech and technology deployment?
Well, Ben, India, of course, has the world's youngest and largest young population today. So it's both the most populous country, it's also the youngest country. It's also remarkably digitally adopted. So we have about 700 million smartphone users, and the numbers in India are just large on anything. And so consequently, when we think about solving problems, and climate, of course, is a global problem, it needs to be solved through a globally collaborative effort. India is integral to any global climate solution, and climatic systems, as we all know, are actually globally integrated. And consequently, when we combine this young population with a very high rate of technology adoption, plus we are fairly unique in India in building public infrastructure on the digital side. And so things like, and some of you who are familiar with the country would know of our unified payment system, our large scale. I mean, we've leapfrogged twice already. We've leapfrogged from fixed line to mobile telephony, lowest cost data network in the world. Also, absolutely real-time settled payment systems. So given all of this, we have leapfrogged. We believe that there are leapfrogs that will happen in climate as well. And climate is not a monolithic sector. Underlying climate, it's a theme. Underlying climate, there are a lot of different moving pieces. There are both bits and atoms. So you have to think about the soft tech, if you will, and the hard tech / deep tech. Where we are seeing opportunities here is if we look at, and as Avana Climate and Sustainability Fund, we are the first climate-focused fund in India, and we look at early-stage companies where there are core technology and innovation solving for either mitigation, adaptation, or resilience. So, apropos your previous question on the global north, global south, I think in the global south, while of course carbon is an important problem to solve globally, industrial decarbonization is probably the biggest transition the world will go through. So we are actually going through a very, very large economic, social, political transition ever since the Industrial Revolution. The scale of that will be acutely felt in the global south. And it is beyond decarbonization. It is the here and now of adaptation, of transitioning our economies. And our economy is growing at a very robust rate, and we need it to grow at 6 to 9% GDP over the next 25 years. So the transition from a high carbon growth pathway to a low carbon growth pathway and building resilience in some very vulnerable populations that are at risk from food security interruptions and weather related interruptions in food supply chains and so on. So I think the opportunity set is massive. The combination of a young technology enabled population, a spurt of entrepreneurship. India is also the third largest startup ecosystem in the world today. Very supportive, enabling policy regime. And we do know that in sectors underlying climate, and we invest in these three sectors: energy transition and resources, so water, waste, circularity, carbon markets, etc. So there's energy, agriculture, so climate resilient agriculture and food systems, and supply chain market linkages, right? So if you think about energy security, food security, and supply chains, policy is a very significant enabler. Putting that together, so technology is ready, policy is supportive, and our markets are ready. So that is really the trifecta that is powering a lot of the climate innovation coming out of India. And it's not just solving for India, but we are actually investing in companies that are creating unique frugal tech solutions that are relevant for India, but also for the world. And we can talk more later.
Excellent. Actually, moving on to Matthias from GridX. So you're based in Latin America, and when you hear what Anjali talked about in India with the supportive government, crazy entrepreneurial ecosystem, great markets, capital being more and more accessible. What's the situation in Latin America? Because your model is very different. Like you bring together scientists and entrepreneurs to create companies. People don't come to you with an existing project necessarily, and you're not necessarily targeting as an entry market Latin America either, right? So tell us more about your model and why you do it this way.
Yeah, we do it this way because a matter of necessity. We started thinking how to invest in science-based startups or biotech startups in the region, and there were no startups to invest in. So we have a huge, very high-profile pool of talent in the region, but nothing from that pool of talent is coming out as a company or as an opportunity for creating real impact. So I think that is something that we can see in all these countries, these emerging countries, that the spread between the talent that we have and the impact in terms of companies of real value that this talent is creating in their own countries is an opportunity. We say that it's like an arbitrage opportunity, because there is a lot of talent, but no companies coming out from that talent. So we approached this model because we saw that there was a lot of scientific talent in the region. We have today 200,000 researchers in life sciences in the region, and almost no companies coming out from there. So from there, we started this process to connect these scientists with entrepreneurs, and together they are creating these companies with our program. And after that, we invest in them and help them to go abroad to raise more funds, because our companies are like focusing on R&D, so they are going to need more funding, and that kind of funding is not in the region, so they have to go abroad. But I think one opportunity that we see that is huge in Latin America, and I think in the rest of the countries as well could happen, is this spread between the talent that we have and the real solutions that we can deploy and make from the region. And also thinking about climate is a huge opportunity, because in general this talent knows about the constraints and the lack of resources. No, so we need to think in that way, to think to bring new solutions for climate, because we need to think decentralized, we need to think resourceful, and we need to think in a very lean way. And that is like something that we face every day in this country. So I think that approach to solutions is a very big opportunity for all the world as well.
Okay, that's very different actually from a Mary and a Wave Makers model, because I mean, you at GridX, you actually like taking science risk, but then you want to go to markets that are maybe richer than your local markets to deploy solutions. Whereas in the case of Mary, you guys are not big fans of science risk, but you don't mind engineering risk, and the type of profiles you're looking for to head those projects is also quite different. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, first of all, we're huge fans of science. So we're very
science risk.
The work Matthias and others are doing. Yeah, maybe just a quick introduction about Wavemaker Impacts. We launched about 2 years ago with a mission of building a portfolio of companies that can abate 10% of the global carbon budget. And we're starting in Southeast Asia, but with our second fund and beyond, would look to expand into other hubs. What we look to do is we look to build what we call 100 by 100 companies. So companies with the ability to abate 100 megatons of carbon dioxide emissions equivalent, and be $100 million businesses at scale. So I guess, shorthand for climate unicorns, right? We started this because we did a sort of back of the envelope calculation that, we can abate 50% of global emissions today by just accelerating the technology that we have. So we like to ask questions like, why is there not solar on every rooftop in Southeast Asia? Or we have all of the technology that we need to decarbonize rice cultivation by 80%. Why is it not being adopted? And those are questions which we feel that venture is uniquely able to solve, right? In theory, startups know how to drive adoption. Startups know how to change behavior. They know how to scale. One of our panelists also mentioned that carbon is bits and it's atoms, right? So it's decentralized, it's distributed, it's embedded. So any solution that is able to go after 100 megatons of emissions at scale, has to be scalable and has to grow quickly. So what we do have in Southeast Asia, we don't have a lot of. It's a very nascent climate tech community at the moment. So I would say it would be difficult to do a pure play VC fund just targeting Southeast Asia, because there just simply isn't the deal flow. But what we do have is we have an incredible pool of talented entrepreneurs Many of them who've built large companies, exited those companies, and are hungry to build their second company. Most of them come from a pure SaaS background, or in some cases of our founders, sort of physical businesses that they've grown, and they would love to do something that impacts the world, but they just don't know what, right? And I don't think it's necessarily rocket science to figure out some of the plays that we do, but it would take a founder on their own, maybe 2 or 3 years, lots of trial and error. And I suppose our value proposition to founders with that sort of profile is come and work with us. And in 6 months, we'll find an opportunity that you're passionate about, a problem that you love solving in the climate space that has this 100 by 100 potential.
Okay, I see, James. You seem that idea seems to resonate with you. Like, what's is it similar to the approach you're taking for Africa?
So it does resonate. I think for us, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, first of all. So there are huge opportunities to reduce or avoid emissions altogether in Africa through deployments of particular proven technologies. And in those instances, what we are doing is we're engaged in business model innovation and market entry innovation. So oftentimes what we find is that you've got a whole range of actors who agree that a market is attractive, but do not have the expertise to enter or deploy into an African market. And what we may do is pair a local entrepreneur with a proven technology and help them scale up and provide that kind of jurisdictional bridging. The other thing that we do is we are spending a lot of time on the cutting edge of climate tech, trying to understand what are the binding constraints and enabling and critical enablers of different technologies as they go through first of a kind or even before first of a kind, and see which ones may actually have meaningfully boost their chances of success via deployment in Africa. So, for example, we're looking at a whole range of folks who are looking at mineralization, subterranean mineralization of dissolved CO2, where Africa, and particularly the East African Rift's particular geology, make it a really attractive place to operate. But they will need help. So us as a venture builder alongside a team that developed a technology elsewhere in the world actually makes for a very attractive combination. And then finally, what we hope to do in that context is begin to inspire, and by virtue of being a relatively young continent, you have a whole lot of new entrants into the workforce, highlighting the pathway around either making marginal improvements to existing climate tech or going straight to the coalface of wrong word, but going to early stage innovation in academia is something that we hope to trigger in the fullness of time. But early signs are good. Our very first market entry play is projected to deliver something like 5 to 10 million tons per annum of avoided emissions in the clean cooking space in just one country. So the idea is, where do we find those types of relatively low-hanging fruit across multiple countries and across multiple market contexts?
Okay. And Anjali, I'm actually curious about what's the situation in India regarding deployment of new technologies, because in some cases, governments, local governments, national governments are kind of reluctant or slow, and there's a lot of red tape to do anything, even for solutions that are beneficial to the planet on reducing carbon emissions. What's the situation in India? Do you see any difficulty there, or do you see, on the contrary, support?
So there is a saying about India: everything you say about India that is true, the opposite is equally true. So yes, Ben, it is difficult, but no, Ben, it is also not so difficult. So let me start with the positives. I think on the positive side, Marie mentioned this earlier as well, we are actually seeing some very, very strong entrepreneurial talent that is saying, hey, I don't necessarily want to build the next fintech, e-commerce, crypto company. I actually want to really solve a big problem, right? So that's solving a big problem. When we put it at the center of, and that's really what entrepreneurship is all about. When the unicorns came later, first what came was, why did people do startups? Because they wanted to solve an intractable problem. And we have founders like that. We have a company called Iki Foods, which is actually growing tomatoes and everyday vegetables, tomato, cucumber, and so on, in 50 degrees Celsius temperature in Rajasthan, 80% less water usage, marginal electricity, no greenhouse, no cocoa peat, precision. So they've got a patented material science-based growing chamber where they suspend the roots, so you don't need a greenhouse. It's not energy intensive. And these guys could have done anything. Very, very smart mechanical engineers. They decided to solve the problem of high quality, fresh produce, nutrition availability to average Indians. And so consequently, they're able to grow tomatoes at 10 cents a kilogram cost base and sell it at market prices. So this is not leafy greens. This is not, luxury vegetables, if you will. So we are, on the one hand, we are seeing people like that who want to solve very large problems. On the other hand, all the challenges of early technology adoption. And in India now we are seeing sort of 2 decades of entrepreneurship, but mostly on the digital side. So mostly on the bits and bytes, less on the atoms, molecules. So, and so much of climate solutioning is really about physics and chemistry and engineering. So when you bring all of that together, you do have a very different cycle of growth. And that understanding, I think, is still relatively nascent. It is growing, and hopefully it will grow fast, that we will not see the same kind of adoption curves for, call it hard tech, if you will, and hardware-related businesses. As Avana, while we track emerging technologies, so we take us, I've been fascinated to hear about the different approaches, and I will check in with all my fellow panelists later on to see what we can share. The approach we have taken is we are not equipped to do lab stage science. Lab stage science is a problem that needs to be solved differently. We are supporting it, but in a different way, it's not venture investable necessarily today. So we take technologies that are coming out of labs or business process innovation, model innovation that is coming out of entrepreneurs. And at the stage of commercialization, our secret sauce and our superpower is we know how to help scale. So we help them get to market, accelerate their growth, bring in the right industry linkages, accelerate their adoption, because a lot of these technologies need to get adopted in large companies and large corporate supply chains. We are probably the best positioned fund, forget climate, otherwise even in general VC in India, through our corporate and industry linkages because of the kind of backgrounds all of us on the team have. So that's how we work with, take technologies that are at the cusp of commercialization, help them get to market, and then create impact at scale and consequently produce returns. So we take a very thesis-led approach. I heard someone say that you define what are the big problems. So we have, in our chosen sectors, we say, okay, what are the big problems? Lots of big problems, and then we track those spaces. So we do a lot of, while we get inbound, we see about 200 deals every quarter. And there's a, if you will, a virtuous flywheel. Founders refer other founders to us. But we also do a lot of thesis building and outbound marketing, market mapping, and sometimes even incepting and seeding ideas with smart founders. So we met a team that was saying, hey, we will do consumer level carbon footprinting. And we said, no one's going to pay for this, right? So why don't you shift to enterprise? And they did. So we do a bunch of this inception as well. And sometimes they come back to us, sometimes they don't. Often they do. And that's really, I think, the contribution we make. James, you mentioned science. I think anything that you can solve in India for 1.4 billion people at a very, very price sensitive cost base can be solved for anybody. So if we can do hydrogen at $1 here, that's terrific. Huge amounts, huge tonnage of inedible biomass. What can we do with that to either turn it into fuel or to apply synthetic bio and create sort of food material or packaging material out of it? And I can keep going. I mean, today we are at a place where a new unit of solar energy actually costs less than a new unit of thermal. I mean, I sit on the board of one of India's largest power companies, Tata Power, and I've seen this journey over the last 15 years. So when you see the markets inflex, that's when magic happens. But we have to keep seeding the early stage so that it is ready for that market inflection. And sometimes we drive that market inflection. But it is not straightforward. I think there's a lot of learning that we still have to do as a venture community and not expect this to have the same kind of SaaS type hockey stick growth curves. I think we have to be careful about that.
Yeah. Thanks, Anjali. That's very promising. And actually, I'm turning now to Matthias, because so most of what has been described so far are solutions that avoid having a green premium and ideally target a green discount so that the cleaner solution is economically better. But in your case, you don't shy away from having a potentially huge green premium to get started with more like a breakthrough type of solutions. Are there particular categories you're looking at within the vast landscape of bio that you cover?
Yes, we think that we have to expand the visions about climate, not talk only about carbon, no, removal or capturing, and we have to think about planetary limits because there are a lot of opportunities there. And when you start thinking about climate in that way, as always, Sean O'Sullivan mentioned, and we also think the same. We have to think in terms of change the means of production. No? So if you think that you have to change the means of production, there are a lot of solutions that you have to do in agriculture. We have to transform all the chemical approach in agriculture. We have to understand like ecological processes there. We have to transform the food industry, ingredients and proteins as well. We have to decentralize a lot of stuff in health that also impact in climate, of course. So I think that we have to think in that way more in changing the means of production and transforming the economy in that way rather than just focusing on one industry, and from there to see what available knowledge we have that could be transformed into solution. That is something that is not so common because in general the design process is to look into the problems and to see the solutions. And I think we have an opportunity looking for capabilities and adapting that capabilities to really approach problems that we are seeing. No? It's a different way of seeing design. And I think that what was mentioned earlier is very important because, and here in Latin America, I think it's a confusion. When we are approaching this kind of ventures, deep tech ventures, we have to start thinking in a new like model of venture capital in this way because it's not gonna be the same as it was with the digital in the last 20 years. It's different. The times are different. The risk aversion is different. What you have to focus in is different. So we have to start thinking in different models and different expectations about returns, about types of that kind of returns, and maybe we have to start thinking more in 10 companies of $100 million rather than of the unicorn always center attention of the companies. And that's it's going to be okay because you're going to bring like huge solutions and very impactful solutions for the region, and also companies that can bring good returns for investors. But I think there is an opportunity there to be creative and to start thinking how to rethink these venture models, not only for us, but also for LPs that wants to see like the same pathways that they saw in the digital revolution, that it's okay. And we need a lot of more of that. But I think this is a new game that we have to figure out how to sell it better.
Yeah, no, you make a great point regarding the necessity to invent new models and to avoid like the old pattern recognition, because the models you see emerging now in your geographies in the global south and climate tech, which is long, complex problem to solve, is very different from what has been done so far. And I'm sure Mary resonated with what you said about having 10 or 100 companies worth 100 million at scale. So we're about out of time, so I'm going to ask you to just wrap up with maybe one message or wish that you have regarding climate tech in your region. And I will start with Mary.
Yeah, what an interesting panel. I think climate tech is one of the greatest economic opportunities of our time. You don't need to be a scientist or a researcher or a government policy person to make a big impact on this. There's so much you can do in business model innovation. And if you're in Southeast Asia, an entrepreneur thinking about what they want to do next, please reach out to us.
So we spoke about digitalization, and over the last 30 years, when I started in business 30 years ago, companies didn't have CTOs, and today digitalization is embedded across the enterprise and across our lives. We have to sustainabilize the world. And that is the next huge opportunity. It will beat digital. It's no longer, I used to say sustainability is the next digital. Actually, it's more than the next digital. It will fundamentally change how we live, how we work. It is the next big economic opportunity as well. Very exciting. And similar to Marie, I would say if you're a founder who's thinking about doing anything in climate, do come talk to us.
Two short things. One, that's coming out from Latin America, as is the region, the most biodiverse region in the world. We want to say that biodiversity, we have to see it as a matter of ecological balance is okay, but also it's an opportunity to see it as an asset. Biodiversity is today an asset. With synthetic biology, we can do a lot of stuff understanding nature and evolution. And another thing I want to say is that we need more entrepreneurs coming out from not coming from the science side, jumping in this conversation, because it's possible. Even if you don't know nothing about science, you can start a conversation, you can go deep in that conversation, and you can be very, very impactful in that conversation. And you need to cross in this complex world, to cross boundaries, to really have complex solutions for what we are seeing.
James?
Thank you. So firstly, just marveling at the level of, I think, violent agreement among all of us. There's so many common threads, across the various narratives, and I look forward to both learning from and connecting with my fellow panelists. I think a point that was made that I just emphasize again: we are at the dawn of one of the fastest, most far-reaching industrial revolutions in human history. The only debate we're having right now about climate tech and the shift to climate smart solutions is whether it'll take 15 years, which will be bad, 25 years, which will be very bad, or 35 years, which will be very, very bad, to get there. But this is going to be a transition that impacts every aspect of how we live. And to the point that was made earlier, it means entrepreneurial opportunities across the board. And so for me, where I like to live is, let's live in the future. Let's actually ask, what does the world, what does Africa need to look like in 2040 or 2050, not just for it to have survived the climate transition, but for the planet as a whole, because every part of the world is in it together. Once you futurecast, then things that look impossible or difficult to imagine. I live in a country that was the first pioneer of broad-based adoption of mobile money. Within 7 years of mobile phones becoming widely used, those types of leapfrogs are possible and can continue. We just need to recognize the future that we're working towards. And I'm really excited to be part of working towards that with others around the world.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for your amazing insights, and back to the SOSV Climate Tech Summit.
Thank you very much to those brave VCs pioneering climate investment in the Global South. Let's hope that there is a path to decarbonizing in those markets that makes sense all around. Up next, announcing the winner of the XTC-SOSV Carbon Capture Challenge. The 5 finalists presented yesterday, and today we'll hear from the judges who picked the winner. In case you're wondering, there's no cash prize for winning this challenge, but there is a lot of fame and glory. And let's hope down the road maybe some support from the IRA and VCs eager to get behind more carbon capture initiatives. There were more than 70 applications for the challenge, so the winner must be pretty special. Our host for the final word from the judges is Victoria Slivkov, who leads the Extreme Tech Challenge, a global platform showcasing innovative, purpose-driven startups addressing the UN's Sustainable Development Goals.
Hi, welcome to this session where we announce the winner of the Carbon Capture Innovation Challenge, organized jointly by Extreme Tech Challenge and SOSV. It's wonderful to be here representing Extreme Tech Challenge, the world's largest ecosystem for startups building a better world. And this partnership with SOSV, our friends and colleagues there, is really to recognize outstanding startups innovating in the carbon removal and carbon capture, utilization, and storage innovation space. We were founded 10 years ago by two legendary VC investors, entrepreneurs and corporate executives, Young Sung and Bill Tai. And fast forward to today, we're the world's largest marketplace for innovation, attracting over 5,000 companies across over 120 countries participating. And this is really true to the partners that we've garnered over the course of past decade, which we showcase at now leading tech conferences across the world, including this one as the SOSV Climate Tech Summit. So it's really a testament to this community, and we really believe that it takes a village, in this particular village, to help identify the promising innovations that can advance, but also giving them all the resources to help unlock their potential. As we believe in the power of innovation, entrepreneurship, meaningful capital, and community to unlock the keys to a better world. So before we announce the winner, I'd like to turn to our judging panel for their thoughts and observations. I am so pleased to introduce Bill Tai, who is a co-founder of Extreme Tech Challenge, partner emeritus at CRV, and legendary early stage investors and entrepreneurs. Next, let's welcome Andrew Golek, principal at SOSV Hacks, and then Sophie Purdom, managing partner at Planeteer Capital and co-founder of Climate Tech VCs. So judges, jump in. What really struck out and stood out for you?
I was honored to see 5 great teams addressing really big markets with really a heck of a lot of ambition. I think, when I was a young entrepreneur, I don't know that I would have taken on the size of challenge that these teams are all facing at the moment. But it was just a great set of companies. Anyone else?
Appreciated that we saw a suite of different technology approaches and markets, right? From enhanced rock weathering through to various clever applications of point source capture, and a diversity of folks with different backgrounds, right? From folks kind of straight out of the lab, out of PhD programs, through to software entrepreneurs, kind of turned deep tech founders. Always nice to see that a diversity of perspectives can be brought to working on climate.
Yeah, I thought it was really exciting. If you about it, carbon capture is kind of in its infancy in terms of innovation. We've only really been thinking about it over the last 10 years or so, and I think we're starting to see some common themes in some of these companies looking at routes to turn carbon into valuable products, or just looking at addressing a CO2 supply shortage in the marketplace with just a direct capture solution and trying to take it to a point where it can be used into something useful. So I thought it was really exciting to see all these great technologies out there.
I'll jump in with one more point too, which is appreciated that there wasn't an over-reliance on regulatory tailwinds, right? We didn't hear that much about Inflation Reduction Act or kind of, 45Q voluntary carbon market boosts. Folks had a great understanding of their economics and also kind of what deployment realities are as well. So feels like this space is starting to grow up, and the founders definitely represented that.
Commercial viability without subsidy is definitely a plus as the industry matures. So just to take everybody a quick review of the 5 companies that presented, make sure to check out the recording of the pitch session that occurred yesterday. 5 companies. Carbix is developing an advanced weathering technology designed to transform carbon dioxide into building materials. Second presenter, Carbonauten, is developing an industrial system designed to extract and store CO2 from the atmosphere. Third presenter, Sequestrate, is an operator of an accelerated weathering company intended to help decarbonize cement, lime, and steel production and reduce ocean acidification. Fourth presenter from Mantle, it's a developer of a carbon capture technology that's first liquid phase material that captures CO2 at tight temperatures to help reduce emissions and achieve a negative emission. And then our last presenter from Neocarbon is leveraging existing industrial cooling towers to capture carbon at scale. So virtual drum roll, I'm going to introduce Bill to announce the winner of the challenge. But of course, we're all really impressed by all the presenters, and they're working on various different innovations on carbon capture and storage. So over to Bill.
Yes, thanks, Victoria. Yeah, the scoring was actually quite close. And as I said, all of these companies are thinking at scale, and all of them have some proof of concept already and some backing. So again, really hard to pick just one company, because I think all of these companies can contribute to a better planet for all of us and all of our kids. But with that said, pleased to announce that there is one winner of this contest at this time, and it is Mantle. So congratulations, Mantle. Cameron, if you want to come up on to the virtual stage.
Thank you so much, Bill. Thank you, judges. Really appreciate the vote of confidence.
So Cameron, tell us what are your next steps and how this community can help you. And a quickly one-liner, I try my best to introduce what you do.
Thank you, Victoria. So we're Mantle. We're developing the material solution to carbon capture. So using molten salts to capture CO2 from industrial heavy emitters and trying to do that at a price point that cuts the cost by half. We're a seed stage company, but we've made a lot of progress since our seed round, and we're out raising a Series A right now. We have a demonstration unit in procurement that we're raising to build. And we have commercial projects in design phase. And so we're looking for partners to help us get to scale. As Bill mentioned, the size of the problem is so big, and we have a long way to go to meet that problem, or to meet that need. We need all hands on deck to scale up these technologies.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank again our judges, Sophie, Andy, Bill, and our friends and colleagues at SOSV for this wonderful partnership. And also, stay tuned and check out our social and let us know where, we'll let you know where we're going to be in your town next. We'll be at Slush in COP28. Again, really wonderful to be building this community, and congratulations to Cameron and Team Mantle on this wonderful recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Congrats, Mantle.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations to the winner. May you knock many gigatons of CO2 out of the atmosphere sooner rather than later. So let's move on to our next session, reinventing the means of production. Every sector wants to decarbonize. Perhaps none will have a harder time of it than industry, as the materials and products we use often rely on fossil fuel for heat, energy, and feedstock. Just to give you an idea of how carbon heavy these sectors are, in 2022, steel, cement, chemicals, aluminum, paper, and light industry generated a quarter of global CO2 emissions, according to the IEA. For net zero by 2050, the IEA estimates that industrial emissions must fall on average by 3% per year. The sectors in question are considered hard to abate because they demand breakthroughs in science and engineering rather than mere changes in fuel sources. On top of that, industrial plants have long lifespans, so companies hesitate to retire assets that have decades of use left. The startups in this panel have their share of challenges. Our moderator for this session is Duncan Turner, who is a general partner at SOSV and the managing director of SOSV's HACS, a hard tech startup development program. Over to you, Duncan.
Hi everyone, my name is Duncan. I am General Partner at SOSV and Managing Director at HACS, where we have a huge focus on the industrial sector. So I am very excited to be hosting this panel discussion. Now, the industrial sector is enormous. It provides us with everything that we need, from water to Wi-Fi, the real essentials, the clothing we wear, the shells we have over our heads. And it contributes to around 30% of global emissions. That's an enormous amount. And due to that, the whole sector is going through what I would call the next industrial revolution at the moment, where some of the brightest minds in the world are flocking to the sector to decarbonize it. We've got 3 such leaders today who I'm going to introduce in a minute. But before I do, I just want to talk a little bit about how that sector is broken down. The majority of the energy that goes into that sector is in industrial heat for processes. We've got 2 companies here today who are going to be talking about what they're doing with 2 different approaches to solve this issue. And then the second area and the third company is looking specifically at the off gases, the carbon emissions, which accounts for about 5% of the entire global emissions just in off gases from chemical processes to make the things that we need. So with that as a backdrop, I wanted to introduce our first guest, Khosla. Khosla, you have a very impressive academic background in this field, postdoc and PhD. Love you to explain very quickly what you do at Ozone Bio.
Hello, everyone. Ozone Bio is a Canadian seed stage company. We produce first in the world adipic acid from wood-derived waste using so-called zombie cells catalysis. Adipic acid is the main building block of high-performance polymer nylon 6,6 that you can find everywhere from car parts to running shoes. It's overall $30 billion market. Since the Second World War and up until now, nylon 6,6 is made only from petrochemicals, and it contributes to at least 60 million tons of greenhouse gases emission every year. The most dangerous one is nitrous oxide, that is 300 times more toxic than CO2, stays in atmosphere for 100 years and destroying ozone layer. So we're looking to replace oil-derived nylon 6,6 with wood-derived adipic acid and nylon 6,6 using our advanced biocatalytic method.
Thank you. And then specifically in the industrial energy, and in both cases industrial heat, we have 2 companies who, again, have completely different approaches to this to reduce carbon emissions. So first I'm going to go to Mohammed. Mohammed, you also have spent a lot of time in academia, and you've got a very specific focus to what you do. Could you tell everyone about the focus for Sepure?
Yes, definitely. So, as you all know, 40 years ago, we were distilling water to purify it and use it. Like desalination, were all heat-based. And nowadays, no one is actually talking about distilling water because we have membranes, reverse osmosis membranes everywhere that you can just pass the, dirty water or salinated water through the filter and get the pure water out of it with very minimal energy. But looking at the industry today, all the chemical industries are basically running based on heat because there is no available solution for the organic solvents and chemicals to do the same way filtration. So 10% of the world's energy or 50% of the industry energy used in the US is being spent on chemical separation processes that use heat for that process. So we are replacing that with a membrane-based approach, similar to what happened to water 40 years ago, but with a more robust and chemical-resistant nanofilter that's able to separate chemical mixtures from each other at 90% lower energy consumption and 90% lower emissions. So we're using them in vegetable oil, semicon, pharma, oil and gas, and specialty chemicals to separate organic solvents, purify them, recycle them. So we recently raised the Series A, which was led by SOSV. It was a 12 million round, and now we are scaling our production. We have built our manufacturing facility in Singapore, and we are scaling it in other parts of the world eventually.
Thanks. And then finally, John, we had a fascinating chat about your background in the meeting before this. So as I remember, this was Rondo was a result of your 4th and 5th startup where you were taking solar energy and applying that to industrial heat. You saw some new opportunities there, particularly with the way in which the climate is at the moment. Could you tell us all about what you're doing at Rondo?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, because industrial heat is a quarter of world final energy use and a quarter of world CO2. And users of industrial heat are keenly sensitive to the cost. It's a big part of the cost of production. That's one of the reasons people have said it's hard to decarbonize. I've been working on finding low-cost pathways, developing low-cost pathways for clean industrial heat for 15 years. Previously, some of us, the team here, delivered more than half of all the solar industrial heat that's running worldwide with concentrating solar technologies, mirrors and targets, and could never reach the breadth of geography, the cost, and the continuity that was necessary. Over the last decade, the falling cost of PV and wind and solar electricity have meant that if we had a solution for continuity, if we could store energy at suitable cost, efficiency, and temperature, we could replace all that fossil fuel with renewable electricity without changing the factories and go faster in decarbonizing. And we're entering this world where wind and solar have, as they come down, they've become cheaper than fuel. And Rondo is building a new type of energy storage to provide that continuity now that every other piece of the economics and the ability to build are in place.
Great. And what stage are you at the moment? I think about a month ago you announced some news. Yeah.
It's been really a journey. You know, as I said, a number of us have been working on the problem for 15 years. We knew a lot about what doesn't work. And 3.5 years ago, we said, let's start with a clean sheet of paper. We recognized that we could use century-old technology. Energy storage at large scale in steel mills around the world today uses 500,000 tons of brick. We realized we could use that brick kind of the way they do and store electrical energy. Built a series of prototypes, built a company, did a Series A at the end of 2021, and about a month ago now, brought in industrial investors, one of the world's largest mining companies, one of the world's largest chemical companies, one of the world's largest fuel producers, one of the world's largest data center operators, to go big and go fast. Today, we'll be crossing 100 people shortly on 4 continents. We have manufacturing capacity stood up at about 2 gigawatt hours a year right now, ramping to 90 over the next 3 or 4 years. And maybe most important, it works. We're running our first commercial unit, which happens to be the world's highest efficiency energy storage of any kind, at well over 90% efficient, and also the highest temperature. We're selling heat to a biofuel producer, and we're now building our next project and contracting a whole series. So it's an exciting moment. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, well, congratulations on raising that money, particularly in this climate. And I do want to just talk a little bit about that. So, you know, obviously we're in a bit of a downturn at the moment within the venture asset class as a whole. And industrial companies, i.e. your customers, not necessarily you, are typically very slow to replace equipment, to change. They've got large industrial systems. It's hard for them to augment things, change things. Why have you picked the areas you have done, and what makes you think they're venture scalable? I think I'll ask that first to Mohammed.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, definitely in some industrial sectors, especially large ones like oil and gas or like traditional businesses, they're very slow to adopt new technologies and replace the existing processes, the membrane, because they've already invested in some of the capex, and getting rid of those or implementing new ones. It's definitely a lengthy process. But once you're in basically for good. So it's high quality revenue stream, large amount of money lies in those industries that you can unlock once you're in. So we are happy that we're working with partners that are really committed along the way throughout the whole journey of replacing the existing processes to sustainable ones. But we are also doing something, at the side of the mainstream of the business, which is we've created a resolve system that is a standalone solvent recovery system that we are giving it to our customers who are currently burning or like giving the solvent away to solvent, waste collectors to incinerate them. And we are enabling them to do recycling of those solvents in-house, to just buy a lot less solvents and create a lot less waste, and then that increases the profitability by keep recycling and reusing the solvent that they use to incinerate or pay for incineration of that solvent. So this is a standalone process that doesn't need integration. So it's a very unique and fast process to be implemented.
Nice. And Francesca, you're in a very interesting area because there's just no alternatives, right? So it'd be great to get the same answer from you, or answer the same question. Why is it the industrial companies are coming to you, and how can you move at a kind of a venture pace?
So in case of the nylon 66, it's one of the most high performance and resilient polymer that humankind ever created. At the same time, it's very flexible. So we cannot replace nylon 66 with any other biodegradable, bio-based alternative that currently exists on the market. So we have to continue making the same molecule, but because of the huge emission index and because of the lack of the alternatives, industry will eventually have to switch to the much more eco-friendly solution, and eventually customers have to have a choice to buy either oil-derived nylon 66 or bio-derived nylon 66 when they will realize that per one nylon 66 pants or high-performance outerwear that they're wearing, emission index is at least 2,000 liters of CO2, that enough to fill the two-bedroom apartment. Customers will eventually choose eco-friendly solution, and industry will have to gradually switch to the emission zero solutions. That's why most of the industries come and talk to us. And another reason is the feedstock that we're using to produce nylon 66 is wood-derived waste. So we never target sugar or any coconut oil or any other expensive feedstock. We only target waste because we think that waste is our future as a feedstock. Oil is going to be eventually we're going to run out of oil, and wood derived is readily available, while to make oil, it takes millions of years, and unfortunately there are no dinosaurs anymore to make it. So yeah, definitely there will be turn to eco emission in emission zero nylon 66.
So you're enabling a completely carbon-free process, which then people can sell on to the downstream customers. Does cost play a part of it? Are people prepared to pay a premium for your product, or do they even need to?
So the thing is, I'll give easy example. So 1 kilo of adipic acid, is emission index is 6,000 liters, and for one nylon 66 pants, it's about 150 grams of adipic acid, and the cost of 1 kilo of nylon is about $10, $7, maybe even less. But people already pay for one pair of nylon 66 pants or jacket is about $300, sometimes even more, $300. So they kind of already pay very big premium. So it's maybe a little bit extra premium for the emission reduction. Customers would rather prefer versus paying fully oil-derived nylon 66. The only issue right now, there are no alternatives on the market. So like I said, up until now, we remain the only one that ever succeeded to produce nylon 66 adipic acid from wood-derived waste, even at the small scale.
And John?
Thank you. The question you asked, can this be done at venture kind of returns, venture time? That's the hard
I guess you've already proven it has.
Yeah. And well, look, no, I've failed at that a couple of times, right? I've had to sell one entity because we could not get a first $600 million project over the line because with a juvenile technology, we weren't bankable and we didn't have a balance sheet ourselves. And that matter. Okay. Where do you create the greatest value? There are a lot of places, industries in the world where we solve an existential problem. And those are the people who are likely to act most quickly. So focus on that. But, I mentioned that we've focused on not changing the factories because people do take 50 years to change their factories. Make this a drop-in. And, if you own one of these facilities and you've said told your investors or your regulator that you're going to decarbonize without changing the factory, you have maybe two options. Start burning hydrogen, put in electrolytic hydrogen and run hydrogen boilers, or do something with us or this class of electric thermal storage. The hydrogen pathways all use at least twice as much electric power and 2 or 3 times as much capital. And that electric power, our ability to build and permit and build the wind and solar facilities is the rate limiting step in the energy transition everywhere. Can't get out of our own way in permitting. So by saving twice as much CO2, twice as much natural gas per megawatt hour at half the capital cost, there are a lot of reasons why folks are interested. But to your point about timing, one of our big areas of focus is partnerships with folks who are willing to work with us on early bankability and rigorously eliminating new stuff. The heating elements we use are 100 years old. The brick we use is 200 years old in that service, so that as we build units, we don't need years to figure out if they're going to last a long time. And we are opening one of the greatest business opportunities there is for wind and solar developers who are facing, 5-year, 15-year interconnection delays. Wind and solar development are slowing down because the grid is clogged. What we're doing creates utility scale demand, 700 megawatts, 1,500 megawatts right here that needs no grid connection. So we've really tried to identify. So for that community that wants to put project capital to work, we actually change their timelines. And so it is, you're talking, this is the hard yards, right? It is moving from, technology that can deliver venture returns to infrastructure that in order to deliver energy at a particular cost, we need infrastructure returns. Those folks need certainty. We need to get to certainty as fast as possible. And trying to solve for that, as I mentioned in this most recent financing, we brought in Rio Tinto. We solve very big problems for them. They're very public about that. They're creating pull and helping us align all the other moving parts so that we know we're solving the right problem. We know how to drop into facilities. Right. And we can bring folks to the table so that we can start developing revenues early. There are a lot of different parts of the answer to your question.
Sure. Right? Yeah, totally. Yeah.
It's a great question.
I guess one bit.
All of everything in energy transformations, has that same matter.
It does, and it all does have capex. I mean, you mentioned that yours is half capex. I know, Mohammed, you have capex as a core part of installing some of this technology. I'm curious to understand from all of you, how do you justify that capex expenditure to a lot of these industries that are sometimes low margin industries? And do carbon avoidance credits come into that? Who wants to take the question?
Well, from our side, the short answer is, as I mentioned, we create this giant opportunity for folks who want to put capital to work building large-scale renewables. So, the wind and solar guys are building things that include lithium-ion batteries serving the grid. That same community is eager to work with us, including heat batteries that offer heat as a service, not electricity as a service. That's part one. There are places where every place in the world, as renewables get to scale in the grid, we start to see more and more price volatility. Here in the United States, last year in Oklahoma, there were 2,000 hours of negative wholesale electricity prices. And a grid-connected Rondo heat battery pays for itself in about 18 months because of what it saves you on your gas bill. That matter of how does capital justified? It's different in different places and different types of projects. But again, that's a critical question.
Mohammed Kocheska?
So yeah, regarding the capex, so sometimes is a little bit like tricky working with customers that they don't want to actually spend on the capex. So for some of the models, we have a zero capex model, which means we are leasing the whole equipment to the customer with the maintenance, and then they pay us on a monthly basis, and then they start seeing savings on a monthly basis when they do that. So it's a very interesting business model for them. For some of them that they want to actually invest on the capex.
Then you partner with a bank to do that, do you? Or you're not funding that yourself?
Yeah, so we are talking to some of the biggest banks. So there are green financing programs already in place that they can either lend us money to do that with the customers, and we recoup the cost over 5 years with them, or they're gonna actually help the customer to acquire this new technology, and then they're gonna work with the bank. The customer directly will work with the bank. So that's one way. Another one is in many countries or many industries, they are not really aware of, or they're not going to take advantage of the carbon credit. So in those cases, we can actually claim that, and then that will help us to reduce the initial cost for the customer, because that's another extra revenue stream for Sepure. And then in those cases, we can actually reduce the cost of acquisition of this technology for the customer who wants to use it. So, and is not aware of that carbon credit part of it.
Interesting.
In our
Francesca, how about
case,
you?
we're looking to change the existing still on the ground for the big chemical facilities that already producing adipic acid or actually producing nylon 6,6. So we're actually looking to convert like a little bit the structure of these facilities to fit into our process, and then that's basically what we're doing right now in collaboration with one of the biggest pellet nylon 6,6 pellet producers in states. So they have already still on the ground, and they have a target to replace oil-derived adipic acid with bio-derived in the next 50 years. And they have a big facility. So basically that existing facility should be converted into the facilities suitable for the bio-adipic acid production. And our target is to simplify the equipment that we're using, simplify the process. And secondly, well, because we're using wood-derived waste as a product, as a main feedstock, the side product of our process is biochar that can be used to generate the carbon credits, and overall the process is emission zero. So we're generating a lot of carbon credits related to the adipic acid production that can be paired by selling the adipic acid and also be sold to the different customers that are interested into reducing the CO2 emission on their supply chain or any other purposes.
Great. I'd like to now change, just as we come to the end, to talk a little bit about the investment landscape. You've all just raised, or maybe in the process of thinking about a new raise. Curious to kind of get a finger on a pulse from you, how you think the investment landscape for the industrials has changed during this overall venture downturn across the whole industry. And John, in particular, you mentioned the role that strategic investors have started to play with you. I'm wondering, for others, have you seen something similar? And then also, have there been any other factors that have improved the overall landscape, such as the IRA bill, that have come in that have potentially created some tailwinds for you?
Tesla recently completed their Master Plan 3 they published, I think, a few months ago. They did a systematic look, and they said the fully decarbonized world needs twice as much thermal battery storage as grid battery storage. They think it's about $3.5 trillion, with another roughly $15 trillion of renewable generation connected to it. We think they're about right. We think the cost is less for the batteries. But against that landscape, we're talking about one of the greatest opportunities in modern times for anyone that's connected with renewables. This is the next wave. And we're not seeing a shortage of interest in being in this sector. This is a sector that is probably the fastest growth. And there are now at least a dozen startups using all kinds of new materials, from liquid salts to liquid metals. There was another one that was just piloted recently, to solid carbon. And I think there are going to be a lot, when $1 trillion markets happen, there are lots of shots on goal. We are really more concerned with the partnerships, both to guide the longer term application of this technology and to make sure we're laser focused on the early yards. And it is not the venture community primarily, but the infrastructure investment community, the folks who want to put $2-3 billion to work with us and build a portfolio of projects in the United States or elsewhere. The IRA is making a difference. The expansion of the production tax credit to solar, the extension for wind, is bringing the costs of those of electricity, continuing to drop it, so that in more and more of the country, without carbon credits, without any other drivers, it's just simpler. It's cheaper. It's just cheaper than business as usual. That motivates folks. But that's necessary but not sufficient. There are lots of cases where corporate commitments to decarbonization. This is one of the biggest things that's changed for me over the last 15 years I've been working in this. We've moved from people talking about wanting to decarbonize to making FID, making investment decisions, driving projects. And the IRA is actually helping quite meaningfully. The Department of Energy is creating focused industrial programs out of that money, and it's an excellent carrots program.
Yep. Yeah. Francesca, Mohammed, you're both in Canada. Have you seen something similar there? Are you seeing similar benefits of the IRA?
Yeah, so I just want to add a little bit to the strategic, investors' role in this. So I'm really agreeing with John on the commitments that's coming from the corporations. They really want to reduce emissions, and they want to take all the opportunities exist on changing the existing processes, modifying them, and better use of the resources to reduce emissions, reduce the energy consumption and overall cost of the processes that they have. So on this side, so we are talking to so many different corporates that they are already in energy sector, in chemical sector, that not only they want to invest in these sort of companies like us, but they want to be also a user of the product. So on that end, I see a little bit of shift in industry sector from using traditional VC money going towards like more strategic investor, corporate VC money.
Francesca, how about you?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interest from the strategic investors, and the most interest, I think, for the last year we see from actually corporate America, for the corporate companies that either produce or buy the petrochemicals, commodity chemicals, and they're looking to reduce the emission index. Also, because I think next year there will be a law to put the emission index on each product that will be produced, and they're looking for any portfolio chemicals that can be made or potentially can be made with a bio-based or reduction emission. In terms of the VC, traditional VC versus the strategic VC, definitely more interest with from the strategic investors start appearing, but as well as from the traditional venture capital, because of the climate agenda is getting even stronger every day because of the forest fires, and everyone is just feeling it. So I think this sector will be hot for the next decades.
Yep. Yeah. Well, as an avid cyclist, I'm shocked that my Lycra is creating such a problem. I wasn't aware until today. So at least thank you for letting me know that. And look, thanks to everybody for taking part in this panel. I found it really informative myself. Thanks everyone for your time.
When you think about those startups and what they do, industrial heat, adipic acid for nylon 6,6, or nanofiltration for distilling vegetable oil, you realize there are almost limitless sectors in industry that need to get on that decarb diet. And our next session proves just that point, yet again, and in this case, it's not just about making an old sector green, it's about the raw materials to make that happen. Our next panel is entitled Greener Mining for Critical Minerals. The world faces a mineral shortage that could derail current efforts to arrest climate change. Energy transition minerals like lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, and copper in particular are key materials in electric vehicles, battery systems, solar panels, and other climate technologies. A Tesla Model S, for example, uses 63 kilograms of lithium. That's almost my entire body weight in its battery packs. And a mile of copper wiring, about 82 kilograms, to power all of the electronics. The market for these minerals doubled in 5 years, reaching $320 billion in 2022, according to the IEA. So, can supply catch up with demand, which is projected to increase by 3.5 more times by 2030? The mineral supply chain has 3 key problems. that innovation might solve: geography, geopolitics, and pollution. Geography matters because mineral deposits and processing capacity are not distributed equally. In 2022, for instance, 3/4 of the world's cobalt came from the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. But China processed 3/4 of all cobalt and dominated processing for almost all the energy transition minerals. That concentration in China raises security concerns. The US and Europe don't want to depend on China for minerals essential to transportation and electrical grids. Nor do they want to swap dependence on fossil fuel regimes for dependence on mineral regimes. At the same time, reshoring and friendshoring mineral production is also controversial. Many people don't want mines in their backyards given the industry's abysmal environmental record. In this session, we're talking to 3 founders who aim to expand mineral supply, reduce the carbon and environmental footprint of mining, and insulate supply chain from geopolitics. Our moderator for this session is my colleague Andy Golak, who is a principal at HACS, our sister program in Newark, New Jersey, that specializes in hard tech approaches to human and planetary health.
Thanks, and welcome to the SOSV Climate Summit and this discussion on critical minerals and the role they will play in the energy transition. I'm Andy Golak, and I'm a principal on the team at SOSV and the moderator for this discussion. Critical minerals are one of those topics that doesn't immediately come to mind when you think about the energy transition. However, once you start to dig in, you realize how important access to these minerals is to the energy transition. And then you start to notice that this discussion is happening everywhere. It's a nuanced topic with a complex global supply chain. We're fortunate to be with the founders of 3 companies who are aiming to secure access to these critical resources so we can transition our global energy systems. David Snydecker is the CEO and co-founder of Lilac Solutions, a company developing a way to extract lithium from brines without the use of evaporation ponds. John Vardner is the CEO and founder of Stillbright, a company developing a new technology to refine copper ore with just electricity as a primary input. And full disclosure, Stillbright is an SOSV portfolio company. Renee Grogan is the co-founder and a director of Impossible Metals. Impossible Metals is looking to extract mineral-rich nodules from the ocean floor for processing on land and integration into our supply chains. So let's just jump right into it. John, your company is working on refining copper. What got you interested in copper, and why should we care about it?
Well, the reason we should care about it is that copper is essential for the clean energy transition. Solar and wind power require about 2 to 5 times as much copper compared to traditional energy sources. And similarly, electric vehicles require 2 to 5 times as much copper compared to traditional vehicles. I'll throw a statistic that'll blow your mind, Andy. But in the past 3,000 years, the world has produced 700 million tons of copper. So that's the entire course of human history. And then in the next 27 years, we need to produce 1.4 billion tons of new copper. So we need twice as much copper that the world has ever produced in the next 27 years in order to reach net zero by 2050. And what got me into copper is what I worked on during my PhD. I completed my PhD at Columbia, where I was studying vanadium flow battery technologies, and I was studying copper production. And I was in a really unique position to combine these 2 different projects and start using this vanadium flow battery technology as a new way to produce copper. And that, the results that we saw there really motivated me to start Stillbright.
And your technology is going to help us be able to meet that demand?
Yeah, well, our technology is looking to extract copper from currently non-viable sources. So we want to increase the amount of copper that can be produced in the world using new technology.
And David, your company Lilac Solutions, it's working on a new technique to extract lithium from brines. What got you into lithium, and why does it matter to the energy transition?
So I got into lithium through the battery space. I did a PhD in materials engineering and focused on engineering next generation lithium ion batteries. And through that work, I saw how difficult it was to make batteries even a little bit better and how impossible it was to replace lithium for electric vehicles. And so given the fundamental necessity of having lithium for the electric vehicle industry, I started Lilac to address that critical gap in the supply chain. Lithium supply is the essential part of battery manufacturing that's starting from the smallest baseline. So lithium production will need to ramp up by approximately 20x over the next 20 years. That type of growth is not common to the mining space. And new technologies are going to be essential for the lithium industry to ramp production and do it in a environmentally viable way where these projects can actually be permitted and built. And so we've developed a new ion exchange technology to ramp production of lithium and dramatically increase the amount of lithium that can be produced from different sites around the world, and doing so in an environmentally friendly way.
And Renee, your company is taking a bit of a different approach from the other two here. So why should we think about the ocean as a source of critical minerals?
Yeah, it's a really great question and sometimes controversial one. Why we should think about it, I guess, first is the nature and the size of the resources that are on the ocean floor. So for polymetallic nodules, which are a kind of potato-shaped rock that just sits on the sediment in about 5,000 meters of water depth, that resource has more nickel contained in it than the rest of the world's terrestrial resources combined. So it's an extremely large resource for one of the critical minerals. They also contain copper and cobalt and some rare earths. So having a look at where we access our minerals from today on land is my background. So I've been in the terrestrial mining world for about 20 years, focused on permitting and development of new mines mostly from an environmental and regulatory perspective. And so when I started to have a look at what the supply chain looked like and what the demand was looking like, pretty much how John described it, these extraordinarily high numbers, and starting to think about, okay, where are those new deposits coming from? Where are the high-grade resources? Where are the easy-to-access resources? The truth is most of them have been mined. So we still do have vast terrestrial deposits, but they're predominantly in pretty challenging places. And so having a look at what's on the ocean floor is certainly a part of that picture. But then the context, as also Dave mentioned, is how do you do that responsibly? How do you do that in an environmentally safe and responsible manner? And how do you do it in order to get it permitted? So they're the questions that we're trying to answer with our technology.
Okay. And you started talking about the supply chain a little bit there, but with your company, will you be taking these nodules from the ocean floor and integrating them into existing supply chains?
Yeah, so Impossible is developing two forms of technology. The first is the robotics, the underwater robotics vehicles that can harvest the nodules from the ocean floor. And then the second part is the bioextraction, which is the mineral processing side, in order to extract those, particularly those three resources from the nodules, and then, yes, integrate them into existing supply chains.
All right, thank you. And on the topic of supply chains, John, I think it'd be useful for this discussion to understand what the current supply chain is for copper and how Stillbright fits into that paradigm.
Yeah, so there's copper reserves all around the world. In every single continent, there are copper reserves. In the US, for instance, the largest copper mines are in Arizona, Utah, and Nevada. The one big challenge is that the construction of new smelters is currently prohibited in the US and much of the world. So while there are copper reserves here, we cannot refine the copper domestically, at least through the construction of new smelters. So what we're looking to do is we're looking to enable places such as the US, or I'd say at the mine site, to refine their own copper, rather than transporting the material overseas where the construction of new smelters is permitted, and eliminate the carbon emission associated with the transportation of this copper concentrate material all around the world.
David, what is the supply chain for lithium today, and how does Lilac Solutions fit into that?
So 10 years ago, most lithium production came from brine resources. These are deposits of salt water found out in the desert underground. But over the last 10 years, 90% of new lithium projects to come online have been from hard rock projects. Now, hard rock projects have closed the near-term supply gap, but new hard rock projects are coming online with lower lithium grades and substantially higher production costs. Furthermore, when you add up all the hard rock resources in the world, there's just not enough lithium in those resources to fully supply the EV industry. So the industry needs to get back into developing lithium brine resources, because that's where a large majority of the world's resources are, and it can be fundamentally low cost, but only if you have the right technology.
And I assume you think your technology is that right technology.
Yeah, we've developed a new technology to produce lithium that uses 50 times less fresh water and 1,000 times less land compared to the competing technologies. And by removing that massive impact on land and water, we can ramp up production to previously unimaginable levels while maintaining a very minimal environmental footprint on site. So that's the type of environmental performance that's needed to move these large-scale lithium projects forward and supply the EV industry with the lithium they need.
Yeah, I think, while we're talking about the topic of regulatory and permitting, I guess it'd be great, David, to understand what the role is of the regulatory agencies in a company like Lilac Solutions.
Yeah, well, the regulatory agencies play two major roles in the lithium space globally, and it's a bit different in every country and in every province. But generally, the first role is the mineral rights. So in each country, there are different rules for who can develop the mineral rights. In some places, that is open to private developers. In other places, that's open to governments. And government partnerships are required to advance production. So that's the first level of regulation. And we play in every major lithium brine region globally. We're flexible to work with a local style of development and partner, providing technology to whoever owns the resource, whether that's a government or a private developer. The second role of regulation is environmental permitting. Now, historically, lithium production has required either large open pit mines if you're doing hard rock, or if you're doing brine, large evaporation ponds, and large amounts of water for certain new technologies that were first implemented 30 years ago. So they were new 30 years ago, but in the last 30 years, they haven't scaled because of the very large freshwater requirements. So one of the roles of the regulators, particularly for lithium brine projects in South America, where most of the world's lithium is located, is protecting local water resources. These projects are located out in the desert at some of the driest locations on Earth. And there are communities that have been living at these sites for hundreds of years, living off the land, farming, raising animals, and recently operating in the tourism industry. Now, those local livelihoods are essential for those communities. They're essential for local regulators to protect. So when lithium developers come in with plans to build thousands of acres of evaporation ponds to remove water from the basin and evaporate it to the atmosphere, that can have a substantial impact on local livelihoods. So that the role of the regulator has been to protect the environment locally and ensure development is done in a way that's responsible for the local communities. And that means protecting land and water while creating those jobs that people really do want.
And Renee, your company is dealing with water as well in the permitting process. What does that regulatory pathway look like as you think about extracting a resource from the ocean floor?
Yeah, it's a complex and challenging environment, but there's a couple of really critical factors. The first is that the regulatory pathway is different whether you're in a country's exclusive economic zone or in international waters, or what we call the high seas. So 200 nautical miles from the coastline of any country is typically its exclusive economic zone. And so if the resources are inside of that zone, then you're dealing with domestic regulators in much the same way as you would with terrestrial mining. So for deposits such as inside the Cook Islands, there's an extremely large nodule deposit, so that's governed by the Cook Islands domestic agencies. Once you go into international waters, the regulator is a body called the International Seabed Authority, which was established under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And the ISA plays the role of both regulators that Dave was referring to, so the Department of Mines, so to speak, and the Department of Environment. So those regulations are still being drafted in international waters, but in domestic waters, we see different levels of progress. Some countries have those regulations in place. Some are working towards them. Some are not considering them at all. So it depends a little bit on the political landscape, but also on the value of the resources that you find inside exclusive economic zones.
Okay. Switching gears a little bit here. You all are working on problems in a traditional industry, mining, something we've been doing for a long time, but with new technology solutions. So I'd love to talk a little bit about what the talent looks like that you need for these companies. And David, I'd love to start with you. Any comment on how you think about hiring talent into a company like Lilac Solutions?
Yeah, for Lilac, I would say our hiring strategy has been bimodal. There's sort of two major pools of talent that we tap into. In the early days of the company, we got set up here in the Bay Area because we had access to phenomenal research and product development talent. We're right down the road from UC Berkeley, which is one of the strongest chemical engineering programs in the world. We've hired probably 30 plus engineers at UC Berkeley, and generally recruiting, bright, young, passionate engineers, often recently graduated in the early days of the company. As we perfected the technology and moved into manufacturing, project execution, and field operations, we needed a much different set of skills to get that work done, and much more emphasis on experience rather than the research creativity. So over the last few years, we've primarily been recruiting from mining, chemicals, and oil and gas. As you imagine, there's slightly less representation here in the Bay Area from the mining industry. And so we've certainly looked globally for that talent. And we've been fortunate to find some super talented executives and managers who have come to us from some of the biggest engineering companies in the world, the biggest chemical companies, and people who have built $20 million petrochemical projects and some of the biggest mine sites in the world. So it's been really exciting and energizing for both the R&D side and the projects and operations side to come together and do this with a new technology in the lithium industry. I think both sides really energize each other, and everybody learns a lot.
Well, I'm a chemical engineer too, so I'd love to hear that you're tapping into that talent network. Renee, your company is unique in sort of what you're doing. I'd love to hear how you think about hiring talent for something like you're doing with extracting a resource from the ocean floor.
Yeah, sure. So we have two sort of separate categories of specialists that we hire. The first is in the underwater robotics world, and then the second is in the mineral processing. And we use a form of mineral processing that uses bacteria. So we have a really large team of amazingly talented microbiologists who drive that work. So when we look at the hiring strategies for both of those teams, we're looking for three things. Firstly, the technical knowledge and the expertise. These are really specific fields. They're challenging fields to work in, and so we're looking for really bright minds in that space. The second thing we're looking for is passion. We are really focused on delivering sustainably sourced metals. And so what we find is that by being really upfront about that objective and that mission, we do recruit and find a team that are really passionately committed to what we're trying to achieve. So they bring their heart to work as well as their brain, which we love. And then the third thing is this ability to be okay with doing something that's really, really difficult. So we're called Impossible Metals for a reason. We're doing something that's not been done before, and we're really challenging the team to try, fail, learn, try, fail, learn, and to progress in that way. And one of the things we've found is that by really encouraging that methodology and creating that safe space, we've been able to achieve some really extraordinary things on both the robotics and the bio side. And I think that creates a culture of safety and also innovation and passion. And so they're the three things we look for, and we have an ambition to bring those people into an organisation and make it as dynamic as it can be, so that we can achieve something that's right now impossible.
Thank you. And John, I would love to hear your thoughts on hiring as well. I know Still Bright is less than a year old, so you're still very early in your journey. Would love to hear how hiring has gone.
Well, our approach to hiring has been largely to recruit from academia. It sounds like not too different than what you were doing, Dave. And for us, there's a few different benefits to that. One is that the talent is so enthusiastic and engaged to work on this project. And a few of them actually had direct experience on our particular project prior to joining, which was a huge plus. And we have a lot of creative ideas, which is something that I think is important for an early stage company. And I definitely see the progression that you're talking about, Dave, where eventually we will need to hire more talent directly from the industry. And I do think mining and oil and gas are all great places to recruit from down the line.
Yeah, I think that the other thing is the mining industry is, as you said, Andy, at the start, a very old and established industry. And people don't often think about it as being an innovative space, but it actually is full of, firstly, very intelligent people, but also people who see the way that mining has been done in the past and are really interested and committed to the idea of being able to transition it to a more sustainable outcome. I don't think I've ever met anybody in the mining space who had the view that, the way we've always done it is the way we should do it forever. Particularly the generations that are coming up now, as sort of younger people move into mining, there is definitely an appetite for saying, okay, we all know we need the critical metals. How can we innovate and how can we be part of a solution that drives a more sustainable outcome? And I think there's a real pride in that in the younger part of the industry, and as the industry progresses, to be part of a solution that helps us transition.
That might be a great transition to a topic I wanted to talk about, thinking about how incumbents are viewing all of your technologies. And Renee, since you kind of started us off there, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how the incumbent players are viewing your company.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different views out there. When you do something new, there's always challenging views, and there are always a set of stakeholders who are a little bit skeptical and sometimes critical. And that's actually healthy. I think it helps drive purpose and innovation. But also I think the vast majority, in fact, are pretty welcome to the opportunity to look at things differently. I think the mining industry as a whole generally is open to innovation far more now than it was even 10 years ago. So from what we've found, we have colleagues and competitors or collaborators in both the terrestrial and the seabed space, and they are looking on with interest. And I think as we progress down our production line, so as our technology gets closer to production and we're able to form joint ventures and partnerships with some of those existing incumbents, the pathway towards integrating our technology into existing approaches as well as opening up new spaces, I think is something that creates a lot of interest. So I think it can potentially be a really collaborative space, and I really advocate for that. I think it's a really great outcome when you can sit down with cohorts and have a look at how our thinking can progress their outcomes as well as ours.
Dave, your company is further along when you're thinking about project development. Love to hear how your interactions with those incumbents have gone.
When we think about customers as a technology partner, we really have kind of two categories of customers. First, there's a customer to the project who will actually buy the lithium. And our interactions with those customers have been quite exciting because these are some of the fastest growing businesses in the world producing lithium-ion batteries for the auto industry. Many of them are seeing 50% annual growth, and they're looking at $10 billion per year of lithium procurement by the end of the decade, and really feeling the pressure to secure innovative, low-cost supplies of lithium. Now, our direct customers who we work with on the projects is a combination of greenfield and brownfield project developers. Each customer has their unique needs. In some cases, it's very, very focused on water efficiency, where there are strict regulations that have come from the government, and we're there to help them meet those regulations. In other cases, it may be a greenfield project developer where they have a very large resource, but the lithium concentration might be significantly lower than anything that's been developed previously. And so the role that our technology plays in that case is really around technical viability. So those are the dynamics that we engage with on customers. And ultimately, the auto industry is really going to be desperate, currently desperate and increasingly desperate for these lithium supplies. And they're starting to step up and deploy serious capital into this space.
And John, for a company like Stillbright, who's early in its journey, what is the role of customer, particularly at this early stage?
Well, to date, we've mostly been interacting with various copper mines in order to source materials and do preliminary testing at the current lab scale. And I would say what makes our process so exciting is we have these very fast reaction rates. And fast reaction rates are loved by the industry, and they also correlate to low capex. Some of these projects can be billions of dollars in capex. So if you can reduce capex, that's a huge win for the industry. Then our process can also be powered by renewables. I don't think this is talked about much, but the mining industry is really looking to decarbonize wherever possible. So being powered by renewables helps the industry decarbonize, provided that our process is implemented on site. And then lastly, the mine sites get really excited if we can potentially extract copper from currently non-viable resources. So it's one thing if they have a feedstock that can currently be sent to a smelter for processing, but if they have some feedstock that's currently not viable by that smelting step, then that's when we can really get the customer excited about our process.
And we're coming up on time here, so I wanted to close with one more question for you all. We talked about really 3 minerals here, maybe perhaps more, but there are a lot more minerals that are going to be necessary for this energy transition. So I'd love to just go around and have you all comment on, if you weren't working on your respective mineral or minerals of choice, what mineral would you be looking to address? So John, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think for me, the answer would probably be cobalt. And there's a few reasons why. One, cobalt, it's so essential for the energy transition, much like all of the other minerals we talked about. I know you talked about cobalt a little bit, Renee, but also traditional processing with cobalt has a lot of challenges. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity to make the processing of cobalt a lot more sustainable.
Dave?
Beyond lithium, I think one of the most exciting and important supply chains for critical materials is going to be for fusion fuels. I see a huge number of super exciting fusion companies making great progress on new reactors to produce fusion energy. Those reactors need a supply chain that does not exist today. And so I think there's great opportunity in the fusion fuel space, and hope to see more startups coming up in that area.
Great. That was not an answer I was expecting. Renee, would love your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I think we're really lucky in that the bioextraction or the mineral processing technology that we use can be used on pretty much all metals. So we're experimenting with other targets like rare earths and really have that similar approach that John referred to, where we look at something where the mineral processing technology right now is a bit of a blocker. So there are no obvious solutions, or it's really high intensity, or it's really high in particular reagents. So we have quite a wide breadth of targets in terms of critical minerals, where obviously cobalt, nickel, copper are our 3 mains, but rare earths are starting to be of interest to us because our bacteria can target the rare earths in the same way as they target others, and that's a little pinch point in the existing flow sheets for rare earths. So anything where, pretty much as John said, where you've got an existing flow sheet that's challenging or that relies on really high inputs that might not be available, that's our target. And I think that's a really soft landing for innovations as well, because it's a really easy way to have a big impact.
Well, I think we're at time here. Thanks for this great discussion, everybody.
Thanks, Andy. You know, it's been a dream of mine, no pun intended, for us to be able to extract our minerals from uncontested sources and process them with reagents safe enough for my kitchen. I think we're getting closer to that dream. So let's tee up our next session, which we headlined, Do Venture Capital and Science Mix? Well, I will say it certainly does here at IndieBio, given how many PhDs we have running around. But then IndieBio and our sister hard tech program, HAX, are both deep tech outfits dealing in serious science and hard engineering at the very earliest stage of product development. It definitely takes a lot of in-depth science to follow the conversations with founders around here. But let me pause there for a second to tell you a little bit more about IndieBio San Francisco. Actually, you know what, just follow me. The big news is that we've just moved our office to San Francisco's Dogpatch neighborhood. The new office has 6 times more lab space than our old space and is located in the south building of the American Industrial Center on 3rd Street. Our goal is to keep and grow our founders here for as long as we can. I love it here already, and we invite investors and founders to come by for a visit. We have great restaurants, we have so much light, an incredible view of the bayfront. We're blocks away from a leading medical research center, UCSF, where we can have walkable access to the top scientists working on human health moonshots. And getting to our place is easy, whether you're along city transit lines or further down in the peninsula, because both the Caltrain and Muni stop right in front of our door. Second, the founders who join us at IndieBio will be working with us the same way they've been working with us at our old location, in a completely open office. It's in our DNA that none of our GPs have their own office, and every single one of us on the team share desks and work side by side with our founders day in and day out. So, going back to introducing the session, Do Venture Capital and Science Mix? And I think the short answer is, you don't have a choice. They have to. And you'll hear from 3 deeply credentialed scientists who work, each in their own different way, within a venture firm. Our moderator is Tim Deshant, who's a PhD scientist himself, appropriately enough, and a senior climate reporter at TechCrunch, and the founder of Future Proof, a publication covering climate and energy. Take it away, Tim.
All right, thanks for joining us, everyone. Over the last several years, as climate investing has become more sophisticated, venture capital firms have been adding PhD scientists to their teams. In this session, we'll be diving into the trend and how it works at different firms. I'll have the speakers introduce themselves, and we can start with Clea.
Hey, Tim, thanks for having me. I'm Clea. I'm a partner and the head of science at Lower Carbon Capital. We're an early stage venture fund with just over $2 billion in AUM, looking to back the most ambitious founders developing solutions to unfuck the planet, as we say. We think of that in 3 broad categories: reducing emissions, removing CO2 from the atmosphere, and buying more time. What got me here was I'm a chemical engineering PhD by training. I spent time going deep into carbon capture and storage, really with the motivation to work on some of the most pertinent technologies for decarbonization and reducing emissions across all sectors. Technologies that are better, cheaper, and faster are those that will be deployed and adopted first. And that's ultimately what got me super excited about being on the investment side, being able to work with the founders that are developing the most cutting edge solutions to climate change.
Thanks, Cleo. Susan, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, great. Hi, thanks, Tim, and everyone for having me. I'm excited for this conversation. I'm Susan Schofer. I'm a partner at SOSV, and I'm also Chief Science Officer for HAX, which is our hard tech startup development program. We help early stage hardware and hard tech founders to really accelerate what they're doing by helping them with hands-on engineering and really helping them to de-risk their businesses. Just a quick note about my background. I have a PhD in chemistry. I was lucky to land myself in industry early on in my career, where I really learned that while science and technology are core to innovation and really the foundation of many innovations that are exciting and transformative, there are so many other pieces to really bringing that innovation to market that are needed to make a big impact. So I've spent my career really on all of the spectrum, from early stage technologies through to early stage efforts to commercialize and taking those technologies to market. And now kind of excited to play a role on the investor side and get a chance to help a lot of different founders along that journey.
Thank you, Susan. And Ken, why don't you finish us off?
Hi, my name is Ken Caldera, and I'm senior scientist at Breakthrough Energy, which is a nonprofit funded by Bill Gates aimed at commercializing startup companies who are trying to innovate to address climate change challenges. I also help bring scientific and technical information to Bill Gates and other organizations that he supports. And also, Bill supports a research group for me on the Stanford campus. And so I'm actively managing a research group while I'm helping to bring information into various Gates-supported organizations.
Not busy at all.
It's fun. It's super fun.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. So I wanted to start off by asking kind of a very broad question. Why aren't all venture capital firms investing in climate tech doing this? Why don't they all have PhD level scientists on staff? And maybe Cleo, we can start with you.
Sure. I think they will all have PhD level scientists on staff soon enough. I think that the role that I see myself playing is ultimately being a translator. Having a technical PhD is great, but it's great because I can also speak VC language and be an ally ultimately to our technical founders in being able to translate what they think is most important to what I know the VCs and ultimately markets think are most important. And I think that will continue to be recognized and I think it ultimately plays to our really core strength that myself and my colleagues have.
Ken, do you have any views on that?
Yeah, I think often there's a bit of hubris involved in that various founders come in with a nice PowerPoint presentation that looks convincing, and they tell the venture capitalists that, oh, our idea is so advanced that the academics don't really understand what we're doing, so no need to speak with them. And then the VC thinks, well, I have a good technical background, I can understand things. And so I think there's an overconfidence on the part of many people that leads people not seeking the amount of external advice that they should.
And do you see people coming on staff more, or do you see this as something that maybe an advisory role could fill?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm playing an advisory role, but I find that, there's a number of questions where I have sufficient expertise to address that question myself. But I think more important is that I've developed a pretty broad network among scientists in a wide range of disciplines. And so if there's a question about batteries or hydrogen storage or the future of solar photovoltaics or something, I'm not going to have expertise in all those fields, but there's a friend of a friend of a friend who is an expert in that or who knows who the expert is. And so I see a big fraction of my role is finding the expert with deep domain expertise and then translating what they say into language that people who are less expert can understand.
That makes sense. And Susan, what about you?
Yeah, I think all the things that have been said are really resonating with me. I think it's really all about taking the technical information, which is, of course, so critical for so many of the things we're looking at in climate tech, because they are deeply technical, and being able to translate that, right? Because in my mind, the technical due diligence, of course, matters, and understanding the technology deeply enough to validate, does this not break the laws of physics or thermodynamics here? And so we can validate that, but then also really saying, how does this play in the context of the economics of the system that we're trying to really replace here? How does this play out in terms of the business model that really needs to happen? So that's why I think it's important to put those pieces together, and that's the role that often I'm playing in terms of, as Ken is saying, digging in and finding technical experts that know way more than me, either about a technology or about a field and sort of a business and a opportunity, but then also trying to put those together so that we can play back that context and translate that for the rest of our colleagues.
I think what Susan just said about markets and economics is really critical, because often the physical scientist who's developing the technology doesn't really understand the economic environment. And so it's really bringing that technical information to people who have a broader understanding.
Yeah, I think that brings up a question I had, which is, what is the relationship like at your firms between the science first folks and the investment first folks, and specifically, like, what happens if there's a disagreement? Susan, you brought up the fact that you have to think about the science and the markets, and is that sometimes in the same person? If it's in different people, how is that sorted out?
I mean, for us, I think it's all one and the same. We don't really distinguish between, we don't have like, here's our technical team and here's our investment team. The technical people have expertise and are on the investment team, and we have a discussion that's holistic across those two things. And I think that's a good approach, because what that means is that, we're looking at both. Of course, we're not going to invest in something where we can't validate that the tech is legitimate and we understand it and we believe in it. But at the same time, we don't invest in technology. We invest in things that have the technologies that have the opportunity to make an impact, that can be turned into products that can go into markets that we understand. So I think that all needs to be looked at holistically, and that's certainly how we approach it.
Yeah. Ken, is it any different at Breakthrough?
Well, first of all, Breakthrough has two parts. Our sister organization is Breakthrough Energy Ventures, which is the for-profit investment firm. And the technical evaluation for that is led by Eric Toon, who's really good. And I don't think we've ever really disagreed. I mean, one thing about science is that if you can establish the facts and the data, intelligent, well-informed people can agree. I don't pretend to have expertise in markets or policy drivers. And so I leave the business evaluation to others. And so my role is pretty much restricted to technical evaluation. And there's really never been a conflict that's arisen.
I think if I can add, the point about it really being a holistic approach is a very important one. I mean, where we are is the two are very much intertwined, and each investor essentially will play a portion of both of those roles, or it's a group effort where we'll discuss it. The reason that's particularly important at the early stage is that ultimately a lot of the milestones that you're setting for the business will be technical milestones, and technical milestones that are looking to translate into commercial milestones. Another part of that is how do you assess that a certain amount of funding is enough or too much, and what kind of resources, talent-wise or expertise-wise, do you need? Now, I'm not presupposing that any of us knows all of that, but we do have a different kind of intuition about that, because we will have seen both sides at this point, and can speak a certain extent of both languages. And that also means that I think the role that a VC plays is ultimately selling our founders to the world and selling what climate tech is to the world. I think that's probably the most important role that I will play in my lifetime, to ensure that the world understands why and where the money should be going towards some of the most important technical challenges and endeavors, and being able to do that, being able to translate those two things is really critical, and will ultimately help founders be able to continue to access funding, I think, in providing some of that, both some of that validation, but also some of that kind of refined thinking around setting milestones around technology that can translate into commercial outcomes that are translatable to the broader VC and investment world.
it's also important for us to have humility, because Breakthrough has invested in some things that I'm a little bit skeptical of, but this is a game of playing a bunch of long bets, and I would hate for something to have been really good and I was the one who squashed it. And so so there's I think Susan said about this before, does it pass basic tests of thermodynamics, and does it do energy balance? And at that point there could be differences about what the prospects for a technology area is, and I could raise my skepticism, but I'm not going to try to battle against other things that make prima facie sense, even if I'm skeptical.
Yeah, and I think we all bring a pretty healthy amount of, or we should bring a very healthy amount of skepticism, and I think we can by accessing other experts as well. But ultimately, it's also about being able to take the kind of risk that you want to take, because the outcomes can be inordinate, and being able to be sober about what those risks are is really key to what we do, so that we can ultimately invest in things that have the ability to, with some probability, make a really, really big difference.
Yeah.
So you all mentioned or alluded to the idea that the risks change as the investment stages change. Does that change who's looking at deals at different phases? I know as a scientist, you're probably more likely to be brought in at the earlier stage. Do you follow those deals as they continue through different stages, or do you bring in other partners at later stages?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a point at which companies will graduate from being in a position where they're still retiring technical risk to a place where they have demonstrated their operation at a certain scale, and they've translated it to say project finance markets or growth equity markets. And then you can have a different type of investor that comes in and helps play that role, which ends up really being a significant financing role, and how to frame commercial contracts to be able to access more financing. And yeah, that's definitely an evolving set of criteria that you want as a partner.
Susan, do you see that playing out at SOSV and Hacks?
Yeah, we always invest at the pre-seed stage, and then we follow our companies along, and we do continue to follow on invest into them as they go through seed and Series A and even B and C rounds. Certainly, of course, they de-risk technically and more fundamentally, the more fundamental science is really at that earliest of stages. I think there's an important role to play in really helping as they take that technology and productize it, where there still is a healthy dose of technical expertise that goes into that. So I do see us playing a role in helping them, because, technology and product are not the same thing, but I think they're on a continuum, and there's always a very healthy back and forth from sort of market and customer back through the lens of product into the technology. And so I think there is a role for technology and scientific expertise to play there in just scoping that, right, and keeping that sort of in a pocket and in a window that makes sense, where you're meeting the market need, but you're also doing what's most feasible and most reasonable for your technology. So I think you continue to play a role in helping to inform that, certainly for companies that are, first time founders or early stage. But of course, the technology becomes more de-risked and less fundamentally of foundational scientific efforts at that point.
Yeah, so Breakthrough Energy is the nonprofit side of things, and that's more taking things that are just off the lab benchtop and trying to make a startup company out of it. And it's really more about giving grants to companies, and so I'm more involved in this sort of basic vetting of ideas there. Other people are vetting the teams, and then at the next scale, where you're going from startup company and trying to scale that up and commercialize it, that's Breakthrough Energy Ventures, which is the for-profit side, which is then Eric Toon and his team over there. And so I'm really more at the early stage, concept vetting stage.
Yeah. So one thing I'm wondering is, how did you all make the transition, or feel like you still are maybe making the transition from that world of science into the world of investing? Susan, we can start with you on this one.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think as I alluded to in the very beginning of my intro, as soon as I opened my eyes to the world of industry, like I realized that using science for impact and for applications is very exciting for me, and just that broader context of how it might fit into the world is quite exciting and a cool challenge, right? Because there's an opportunity for big impact, but also because there's some challenges that you need to face along the way. I think my transition was fairly gradual. I spent about over 15 years of my career in industry, working initially in R&D roles. I got very interested in the commercial side early on. I thought, oh, I'll just keep working as an R&D scientist, and eventually I'll just be on the business side. That's just going to happen. Gradually I learned that, okay, if I want that type of role, I have to ask for it. I was lucky to then have an opportunity to really lead up a product vertical as more of a technical product lead, where I really started to learn some of the product thinking and got to set specifications for a brand new product in an existing industry. And then kind of took that even further because was really interested in partnerships and collaboration. So kind of had an opportunity to lead up commercialization for a biomaterials company. So ultimately it was fairly gradual and really putting these different pieces together, both in different roles, but also in a few different companies in the material sector, in biotech, so that I could see the full pieces of the picture. And largely just by doing, right? In startup companies where they kind of let you hold the keys to the kingdom and try it out and hopefully succeed more than you fail, but learn a lot of things along the way. And then now, looking at this from the other side of the table, having the chance to do that as an investor again is mostly just kind of learning as I go, and from my peers and my mentors that are teaching me along the way.
Yeah, and Ken, you're still in both worlds, right? Like, how's that working for you?
Yeah, well, it's been really exciting and fun for me, and also for the postdocs in my group, because I used to, when I was just an academic, which was up until about 3 years ago, we would look at trying to get a paper in a good journal as our goal. And now academic studies are a means, and the goal is to get people to change what they do. And just as an example, Breakthrough Energy has a lobbying arm, and they help to lobby for subsidies for low carbon hydrogen production. And there was a paper that came out that said, oh, hydrogen itself acts as a greenhouse gas. And so then there was all this meme of like, oh, are we just going from one greenhouse gas to another? And so the policy team asked, oh, can we do a study that would put the greenhouse effect of hydrogen in context of, what would happen if you burned fossil fuels? And so we did a peer-reviewed study on that and got it published. But really the goal was for them to have some images that they could take to Senate staffers and show the staffers what the context is. Or a similar one, we have the most diverse group in the world. And just in the economics literature, there just wasn't a paper on the valuing of cost-saving innovation towards addressing climate goals. And so we did a paper on that again, it could be used by the various policy people to stress the need for innovation in this area. And so we've changed our perspective. Rather than the studies being a goal, the studies are a means to change what people do. And it's really been invigorating both to me and the postdocs.
And Clea, you made the transition out of academia relatively quickly, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, that's right. And even what I did in my PhD was ultimately understanding technology advancement, financial incentives, and policy to really understand what carbon capture and storage could do at what scale and what timeline, and what needed to happen from a technical standpoint to ultimately enable that. Then I went on to, I'd say, a pretty market-facing role in energy consulting, where I worked with utilities and used mathematical optimization to model grids ultimately across North America. And then the engineering background kind of led me into this world of being very excited about the new technologies that were coming forward. So it's really that combination, I think, of experiences and perspectives. And when you see a new opportunity, being able to say, okay, that I know that fits in this particular area and translates to this particular opportunity size. So that's been a very exciting journey, and I think the notion of being a translator is something that I feel pretty deeply, and I think has motivated a lot of that path.
Ken, I think you had something to add, maybe?
Yeah, I just wanted to say this is just something that came up this week. there was a discussion about, as solar costs come down, what does that mean about investment in other areas? And so we did some numerical simulations of, well, what would happen in the limit of free solar. And in the limit of free solar today, it would be cheaper to provide electricity at night just burning natural gas, because storage technologies tend to be costly or inefficient. And so you could just think it through. We did some numerical simulations that showed that, if as solar costs decrease, the value of storage technologies that can transfer some of that energy from day to night become increasingly important. And so that maybe we should look more deeply at storage technologies that might be able to do this. And so that's this kind of analysis that we might do to help people think through where they might want to invest.
So, Susan, I know you're sitting in the HACS offices. How hands-on do you get there with this kind of stuff?
Really hands-on. Yeah, I mean, I keep muting myself here in the background because there's like drilling or hammering happening. So, we have our own engineering team. So that's mechanical engineers, mechatronics engineers, electrical engineers that really do actually build prototypes for our teams. I mean, obviously in collaboration, right? We're not fundamentally inventing their core technology, but what we are doing is a lot of systems integration, really helping them take what's a lab level prototype, as I would call it, kind of kludged together that they could build in their garage or in a chemical fume hood, and then taking that to the next level where we actually can help them design it, where we can integrate the parts, where we can think through, a bit of the supply chain and strategic sourcing on it, as well as just the design of it to make it into something that they would then be more ready to show to a customer and start to get some real traction and product market fit.
And when something falls outside of your area of expertise, I know, Ken, you alluded to this beforehand, but I want to touch a little bit more specifically on this. What do you do? Who do you turn to? And at what point do you make that decision?
Well, for the last 15 years, I've been helping organize learning sessions for Bill Gates. And that, so if he gets interested in fusion or transmission or whatever, we think, we ask, okay, who are the 3 best people in the world on this, and then try to track them down and say, hey, do you want to come and meet with Bill Gates? And so he has kind of convening power that's beyond what most people have. And so 15 years of doing that has given me a pretty good network into a wide range of areas. And so, but basically I proceed by asking people who's the best person. First of all, I obviously look at citation indices and see who's written key papers, but I'll just ask people, who do you think is the best person on this? And then when I'm talking to them, I'll ask them, who do you think is the best person on this? And kind of follow those networks.
Yeah. Clea, how about yourself?
Having Bill Gates as convening power helps a lot.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, we'll do what we can internally, and then through our networks from kind of various schools and academic groups around the world, we'll reach out to those that are known to be the best in that field. Ideally, get multiple of those perspectives and use that to translate that into our own assessment, given everything else involved in company building. We'll also ask the founders themselves who their particular references are, or academic groups that they've worked with. Thankfully, we have a pretty good spread within our team in terms of both academic institutions in the US and globally, and say aggregate those perspectives and translate that into our own.
One thing we do is look for people, like ask, who do you disagree with but respect? That this thing of, and also I always try to find people, who will provide information that will disrupt somebody's priors, right? So who has information that will disrupt the beliefs of the people they're speaking to, and so trying to get that diversity of voices is really important.
Susan, at what point do you make that decision, time to look for other expertise?
Pretty early on, oftentimes, because I think it's obviously impossible for any one of us to have expertise in all these different technical disciplines and all these different businesses, right? So, I mean, I tend to rely heavily on my network, as well as our team's network, but really, as we look at things in biotech or synthetic biology, we have a whole network of people we can go to as we're thinking about the future of protein and protein production. I've been working on a thesis around biomanufacturing, and so understanding what are the key unlocks here. What does downstream processing really look like? I happen to have a lot of former colleagues in that space, so really trying to talk to. It's less so for me, at least, about perhaps going to the premier expert on any one thing, and more so going to a few people who have experience in that space and really trying to understand what is their exact journey like, what is their day-to-day look like if they're doing downstream processing out of a fermentation tank, or what has the experience been like in the space and the business, right? So getting a few perspectives from people who have been there, done that, I think for me is most valuable. And oftentimes, again, they're providing me both with a technical perspective and explaining why, it's hard if you break open an organism and then have to try to purify the protein. That becomes complicated and a bit messy. So understanding that from a technical point of view, but also understanding it from a practical point of view, from a cost point of view, what does that translate into in terms of the impact to your business and what would be a meaningful unlock? If they're making a product that goes into dairy, for example, we could replace it. If they're making a product that might go into vaccines or for pharmaceutical uses, it might be a little harder to replace it, and we're a lot less cost sensitive. So understanding those dynamics as they translate and really impact on how the technology needs to perform and what that needs to do, I think is the heart of what we're trying to get at there. But I tend to go to experts pretty early, and I tend to try to get a few different experts in the room to try to explain the overall context of the space.
So we're about to wrap up here. One final question, one sentence each, if you can. If I were starting a VC firm focused on climate tech, how would I go about adding a PhD to my staff? How do you find them?
I'd say find those that that have a propensity to want to translate technical research into things that are relevant for the world. One of my colleagues, Dr. Christina Chang, after doing her PhD in physical chemistry, went to ARPA-E, the moonshot organization of the DOE. I think that has been the path for quite a few PhDs that we've seen in VC, because they've gotten that perspective of how does something get funded and what are some of its market challenges, which is very well suited to ultimately joining a VC firm.
Yeah. Ken?
One of the smartest and most creative people I know is Oliver Morton, who's a journalist who writes for The Economist. And I think really the person doesn't necessarily have to have a PhD. They have to be science literate and good at talking to people and asking questions. And so, I think it could be a PhD, it could be an all but PhD, it could be a science journalist, but you need somebody who's good at networking and who understands science broadly, and then who can translate the detailed expert descriptions in terms that the investors can understand.
Yeah. And Susan, do you want to wrap us up?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think importantly, someone who has experience taking technology and applying it, right? Because again, it's not just about the technology piece, it's about the applying it. So I think someone who's had a bit of that journey and has that perspective is important. And then second of all, to what Ken's saying, someone who's not shy and kind of in that. I think in academia, we tend to have the mindset I need to know everything. It's important that I know the answers, and I need to find this from first principles and discover it myself. This is someone who's willing to go out and ask experts and talk to people and triangulate on an answer with an informed opinion that comes from beyond their own expertise.
Excellent. Well, I think that's it for us. Clea, Susan, Ken, thank you for joining me.
That was a great discussion. It's always interesting to be reminded, of course, that scientists don't know everything, but they usually know someone who might know. Bringing science into VC is like attaching a whole new world of nodes to a network. Moving right along, our next session is headlined, Taking Climate's Measure, Fire, Emissions, and Sequestration. What's striking about the huge new focus on climate is the big awakening that we have a long way to go when it comes to measuring anything and everything related to carbon. Whether we're talking carbon sequestration, methane leaks, or incipient forest fires. Sensors, algorithms, satellites, you name it. we're going to need more than ever if we're going to understand this carbon beast. So, the next three panelists are cool because they represent three different technical approaches tackling three different problems. One's on foot, one's in the sky, and one's in orbit. Our moderator is Devin Coldaway, who is a writer and photographer at TechCrunch. Over to you, Devin.
Thank you to SOSV for hosting this great event. And we have with us Sonia, Peter, and Antoine. I want to throw to you guys really quick to introduce your companies and technologies and what you hope to accomplish with them. If you can fit that into a very quick intro, maybe we can start with Sonia.
Hi, I'm Sonia Kastner. I'm the CEO of Pano AI. We have developed a fully managed solution for active wildfire detection and intelligence. And we do this by mounting cameras to high mountaintop locations combined with satellite feeds. And we use these cameras to detect the first wisps of smoke using artificial intelligence. And then we alert first responders so that they can contain the fire while it's still small. And we hope to help roll back this devastating wildfire trend using modern day technology.
Great. And Antoine, you have a sort of a higher perspective. Where are you at?
Yes, so I am the founder and president of Kairos. And Kairos is a god of opportunity in the Greek mythology. And the opportunity is to use satellite to measure the three key parameters that we need to manage climate change. So the first one is to measure greenhouse gas emission. So we do that by satellite. That was not done before. The second thing is we measure biomass and biodiversity to look at whether the trees are growing or not on the global scale. And finally, we also look at wildfires and physical risk to model that from the top, which is very complementary to what Sonia is doing.
Absolutely. And Peter, you have a very ground level perspective on this.
We effectively kind of bridge the gap between that and satellite. Also, another god, ours is Gaia AI, the Greek goddess of nature. And so with Gaia, what we're building is a data platform that helps timber companies basically maximally utilize their management of their forests for both timber and producing wood supplies for society for their own business model, but also bridging the gap towards verifying things like carbon credits or measuring biodiversity, mitigating forest fire risk, things like those. And we use LiDAR and cameras on the ground below the canopy and merge that with satellite imagery from above in order to do this kind of optimization.
Excellent. Well, thanks for the intros. I feel like the first question that comes to mind with this emerging and complex coincidence of industries is who's the customer? Who wants what you've got? Ultimately, obviously, you're filling a need, whether that's public or commercial, and sometimes it can be surprising where these sort of tech-forward services fit into this complicated equation. So, Peter, you mentioned forestry as well as fire and stuff like that. Maybe you can start and continue your thoughts there, and we'll get to Sonia and Antoine.
Yeah, perfect. Well, to start off, actually, this is probably a really interesting question for Gaia because we pivoted like heck at the beginning, right? It was a long soul search trying to figure out how do we build up a sustainable and attractive business while doing the kinds of things we want to. And what we found was that we're very passionate about a carbon market, but there was actually a growing skepticism in the market from investors and from others around value just from carbon. And so where we kind of found our DNA was, okay, let's create a ton of value for these timber companies. And it also aligns very strategically with the kinds of problems we want to solve around carbon to make these credits real and high quality. So let's partner and get involved with these timber companies, providing a lot of value with what they do today, and then also build the technology, the perfect technology to connect them to the carbon market and start to solve some of those problems. So our customer is these timber companies, the big companies that are managing millions of acres of forestry and are trying to explore the new AI and the new LiDAR, all these kinds of technologies in the future. My team and I come from autonomous vehicles, and so we're pretty much like we bridge this gap for them. We bring some of the cutting edge of what's coming out of MIT and all these autonomous vehicle companies to solve these problems that they have today around timber inventories, but then also connect them to the growing carbon market.
Right. I feel like that overlaps really nicely with Sonia, your side of things. It feels like there's definitely, if not overlap, that like a sort of complementary feel to that. Where do you fit in there?
Yes, absolutely. We sell to a range of industries, and our customers are any entity that needs to know about a new fire ignition within minutes. And that, of course, includes fire agencies that are responsible for suppression at the city, county, state, and federal level. But it also includes asset owners and industries that have big physical world footprints. So the power utility sector is a large customer base for us. They need to make decisions around de-energizing assets or informing, say, a hospital that they might be about to lose power. We also work with forestry companies as well who have assets at risk, ski resorts that need to be able to evacuate their residents, and also the insurance industry has been really interested in the data that we're gathering as well. So we're actually it feels like every week we're starting to sign up a customer in a new industry.
I'm not surprised. And I've heard the same thing about satellite imagery, obviously, Antoine. In various domains, there's this huge demand for it, this huge appetite for it, but there are new markets coming all the time. So where have you found that your approach to satellite imagery and analysis has gotten traction?
So we really focus ourselves on creating independent measurements. So the beauty with satellite that you don't need to ask permission to be, to measure something on the ground. So we really produce independent data that will be used mainly by financial institutions and governments, regulatory bodies. And financial institutions, it can be investors, because we are going to give them a specific view on the quality of an asset. So it's an investment decision support. It can be the risk department of wholesale banking, because we will inform the bank on their physical risk around wildfires, drought, or flooding, or their finance emission risk, because there is a huge gap between what companies report in terms of emission and what we measure. So, and finally, insurance will be very interested also to know to have model of the physical risk. So it's really financial institution at large, and then government will use that to send fines, and so for now there is no loop of detecting methane and fining, but with the IRA it's happening, and soon there will be a fine if there is a methane leak, and will be part of this monitoring system.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose an interesting perspective on this, I feel, is that we need to quantify pretty much everything you're measuring more. We need more data. But how do you determine whether your product or your service is a success, whether the thing you're putting out there is having an effect? Do we have the data and the policies already in place where you can say, well, before we were able to alert emergency staff about wildfires or ski resorts or whatever, we had this kind of response, we had this kind of risk, and after we have this kind of risk, we have this kind of response. Do we have the data and the policies to like learn whether you are having an effect? And if not, how do we get those? I feel like, Peter, you seem to be nodding your head a lot. There's a lot of you have opinions.
I have opinions. Yeah, I love this question, right? And so I did an MBA towards entrepreneurship. The cliche of an MBA in entrepreneurship is people yelling at you to talk to the customer, right? So we spent 2 years talking to the customer. And in those 2 years, half of that, or a part of that, right, was the demand side, was the people at Google, Microsoft, Amazon, the people buying these credits, what do they care about? And there was a huge disconnect between that and the supply, right? The supply side is so focused on their own problems, which is how do we create more credits? How do we increase the quantity of credits? And the demand side who's buying it is looking at the quality around how do I know that this is additional and truly making an impact? Every Bloomberg article that comes out, or Forbes that's tearing apart forestry, for example, and carbon credits, is poking at exactly this, right? Is poking at errors in the additionality of what these credits are trying to do. When I pay for 1 ton of carbon, how do I know that 1 ton of carbon was truly sequestered, and in a world where I did not pay for that credit, it would not have been?
Mm-hmm.
And so we built up Gaia. Honestly, this was so core to what we're trying to solve, right? And we took this kind of like macro perspective on it. It's very cliche MIT, right? They try to throw system dynamics at everything. And I think here it really applies. So we zoomed in on, okay, how do we actually get at this additionality? And our argument, right, what we're building up with Gaia by partnering with these timber companies is getting a data-driven way to show additionality, is getting, okay, here's what they would have done in a world without this credit. And we know that because we help them do it, right? We help them optimize their bottom line and their forest management based on the incentives that they have today and what their fiducial responsibility to their shareholders, right? But then beyond that, then we get to go to the customer and we set this up in a win-win. We solve this problem so it solves everyone's problems, right? Where I go to the same customer, the timber company, and I say, look, I told you Gaia can make you this much money. I lied to you. It can make you so much more money, right? And what is that difference? That difference is carbon, biodiversity, forest fire mitigation, all these positive externalities for society, right? And now we can measure that impact and go to the market and ask for something that's not a freaking $7, $14 a ton credit, right? That's holding this back. Ask for something for that quality that's closer to $20, $50 when direct air capture is selling for $100, right? So we want to solve all these problems by building up the business in this way.
Gotcha. And Sonia, have you had some sort of like, it feels like you have, in a way, maybe the most, I don't want to say easy to measure, but you are working with very direct events of like, we were able to respond this fast before, now we can respond in 15 minutes or whatever.
Yes, it's, now that we have been in market and detecting and alerting on incidents thousands of times for 3 years, I think we do at this point have a lot of qualitative and quantitative data to point to that shows the value of this technology and reducing wildfire risk for our customers. First of all, even before, to Peter's point, you don't start a company until you feel confident you're going to solve a real problem. Even before Pano was founded, there had been studies across the globe around the pretty obvious insight that every minute matters in fire response. The sooner that a suppression resource can get to an incident and the sooner they can get there with a heavy response, the smaller the fire is when it's contained and the less destruction. And this has been shown through studies in Australia and the US. And I mean, if you look at a fire station, there's a fire pole so that firefighters can shave seconds off of their time to get to the fire. So, time is everything in firefighting. So we built a tool to shave minutes and hours off of the response. And then, we do that through both the detection with AI, which can be faster than waiting for a bystander to happen to see the fire. And then we can also shave minutes and hours off of the time that it takes to pinpoint and confirm that it is a true fire, because a lot of 911 calls are not are actually false alarms. They could be a fog or a campfire. Yeah. And finally, every single week now during fire season, we get calls from our users saying, "Oh my God, yesterday you pushed us an incident and it made all the difference." This was a fire that was started as a structure fire. It was right next to a forest. Because of Pano, you alerted us earlier. We were able to get there with a heavy response. We contained it from even getting to the forest and even becoming a vegetation fire, or we contained this vegetation fire at just 5 acres because we were able to pull in a helicopter sooner. And these stories have now come in week after week after week for the 3 years we've been in market.
That's great. It feels like it must be very validating for your sort of your approach, for someone to say like the fire is smaller because of what you made available to us. And Antoine, you have with more data and more abstract analysis, I feel like maybe there's more of a quantitative approach. Have you seen any effect on the companies that you've worked with, or the ability to enforce policies or that kind of thing?
So it really depends on the players. So financial institutions today, they use that almost on a daily basis. So commodity traders, hedge funds, they use satellite-based information for their investment decision, for their risk analysis. So it's becoming mainstream for the buy side. Insurance as well. We have insurance companies that are using our wildfire risk score to make underwriting decision and pricing decisions. So this really it's becoming day to day, and it has really moved from the military to, financial institution. Also, I agree with Sonia for firefighters. We provide them with the quantity of vegetation around the buildings, which give them the opportunity to decide whether to prioritize or not, this building versus this building. And we made a test this summer with the Saint-Tropez, firefighters, in the south of France, and it was very useful for them. They used to have maybe 10% of a view on 10% of the building, and now they're at 100% of the building with a weekly refresh on what was the status of vegetation around the building. So that's really working now.
That's great.
That is really slow is using on the regulatory body, the UN, and that's very slow. It takes a lot of time to use the information we create around methane to find that. So that's my next battle, let's say.
Yeah, well, and of course, I think we all understand why it's slow, and those things just fundamentally, UN, EU, all this kind of stuff it acts slow, but hopefully effectively at the end. It's not as important. I mean, it's very important in the long term, but in the short term, I'm kind of curious. All three of your companies kind of straddle the line between sort of real time and more long term data collection and analysis, and you have opportunities to do both. But how do you think that the data ecosystem that you're participating in and that you're helping change, how is that going to accommodate these new capabilities? How is it going to integrate them, and where does it need to move faster, do you think? Sonia, I feel like maybe you've had the most exposure to this, like really short term, like we need this now sort of feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is where all of these new data products are really complementary and greatly needed. The disaster management industry includes 4 phases. There's the real-time response phase, which is the heat of the moment of the disaster, but there's also recovery, there's mitigation, there's preparedness, and the theme we heard from our customers is that they are looking for more data at all of these phases. Emergency managers are starved for data, and natural disasters are getting worse and worse due to climate change. And data can be, it's not the only tool, but it can be one tool to help emergency managers to rise to the challenge. And so, Pano's first product is focused on solving a critical gap in the real-time phase of a fire during fire season with a suppression solution. Actually, that same suppression technology that we deliver is also being used by our customers as a mitigation technology to help safely monitor prescribed burns in the off season. And similarly, our customers are using our incident archive to analyze historic incidents to help them make mitigation investment decisions. Like, for example, utility customers are embarking on a process of burying power lines, and they have to make decisions around how to design a phased rollout of that expensive and time-consuming process. So I think, first of all, real-time data can be later used as offline data to help make decisions in the other phases, but also complementary solutions from Peter's company and as well as Kairos can add a complementary offline data stream. So I think more is more. We need data at all these phases of the disaster life cycle.
Absolutely. And I think that dovetails well with what you were just talking about. Are you finding that there is uptake and demand for the data that you're providing? Are there some sides of the industry that are faster to move, or what is your experience here with how this data economy is evolving?
So the Ukraine war has been a defining moment to show, to demonstrate the value of open source intelligence. And clearly, we see much more interest following, this very unfortunate situation, by economic players to use this technology for economic decision. And we've really seen a big change in the last 12 months. And as I said, all the buy side is moving into that. All the insurance, companies are moving into that. So that's a tide that won't stop. I think, satellites and other type of data mean that you can know everything that is happening anytime, everywhere in the planet. And when you think about the opportunity that this kind of data brings to you, I mean, it's infinite. It's going to be a game changing, like GPS used to be, or the internet. You know, it's a core technology that will change a lot of decision making in the future.
Well, and I think people are going to adopt it whether they like it or not. Peter, I feel like your data is more specialized. I think and it is more sort of a responsive sort of feels in the middle part here of these two, not to say extremes, but the hyper local and the top view. So where do you fit in, and have you seen? Do you think that this you fit into a new data economy?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there. So again, my bias on the world, my lens is from the autonomous vehicle space, right? Writing that kind of AI. And no car drives just off of LiDAR or just off of camera or just off of radar, right? It's sensor fusion is a buzzword for a good reason, right? It's about each sensing modality has huge strengths and huge weaknesses. And so the name of the game is by combining these different modalities, you can get this guy's strengths and this guy's strengths to overcompensate for each other's weaknesses. And so that's a view that we definitely have on the world. I view the world of data on these two dimensions that I think most matter for as far as forest inventories and timber. One is scale, and there satellite imagery is king, right? But the problem with satellite imagery is it's the weakest measurement that you'll get on the forest as far as all the other offerings. It's a sensor that's miles away from the measurement, and it's some blurry pixels that you're trying to infer a lot of information out of. The opposite end of the extreme that we offer is the sensing backpack below the canopy. As far as all technologies, this is like the least scalable thing you'll ever do, right? You saw a forester walking around below the canopy, but it's the richest measurement you'll ever get on those trees. And a lot of that measurement is the trunk that's below that canopy. So our approach really is about, okay, let's combine all these different approaches and get the strengths of each in order to compensate for the weaknesses of each. But the other thought here is that, so this is new, right? And we're plugging into a pretty old industry. And so we try to make it look, this is very core to everything we're building. We try to make it look and feel very familiar, right? And so we plug into how they think about the world today and the data that they collect today, which is in terms of plots, right? And they abuse central limit theorem so hard, right? They use that to try to get statistical confidence on averages of whole areas. And so we plug into that. We plug into that kind of statistics and that kind of way of thinking, but we just improve it so much more. And then we also hint to them, here's what this can be, right? We show them a technology that can do so much more, but by plugging into what they do today.
Right. So this actually transitions very well into talking about the advances in the technology, how they've made possible what you're going to do. And Antoine, I will give you the chance to respond to the blurry pixels far away allegation thrown by Peter. But Peter, I wanted to what you were talking about. You know, you're at that very low level. You've got a hiker with a backpack, walking through the forest. I've seen some projects like this where they are using drones, where they're using robots, where they're using various other automated means. Why stick to the hiker side of things? And, especially with your autonomous vehicle, background, why make this choice? And how is that going to evolve in the future? And then the others can talk about how theirs is evolving as well.
I love this. Oh man, sorry. These are like my favorite topics. And also every time I go to ICRA or IROS, any kind of robotics and AI conference, that's the question I get, right? Why can't it be a drone, or why can't you put like Boston Dynamics walking through it? The answer is a fewfold, right? So when I was growing up, I interned at what's their name? Palantir, right? And Palantir, coming up, PayPal Mafia, has this kind of view on the world of it's the golden age of augmentation, not pull out automation. Let's empower the human expert, right, with these kinds of technologies and these kinds of capabilities. It's also responsible AI, right? You're not replacing the job. Timber industry is an industry that has a growing labor shortage. They can't supply enough people to do this work. So we make the forester a superhuman, right, by empowering them with this. It's also bootstrapped, right? We're not so cocky that we're going to try to build the whole thing and automate the heck out of everything all at once. And we know we can't do that, right? We need to start with specific things that create a lot of value. And the forester bridges the gap, right? They add so many insights that are hard to automate with AI, and they bring insights and education and experience that creates a lot of value. The other problem though is, so I'm not a complete skeptic around, for example, things flying over the canopy and collecting data that way. Aerial LiDAR, aerial camera imagery. And so we have an NSF grant with an AI lab at Carnegie Mellon, largely exploring, it's kind of awkwardly in the middle of these two axes, right? It's less scalable than satellite. It's less rich of a measurement than our measurement below the canopy. So does it actually create value in this context where we use both of these to complement each other? And I'm skeptical, but we are exploring if there is value there. But as far as below the canopy, it's the most technically hard problem to solve. And getting drones or other things to fly through these trees, that creates the least amount of business value to the customer because they still need to deploy a person to deploy that drone, limited battery capacity. And now it's a different human, right? It's not the skill set that they employ today. It's a totally different technical skill set.
Right.
So that kind of all led to our decision making of starting here and here, right? Let's use the most scalable and combine it with the most rich measurement. And we are exploring drones above canopy as something in the middle. But we're healthy skeptics of the value that might create.
Gotcha. Sonia, I think it's interesting that you have to apply the sort of modern computer vision and AI techniques to characterize smoke plumes and other features that you see. I'm sure there's a lot of opportunity there, but there's also this challenge of actually putting cameras at the tops of eminences or mountains or watchtowers and installing those. It's like this combination of like the old school forestry and mountaineer capabilities and needs, the practical needs, but also the super high tech, cutting edge. We need to be able to identify this immediately. So how has technology enabled you, and what are the challenges you're still facing there?
Great question. And I think that goes to the question of, why are there not a dozen venture-backed companies, putting up cameras for AI detection when the Nest Cam, which I worked on in 2014, is a technology that has been around for a long time, and the Ring doorbell. Our product from a technology perspective is very similar. Now we are leveraging from a technological perspective, we are leveraging technological advancements over the last 5 years, like 5G technology and Starlink really improve connectivity deeper into the forest. We're leveraging advances in cloud scalability and computer vision over the past 5 years. But I would say one of the most difficult parts of our business is indeed the operational challenge. And I'm sitting here in our factory today. I have a background in supply chain and manufacturing. And Pano needs to be not just an IoT technology company like a Nest or a Ring, but we also need to be an equipment manufacturer and installer as well, combined all under one roof. So we manufacture the equipment ourselves. We have a network designer who designs the optimal network based on existing tower locations. And our team handles leasing. It's actually very similar to the supply chain for installing telecom, like installing equipment for cellular carriers. We actually, one of our investors is T-Mobile, and they provided a lot of expertise for us on how to deploy equipment in remote locations. And so the fact that we've now gotten very good at this, and we can install very rapidly at high volume, and we're now set up to scale this technology across the globe. We're already in 6 states in the U.S. and soon to be 4 states in Australia. We're planning to have hundreds of units by the end of this year. And but very few companies have that capability combined with the technological expertise to deliver complex hardware, software, and AI.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No, it's an interesting and unique challenge. And Antoine, now is your chance for revenge on Peter. But also, I think it's very interesting. You have an interesting perspective as a pure software play on satellite imagery. And so I'm curious how the software side of things has evolved when the actual imagery, from Galileo or the various planet monitoring satellites that you use as raw data, that doesn't change, but your ability to interpret that data or analyze it, produce value from it changes. So I'm curious how that has progressed for you.
Yeah, it's all about using, combination of physical modeling and machine learning and AI. Because, the sensors are not blurred, because if you use the phase of a SAR, synthetic, aperture radar, your resolution is 1 millimeter. So we can see millimeter changes from the sky. It's the same with the LiDAR. So there is a bunch of sensors that are extremely precise and at scale. And that's the interest of satellite imagery. But to have something that is reliable, you need to have the ground truth to calibrate your models.
Right.
And this is where it takes a lot of time and expertise to be able to create the right combination of sensors that create a proxy and a measurement that is reliable and at scale. And there is many things we cannot do. We cannot see below the canopy, for instance, but we can measure the height of the trees very well at scale. We know we've covered the full Amazon. We can count all the trees. We can have the full measurement of the canopy. But there is an error rate, which is 10 or 15%, which is much higher, obviously, than what you will get if you go on the ground. So there are arbitrage that you have to do between scale and the error that you are looking for. As far as we are concerned, our customer, they are looking for independent measurement, and they had nothing before, and now there's something which is 1, 5, 10% error rate, which is much better than anything else they had before.
That's great.
Just to be clear,
Peter, you want to respond really quickly, and we got to wrap up. But yeah, I want to hear what you say.
I do want to throw in the white flag that was not meant to an attack. We talked
I know.
I think what he's building is actually really cool. So yeah.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm just yakking. So we have just like a minute left. So I just want to give you all the opportunity to really quickly, maybe if you have anything cool upcoming, like any upcoming projects or research or something that you want to throw out there, just if you have, just throw it out there. If you got, consider yourselves to have a free 10 seconds to see what's happening. Sonia, you got anything cooking?
Look for announcements of a bunch of new customer deployments all across the United States over the next few weeks.
Antoine, you got anything cool?
The cool thing coming up is using geostationary satellite to monitor in real time what where we used to have one image every day. Now we'll have permanent monitoring, and that's going to be very interesting.
I bet. And Peter, you're going to bring a backpack up here to the Pacific Northwest. I can give it a try.
Please do. We're lining up some pretty exciting pilots for Q4. And so, I can say that forestry management as practice is going to look very different in 3 years because we're going to make it the case. And so we're excited, if you're a timber company or know any, come partner with us. And we're launching some really cool technology in the next few months.
All right. Well, thank you all for taking the time to talk. This is super interesting, and I love how these three companies sort of work together in this, as different layers of this really complex industry. So thanks very much, Peter, Sonia, and Antoine, and talk to you later.
All right, thank you to our panelists and Devin for that great session. As the saying goes, you can't improve what you can't measure, so let's get on with it. Our next panel gets at a very important topic for climate founders that's really coming into view big time. We've titled this one, How Corporate VCs Invest in Climate Tech. Multinational businesses know that sooner or later, policymakers and consumer pressure will force them to ditch fossil fuels, address historical emissions, and implement cleaner technologies. Of course, developing all these technologies in-house isn't realistic. So corporate venture capital funds, or CVCs, have become very active in climate tech, investing $23 billion in 2021. That's over half of the $44 billion global total recorded by PitchBook. We see this in our climate portfolio at SOSV, where the welcome presence of many corporate investors is something we're seeing earlier and earlier in the funding stages. CVC is a compelling option for climate tech startups ready to sell their products and services. In addition to capital, a CVC fund and its parent company can provide industry credibility, resources for co-innovation, and sales staff and distribution channels. That said, CVCs have a sort of mixed reputation. Some funds have been accused of blocking deals, wasting time, or acquiring startups just to neutralize them as threats. Others, though, have earned a well-deserved reputation for helping startups scale up and make a difference for the planet. We have three well-established corporate VCs here today to speak with our moderator, John Schieber, a former editor and partner at Footprint and a former climate editor at TechCrunch. Take it away, John.
Thanks, SOSV. Really appreciate y'all having us all here. And thank you to the audience for tuning in for what should be an amazing panel today. We're talking to some of the heaviest of heavy hitters in the corporate venture capital space who have done a lot of work in investment in early stage technology companies across the board, but we're specifically going to be talking about climate. And joining me today to make this conversation happen is Lisa Koka, the partner with the Climate Fund at Toyota Ventures, Kapelia Marinkovic, a partner at Solvay Ventures, and Daniel Griffiths, the investment director at ADM Ventures. Thank you all for being with me today. Really appreciate it, and looking forward to what should be an incredibly insightful conversation. I'd like to start off when we'll go around the horn, I think, and I'd love to get a sense of how you think about your mandate as a corporate venture investor looking at the climate space. So where are your priorities in climate, and how is that reflected on sort of your the directives you may be getting from the corporate HQ? Lisa, why don't we start with you, and then we'll go to Kapelia and then Daniel.
Sure. Yeah, so what I would say in terms of our mandate is most people will assume that because it's Toyota, that we are investing purely at the intersection of climate tech and mobility, but we're actually kind of a climate fund in the truest sense of the word. So we are looking at technologies and solutions for the reduction of emissions, the removal, as well as adaptation. And the overarching, what I would say, goal for us is to support Toyota's their efforts in achieving carbon neutrality.
Mm-hmm. And Kapelia, how does is it the same for Solvay, or is it a little bit different in terms of the mandate that you've set for yourselves, or that the company has set for you?
Yeah, Solvay has a very high sustainability goals, and in the venture team, we really support these goals. So Solvay is a large specialty chemicals, advanced materials manufacturer. And so in the ventures team, we invest in companies that leverage chemicals and materials to solve big climate issues. And so really important themes are around energy transition, where we look at batteries, hydrogen, electric motors, materials for lightweighting. And so we try to find ways to work with these technologies. Another big topic is around decarbonization of resources. And so we look at carbon capture, bio-based chemicals, circularity, electrochemistry, mining, and topics that are linked to business units at Solvay and that we support through the ventures team.
And Daniel, why don't you take us home?
Yeah, you bet. Thanks, Jonathan. So, first of all, thanks for the question, and great to be here with the panel. ADM Ventures. So we invest off ADM's balance sheet. ADM is a Fortune 50 agribusiness company. What we do is we originate grains from farmers, process them into ingredients for food, feed, fuel, and industrial end markets. When we think about investing on the venture side, I like to say we don't color outside the lines. Some of our peers have a little more ability to color outside those lines, but we stay pretty well aligned with ADM's stated corporate strategy. For us, that means investing alongside or investing behind our kind of our growth platforms and our kind of enduring global trends that are set at the C-suite. Practically and tactically, what does that mean from an investment standpoint? It means finding new ways to up value the agro-industrial products that we source from farmers, right? Mm. So new ingredients using the same grains.
Mm. Well, that brings me to another question that I wanted y'all to address and maybe clarify for the audience, which is the structure of the funds. So, I think it's important to remember that not all corporate funds are structured in the same way. Some invest off the balance sheet, some are sort of evergreen funds, some have to raise money, every time they run dry and go back to the corporate well to prove their value, their worth, and their existence. If ADM is a balance sheet investor, where does Toyota Ventures and Solvay Ventures fall on this sort of continuum? Capelia, do you want to take it first, and then Lisa, you go ahead?
Yeah, so the funds that are Solvay Ventures come from balance sheet as well. We have dedicated funds for our money, so we all the returns, all the proceeds go back to the fund.
So it is sort of an evergreen structure, like
It's an evergreen structure.
Yeah. Okay. And Lisa, how about for Toyota?
Yeah, Toyota Ventures really since inception has been structured very similar to a traditional venture capital. So except we have a sole LP. So we have dedicated funds. We've got about a little more than 500 million in assets under management across 4 funds. And the team gets carry. The Toyota Ventures was actually the brainchild of Jim Adler, who was a former successful serial entrepreneur. And so when he, really approached Toyota about doing this, he was as from his experience of being a former entrepreneur, he was adamant about the fact that you needed to align the incentives of the venture team with the companies in which they are investing.
Mm.
So that's how we work.
And do you then sort of measure success in the way that a traditional venture fund measures success? It's not so much about the alignment with a Toyota corporate strategy, but more just about financial returns, or how does that work?
Yeah, look, you always have to thread the strategic needle, otherwise you'll stop writing checks, right? But we do. I mean, we fundamentally, when we're looking at deals, we're, every VC says this, right? We're looking for 10x, right? So we're looking for financial home runs, and the reason why we think that's important is because at the end of the day, if Jim Adler always says that you have to finish the race first or to win, or something. I can't remember, but at the end of the day, if a company is not financially successful, they will not be able to deliver strategic value. Right. So we're not evaluating things first and foremost based upon the strategic value. That's a needle that we sort of thread once we feel like we've got a nice target.
So first is a financial target, then you've got sort of the strategic connection or alignment with a Toyota vision, and once you thread both of those needles, then you can sort of commit capital. That's when a deal becomes a deal for you guys.
Well, what I would say is, as we're evaluating it, we're always looking at both, right?
Okay.
I mean, and I think we're always looking at financial and strategic, but we are not prioritizing the strategic, is what I would say. And the other thing is, we do not, our investments, we do not require any sort of commitments. Our investments are not subject to any sort of formal partnership with the portfolio. Yeah, with a company which we invest.
That's interesting. There's another sort of CVC that, so I'm based in Atlanta, right? And there's a CVC down here called Engage that actually works with a number of different corporate partners as sort of a venture fund that kind of looks out for all of their strategic interests as they align. And one of the things that they do in an effort to make that CVC relationship a little bit stronger is to incentivize, leadership within different divisions of the companies based on how they're able to integrate some of the venture investment technology, products, services, whatever it may be, into those business lines, right? And so there's a real structure to get products from these portfolio investments into the halls of these corporate ventures. And I'm wondering, Capelia and Daniel, like how does that compare with the way that y'all think about the work the corporate should be doing with a portfolio company after an investment, let's say? And Lisa, I'd like your take on that too, but we're going to go to these folks first.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Yes. So, I mean, maybe just to follow up on the previous question, I mean, as an EVC, we also look for investment that have good financial returns. But as a CVC, we are probably even more strategic than Toyota's climate fund, because we really need to be able to articulate how we're going to work with the company and how we're going to create value together. And so even if we don't necessarily need joint development agreements or like a very formal relationship before an investment, we need to be able to articulate that value creation. And so after an investment, when we work with a portfolio company, usually we have in mind what we're going to be working on. And so there are really different ways that we work with our portfolio companies. For example, we invest in a carbon capture company, and we don't do carbon capture, but we can be users of carbon capture, or we can provide materials that enhance the performance of their technology. Or we invest in battery companies. We don't do batteries, but we provide materials that can be used in batteries and enhance the performance of these companies. So we really find ways and try to be creative around how we can work with the companies, if it's on the supply, if it's on opening new markets, if it's on co-developing products together.
Daniel?
Yeah, and thanks for the question. It's something my team, we think a lot about, right? So when similar to the folks at Solvay, right, when we invest, we do so with an eye toward a collaboration. These things take time, right? So it's not something that has to happen right away. And oftentimes startups just aren't ready. They're not there yet. Yeah. But in all cases, those collaborations just kind of as a setup are meant to be win-win. So that can take a variety of different forms. Maybe it's product co-development, JDA. Maybe it's ADM as a customer or a vendor, some way, shape, or form that from which both parties benefit. Yeah. I will say though that I think a lot about two things. One is the aircraft carrier speedboat problem. These startups, they raise a Series A or a B. They've got 24 months and need to go. We don't operate at that same time scale, right? So sometimes, finding the right, matching those two cadences can be difficult. Right. One, and then two, I think a lot about incentives. You show me an incentive, I'll show you an outcome. Sometimes those incentives don't always match up, right? So it can be a challenge to get some of the corporate folks to adopt our startup technologies or to work as quickly as maybe our startups want and need them to.
Lisa, let's get your perspective. How does or may Toyota think about working with these portfolio companies if there is this kind of separate structure?
Yeah, so we actually have investment teams, and then we actually have a platform team. So this is a team that is dedicated. Once we've made an investment, every one of our portfolio companies will get sort of a director of engagement. And as the person who did the deal, I'm not going anywhere, right? But really, their focus is making sure that we're delivering on that value add, right? And that can be facilitating introductions. It can be bringing some sort of domain expertise that we have to bear that can help the company, like manufacturing, for example.
Yeah.
And what I would say is, Dan, you used kind of the aircraft carrier speedboat analogy. I use the 500-pound gorilla bear hug analogy, right? And that's and they're both true, but they're just different, right? And that's the role of the engagement director, right? Because sometimes even when when the stars align and you really do have sort of the business units engaged, right? That's what you want, right? Like you're like, woohoo, that's but right, you gotta at the end of the day, it's our job to protect the portfolio company and to make sure that they do not get overwhelmed by the large organizations, that they aren't being asked to do things that are bespoke for Toyota, right? Because that is not in their best interest long term.
Yeah. This brings up another point, which is about sort of size and scale and stage, and what is the right size and scale and stage for a startup to start thinking about taking on corporate money. A lot of corporate venture capitalists have been moving further down the investment stack and investing earlier in sort of a company's growth cycle. So what is the appropriate stage for y'all for an investment so that you keep from turning the relationship between corporate and startup from iceberg and Titanic, to use another kind of like metaphor? I'm trying to play along, y'all. Come on, give me something. Just give me something. Yeah, Capelia, why don't you start with sort of what's the right stage for a company to be at to approach Solvay as a potential investor, and then Dan will take it to you, and Lisa, you can bring us home on that one as well.
Sounds good.
So from an investment standpoint, we invest from C to Series B, so we're pretty stage agnostic. I mean, the bar is already pretty high on the strategic side, so we try not to be too picky on the actual stage for the investment. However, I guess on the contrary of Toyota, it's our team who supports both the investment and the collaborations. So there's the investment, and then there is actually a lot of work that we do to support collaborations between startups and Solvay. That's the general public doesn't see necessarily, but and it can be our portfolio companies and also other companies. And so I would say that I mean, the best way to engage is probably very early for us. So as early as possible, even if it will not be ready for an investment for us, I think at least we can provide guidance on expectations, start thinking about ways of working together. And then when the time is right, that the company is raising funds, then we have a better idea of how we could be working together. We know them better, and it saves a lot of time.
Now, I want to double click on that for a second, because I just want to clarify one thing. So, should folks think about y'all as more of a sort of combined business development or early stage technology relationship funnel and an investment fund? So would there be any cases where an early stage company comes to you and says, we have this amazing product, we think it'd be great to work with Solvay on it, and they are not necessarily an investment fit for whatever reason? Would you still be funneling them into the corporate partners to take a look at
Yes.
for a potential partnership? Okay.
Yes, we also support GDA's development, like any type of collaborations that we do as well.
You are about to get so many emails. I'm so sorry I did that to you, but
that's okay. We like to see more than less. That's great.
Yeah, that's my feeling on things too. Dan, how about y'all? How do you approach that, both from the business development question and from a like capital commitment?
Yeah. Thanks, Jonathan. We from what Capelia describes, sounds like we have a fairly similar mandate as a Solvay Ventures team, right? So for us, it's both collaboration and investment. Sometimes it's just collaboration, right? Rome wasn't built in a day, and so hey, maybe an investment isn't right now, but it's important for us to build that relationship with the team, gain that trust, so that when an A, B, C round comes into play, that we're ready, willing, and able to make a commitment. In terms of stage, right? It's Series A through C stage. Again, it's because of this aircraft carrier speedboat problem that I talk a lot about. That I think a lot about too, is just we need more than like 3 people and a dog in a garage,
right?
In order to kind of work together. It's just our way of working at a big company. But what I might do, Jonathan, is just answer a little different question of what you just posed. And here's what I want to say is that no two CVCs are alike.
Right.
And so the counsel that I would give to entrepreneurs is just ask a lot of questions. Right. Because I think what you've heard from Lisa and from Capelia and from myself today is, just we all have different mandates, different stages and different teams around us.
Yeah. And Lisa, I'm assuming, given the sort of financial profile first and the operations more like a traditional venture firm, that y'all are going to be directly focused on the investment side of things and not necessarily as looking to make those connections with the biz dev side of the shop, or not?
Well, so the platform team that I referenced is a part of Toyota Ventures.
Okay.
So it's not a separate team. It's just both of those groups are within Toyota Ventures. And I'd like to sort of double click a little bit on the broader comment that you made. Then I'll come back to Toyota about the fact that CVCs are, historically the view was strategics really could only provide value in the later stages, and we're sort of moving down stack now. And I fundamentally believe that that strategics can add value throughout the life cycle of a company. But I do think, and this gets to Dan's point, I think you want to understand what the expectations are of that CVC, because you want to be a little wary if they're trying to tie your hands in any way, right? And I think that particularly too early, like that is a no-no.
Right.
With respect to Toyota Ventures, so we have the portfolio, the platform team, and we do not support collaborations only. The time and effort and the resources of our platform team are reserved for the portfolio companies in which we are.
I want to just create some sort of filter for the audience of potential entrepreneurs who may be looking to reach out to you. What things are y'all not interested in investing in right now that may have been in the past, something that you looked at? What are you not digging right now? And Lisa, I'll start with you this time. Sorry. Put you on the spot.
What are we not digging right now? What I would say is we're still looking at pretty much everything. So we did a nuclear fusion deal. We're looking at fission. We're looking at the carbon markets, hydrogen batteries. I mean, I can't say that any one thing is off the table. I think for us, we haven't. We're cutting a pretty broad swath. We have, there's some areas where we're perhaps focusing a little bit more right now because we're almost fully invested on our first fund. The second one will launch in October, November. So we're looking at sort of we're sort of managing that from a portfolio construction perspective. So where in this first fund have we not placed bets where we would like to place some bets? Where can we place some bets that are complementary? So we talk about having a portfolio, group of portfolio companies that can speak to each other. So we actually have some of our companies that are, one is doing, membrane and the other one needs electrolyzer, right? And so they're kind of partnering. So we're thinking about those things and trying to connect the dots, but we pretty much look at most
Still
things.
casting a wide net is what I'm gathering. And so, Capelia, is there anything that's sort of off the table for y'all where you feel like you've gotten enough exposure and you don't want to see any more deals, or is everything still on the table as long as it falls within this Venn diagram of like chemistry and strategic alignment with Solvay's broader objectives?
No, I think my answer would be very similar to Lisa's. So, I mean, we're still very interested in the topics I mentioned. There are topics we've been investing for a long time, like batteries, and thinking about portfolio construction. I think this is a really important comment that Lisa made. We continue to invest in these areas, even if we have been investing for a long time, because there are always new things.
Right.
We don't think companies are competing with each other. Like, we invested in, even if it's batteries and it's still, lithium metal and silicon anodes and solid state. And so it's really different types of technologies within technology. So we continue to scout and to learn. A bit more focus maybe on carbon and decarbonization now, electrochemistry, biotech. I guess from a portfolio perspective, we think we support business units, and we support a number of business units at Solvay. And so similarly, we're trying to see where there are areas where we haven't heavily invested in the past, where we can actually support more of these business units and make more investments in that space. But there's nothing off the table, really.
Right. Dan, any?
Yeah, never say never. right? I think you've heard that from the group here.
Yeah.
But hey, like I
That's
said, ADM Ventures, we don't color outside the lines, right? Some of our peers can do a lot more creative things than we can do. But for us, so that means predominantly we're staying B2B, right? So anything that's kind of B2C, consumer branded is kind of off limits for us, mostly because we just don't understand it and we can't be helpful.
I think that's really interesting. How climate-y do your climate investments need to be, if that makes sense? Like, how much do you need to focus on thresholds like mitigation or adaptation targets when you're thinking about these things, and how do you measure them? Do you need that, like, we're going to remove a gigaton of carbon like some of the other funds do, your lower carbons or your breakthrough energies of the world?
I'll start. So first of all, I'd like to address the point of adaptation and sustainability, which is also climate. It is
100%.
impactful from a climate perspective, right? I think the way that we think about it is we're looking for the technology or the solution to have a primary climate impact, not secondary, tertiary. And what I mean by that is there are companies out there that are focusing. Everyone is of the belief that there's going to be a shortage of bioreactors. And so there are companies out there that are trying to come up with alternative solutions. I struggle with quantifying the climate impact of a bioreactor company, right? Because it's not direct, right? The climate impact is actually going to come from whatever being the output of the bioreactor. And so that's kind of how we think about it. And honestly, most of the things in climate, particularly if it's B2B, they're like huge markets, right? They're huge, they're impactful. This is not like when you're doing enterprise software, right? And you have to sit down and pencil out, like, how big is this market opportunity? I mean, these markets are huge, right? So it's easy to find the impact, the primary impact, I think.
Capelli?
I guess the short answer is no, we don't have to quantify, like Breakthrough Energy Ventures would have to do. Sustainability has been on the roadmap of Solvay for so long now, and in our mandate, that we have to go through a committee that assesses the sustainability of what we're doing. We need to be able to articulate how it's going to reduce, some form of environmental impact. But for us, the strategic fit being already so important, and there are so many stars to align that we haven't added that, special constraint of a specific quantification. But again, we need to be able to articulate, how this would impact positively the environment.
Yeah.
Lisa's comment about the size and scale of these problems, these opportunities, really rings true, especially to a company like ADM, right? Because our North Star is, kind of the ADM stated corporate sustainability goals, which are our Strive 35 goals. And so when we look to leverage our investments, particularly our later investments, to boost those goals, to kind of turbocharge the achievement of those goals.
Yeah.
Again, example being the partnership we have with Farmers Business Network around originating or sourcing sustainable grains for our regenerative agriculture programs, right? That's kind of how we approach it. It's a little different because of our corporate parent.
Way to drop in the unicorn, man, on the what a humble brag. And on that note, I think we are going to have to wrap up the panel.
Thanks for that great session, John. CVCs are definitely their own kind of VC, what with their limitations as well as their advantages, given their corporate foundations. Climate founders, watch this space closely. You might get a lot more than just a check. Now, I've saved my favorite colleague for last to join me on stage and introduce our final session of the SOSV Climate Tech Summit. Let me introduce the wonderful Catherine So, who has so many roles at IndieBio, I've really lost count. She does it all with so much good humor, it borders on miraculous. Catherine, come in.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Now, you guys might not know this, but Catherine is the first person I text when I need a restaurant recommendation, Catherine, what have you? What's your favorite lately?
I want to gatekeep this because, you know, we have a lot of viewers out there, but we recently moved and 2 blocks, walking distance, is a place called Pacino's. Drinks, coffee, brunch, dinner, you name it. I love it. Not sponsored, by the way. Pacino's, I love you if you're listening. Please have me again. But that is hands down my favorite spot right now.
Awesome. I will have to go there again for another oat cappuccino.
Yeah, and I highly recommend the carrot cake.
Ooh.
But get one for me too, okay?
Okay. Well, Catherine, I've saved the last one just for you. Are you ready?
Best for last?
Best for last.
Okay.
Just for you.
Well, thank you. Our next session is entitled The Earth is Hiring, Tackling the Talent Transition. Layoffs in tech, back to office mandates, a seemingly endless string of climate-related natural disasters are motivating talented people to pursue careers at climate startups. So, which green-collar roles are in demand? And for those who want to transition into the field, where should you guys begin? In climate tech, there's a high demand for talent. Lightcast, a provider of labor market analytics, found that the number of green job roles grew 50% between 2019 and 2022. And according to LinkedIn's Global Green Skills Report, demand for workers with green skills will surpass supply by 2026. As Project Drawdown founder and climate leader Paul Hawkins said in a 2009 commencement address, the Earth is hiring. Climate tech startups cannot find enough engineers, scientists, and product specialists, nor can they find enough salespeople, marketers, accountants, and HR folks. And there are not nearly enough technicians trained to install, maintain, and operate systems ranging from solar arrays and wind farms to cultivated meat plants and AI scrap metal sorters. In short, whatever your field, there's probably work for you in climate. Joining us today are leaders from 3 organizations that provide educational programs, skills training, networking, and job boards to help people make the shift to climate work. Our moderator is Matt Myers, founder and general partner at Climate Tech Circle, a serial climate tech innovations platform creator, investor, community builder, and content creator. Over to you, Matt.
Thank you all so much for joining us today. And it's my pleasure to introduce our 3 panelists that will be joining us on this panel. The first is Eugene Kirpichov. He's co-founder and executive director of Work on Climate and is building a systems change movement to make climate work mainstream. We also have Jamie Alexander, a director of Drawdown Labs, and they are working on a job function action guide that highlights specific high-impact climate actions employees in common corporate professions can take at work. And finally, we have Anshuman Bapna, founder of Terradu. Their mission is to get 100 million people working in climate this decade, which seems to be the metric that everybody here is aiming for. And so with that being said, let's open this conversation with a general question, and I'll allow either of you or all of you to jump in and give your point of view. But what do most people think of when we say climate jobs?
Yeah, great question. I think my impression is that when most people think climate job, they think not me. They think that it is something for climate scientists, for politicians, activists, maybe for solar installers, but people absolutely, and we have the hard numbers to prove this, they do not realize that it's something that they can actually do.
Interesting. Jamie, what about you? What's your take on that question?
Yeah, it's such a good question to open up with because I do think there's a lot of different ways that different people take that. At Project Drawdown, there are a lot, we know that there are lots of climate solutions out there. So part of our work is to really show that climate jobs are everywhere throughout every part of the economy.
I think one of the things which is cool about where we've ended up is that we have a very global community, which is also the nature of the crisis. And maybe the anecdote that I'll give you is from India, which is a very critical geography for climate action. When I say climate or climate jobs, it takes people to a couple of seconds before they say, oh, you mean plastics? Oh, you mean biodiversity? Oh, you mean water? Which is interesting because they are actually all connected in a deep, deep way. But this notion that climate jobs are a single thing is not true globally and probably not true even in the US.
So then to get more specific, what types of jobs are we seeing in climate? And I guess we could start with climate tech and then broaden the aperture, if you will, to include other types of roles. But Eugene, if you want to take a crack at that one.
I think the most important thing to know or understand when talking about climate work is that climate solutions are not a separate industry. It's the act of rebuilding every single industry we have. It's about rebuilding from gas vehicles to electric vehicles, transitioning our food systems from meat to alternative proteins, transitioning our energy systems from dirty energy to clean energy, and so on. So it's the same jobs that our economy already has, just with some new skills to make it low carbon. That's really all there is to it. So it's the same, say, mechanical engineers building electric vehicles, just maybe with more electrical engineering knowledge. It's the same food scientists, building foods, just with maybe some alternative protein chemists in the mix to make the alternative proteins taste good and be cheap, and so on.
And to double click on any one of those jobs and industries, what are you seeing that we have a big shortage of?
It's probably easier to find things that we don't have a shortage of. We have shortages pretty much everywhere. Like, the most well-known part of these shortages is the skilled trade shortage, where, for example, we know that the US alone needs 80,000 new electricians per year, and instead we're losing 3,000 per year. But then there are shortages of people where there's not that many jobs, but they're absolutely critical for the industry's ability to survive. For example, we have already run out of electrolyzer engineers, without whom it's really hard to scale the green hydrogen industry. We have had decades where we were training barely any nuclear engineers. So now we have trouble creating more generation capacity. The battery industry has run out of battery chemists. And by run out, I mean that there are bidding wars and that large companies are hiring people just so that other companies have literally nobody to hire. And then there are shortages in the corporate world where a lot of Fortune 500 companies set ambitious net zero targets. And I'm not making this up, companies with tens of thousands of employees find that they have 2 people who know anything about climate action in the entire company, and they know how to do it the 80s way and not the 2020s way.
I think it's a great opportunity to transition to Jamie. What, from your aperture, is it that everybody can do? Because before we hopped on the call, you said that everybody can make their job a climate job. And so could you please help elaborate on that?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think about, there's so many different ways you can think about climate jobs, but the way that resonates the most with me personally is, I think about, let's imagine that, Earth is sick, right? Like, we are hemorrhaging greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. So if Earth is like in the emergency room, we need to both stop the bleeding, right? So we need to stop doing things that are exacerbating and accelerating this problem. And we need to get on a good health regimen. We need to build the future we need. So we need to both, we need to both stop the things that are currently happening inside our existing companies, our existing systems, our existing heavy emitting industries, and then also build the future that we want to move toward. And so I think that takes both the inside strategy and the outside strategy. It requires people deeply inside the system, people who are climate concerned and educated and, go through the Terra.do program, who go through, who work on climate and understand what they can do inside their existing corporations and jobs. And we need people to go outside of the system and say, I'm going to build the future in this, in like a tech startup, or I'm going to go and do something to move us forward. And I think we need both. And that's why I think, we need people moving into climate jobs, but we also need deeply committed people inside existing corporations to to tear stuff down that is no longer working and to stop the bleeding that we desperately need to stop.
Let's double click on an example. Let's say I work in finance at a large corporation. You could pick the industry. What could I do to make my job a climate or at least climate-ish job?
That's such a fantastic question. I couldn't have teed that one up better myself. I mean,
We did not practice this beforehand, folks.
We
so.
did not. But I do really appreciate that question, because I mean, money is the the finance, this whole system of how money moves around and funds different things is exactly what is fueling the climate crisis. So big banks, the biggest financiers of fossil fuels are the biggest banks in the world. Big corporations have their money and their corporate cash inside those banks. Their employees' 401ks, retirement savings, treasure, all of the things that corporations, all the big money that they have in the bank is all with those big companies. So what that money is doing while we're all sleeping is in large part financing the climate crisis by going to fossil fuel companies and to other heavy emitting sectors. And so if corporations banded together and said, hey, this is not acceptable, the way what our money is doing in this bank is not compatible with our sustainability goals, that's a big way that that we could help tilt the global financial system toward climate solutions and stop the blood flow to fossil fuels. And so people in finance can really work within that, who they understand in ways that I will never understand how money flows and where their company is keeping their cash holdings and insurance and green, their company's retirement plans. So they can really, try to understand that and take that, make that an issue inside the company and have their company lead on that issue and bring the world along with them.
Fantastic. And Anshuman, you mentioned the word global when you were speaking first. And also I noticed that you've really emphasized the point that your organization has been global from day one. And so let's kind of dive into that a little bit more. What you mentioned India, and what types of jobs are you seeing that are in shortage, that we really need more of, that are not necessarily in the United States, but in different countries? And how does that vary, if so, from what we see here?
Yeah, I think so. For us, what we've seen is that a big part of what's happening outside of the US and EU to a certain extent is essentially the energy transition. So moving from the existing fossil fuel infrastructure to renewables, which are thankfully at a point where the cost curves justify building out new infrastructure to be entirely renewable. There, the challenge is identical, which is that we don't have enough solar installers. We don't have enough electricians. Just to give you one anecdote from Africa, where in all of Africa, there are about 17 different places where you can get solar installation training institutes, which means that, so for example, Tanzania is a country that does not have one. So therefore, if you want solar installation training to happen, you need to fly people from Tanzania into Kenya, which is essentially an expensive, significantly expensive, and it kind of just slows down the entire deployment process. So that's on one side. I think on the complete other side, and India is a great example of that, where it feels like there is this entire world of adaptation and resilience, which is beyond mitigation. It's not about reducing carbon emissions. It's about making sure that people living in all these different parts of the world who are already affected by climate change have disaster resilient crops, have the ability to finance things that are a lot more climate friendly for their different consumption products. And none of that infrastructure exists right now. And frankly, there's not even a lot of push on the policy side to solve for adaptation and resilience there. The bigger challenge is that there's, unlike the other places where you can have capitalism work its magic, markets work their magic, adaptation and resilience is not really a place where it's obvious where the money is going to come from. It is obvious at one level, but it's obvious at the level that, well, the highest historic emitters should be paying the countries or the populations that haven't emitted so far for that transition to happen. And we've been doing fits and starts. There have been some progress, but not a lot. So there's a lot of work and attention that needs to be paid to that side.
Really interesting. It's different shapes and sizes for different countries, right? And the problems that they're trying to solve in their current conditions. And so I think that segues well into the next question, which I think is really important. We have, from my understanding, we have quite a few people from corporates listening in and investors, and we have people running startups and companies, people wanting to find work in climate. And so thinking of all those different types of people who are listening in, how do we get more people into climate? And what can they do?
Mm-hmm.
Eugene, you want to go first?
Yes, there is a couple of answers to that. So there is already a big supply for climate jobs. There is a big demand for climate jobs, but they're not matching perfectly. There are jobs that nobody can do, and there are people for whom there isn't a job. So it's not a perfect situation. It's not just about matching. So, but matching is a big part of it. So one thing that we definitely can do is just bring up the awareness that it's a thing, that you can work on climate in a lot of roles, or in a lot of roles you can almost work on climate if you just get a couple more relevant skills. So that's definitely one thing we can do. But generally, we need to build a talent pipeline for the clean economy. The talent pipeline we have today is not remotely prepared to bring it, because today the average career path includes nothing that gives people those new skills, and it includes nothing that lets people know that it's possible. For example, the absolute majority of accountants graduating today know nothing about carbon accounting, and we need to change that. The majority of chemists today are not really specializing in battery chemistry, and enough of them need to be specializing in that. So what we need is, just like we need the entire economy to team up to reduce emissions, we need the entire workforce development ecosystem to team up to create a workforce for that economy. So this cannot be solved in silos. This cannot be solved by just doing climate schools, climate job boards, and climate communities. It's just not going to adapt to nearly the workforce we need. We need full participation from schools, education accreditors, government bodies, economic development agencies, mainstream VCs, and so on.
And just to stick with this for a second, because I know that that your organization actively works on making systems level change. Which of those levers so far is proving to be most effective that you just listed off?
Yeah, so we don't know yet. We are at the beginning of this. We have been advocating for this for a bit, and now we're starting to actually do our first big initiatives on this front. So we are working towards creating essentially a talent ecosystem accelerator, an industry body that is going to help all of these organizations in the workforce development and education ecosystem adapt faster to what the new economy demands. So this isn't going to be an industry body that asks them to do it, or that lets them put a logo on their website. It's an industry body that will help them do it faster. And we're starting this with a workshop that we're doing at New York Climate Week, focused just on advanced STEM roles in climate hard tech. And for the first time, we're bringing together all the stakeholders from the climate ecosystem that need this, ARPA-E, DOE, accelerators, startups, and so on, as well as stakeholders from the workforce ecosystem, such as local universities and school systems and economic development systems in New York. And then we're kicking off a working group for the rest of the year that will actually scope out and execute certain specific interventions. For example, maybe some schools will actually upgrade their chemistry curriculum as a result of that. Or maybe some funders will actually put this on their agenda and develop a workforce strategy.
Amazing, really interesting. Jamie, this question goes to you next. From your vantage point, how do we get more people into climate? What can people, the types of different people listening here do, and what might is Drawdown Labs doing or planning on doing?
Yeah, great question. I mean, if I could go back to school today, I swear I would become an electrician. That is what I feel like, the climate movement has, I think, sort of transitioned now from needing thought leaders and climate scientists and, these in less direct kind of like thought leadership kinds of people into needing implementation. And I have a real, have this real desire to like actually feel like I'm getting my hands dirty and doing the work. But I think overall, the science tells us, and Project Drawdown's sort of bread and butter is understanding where we can focus. So if we need to bend the emissions curve this decade, we know that there are really important solutions that we need to deploy now. We need to stop methane leaks. We need to get every home and business energy efficient. And that brings in a lot of different kinds of, so that's both, people, construction workers, and people like putting in, glass and efficient building automation systems and things like that, but also policy. How do we get policy in place to get, energy efficient buildings built, and zoning? We need to get capital to those solutions. So if I'm an investor, if I work in philanthropy, I'm going to be trying to like steer capital toward those hyper strategic climate solutions. If I'm a lawyer, like the climate change requires the best marketers, the best communicators, the best lawyers, the best people in HR who can figure out how to get green benefits to employees. We need like people who work on government affairs and policy to get policy, to get their company doing policy advocacy. There are so many things that are required in both the actual implementation of solutions and hanging solar panels, but also accelerating the capital policy change, the broad system to get those solutions, the capital and the resources they need to come into the world.
And Anshman, how about yourself? From your vantage point, how do we get more people into climate? What can the different types of people who are listening in today help with that? And, what is Teradu doing to pull more people in?
For us, the three pillars on which we've built the entire premise, our entire theory of change, is that there is this journey that people traverse when they make this transition. And this journey is something that they do not do alone. In fact, it's intimidating if you realize that you have to kind of make that transition yourself. So step one is to be able to understand what the universe of climate problems and solutions look like. And you have to zoom out at that level, and you have to go further on and try to understand where those intersect with the skills that you have. So that's a very learning kind of a journey. It could happen as an individual, but it could also happen inside a corporation as a corporation tries to figure out how to upskill all of their employees to meet their decarbonization goals. The next step is to find opportunities. And those opportunities could come in the shape of jobs, but they could also come in the shape of essentially internal projects that are happening inside large organizations that require this climate and sustainability lens to be brought. And that lens could be brought by someone who works in procurement, someone who works in finance, someone who works in supply chains, or anything of that sort. So that's the second part, which is you need to be able to expose and make these opportunities discoverable. But the third, and I keep lauding Eugene and a bunch of other climate communities out there for this, is that I think climate is special and different in the sense that we're not trying to build the next large vertical SaaS company or the next fintech company or whatever have you, right? This is a big reason why a lot of us are working in this space is because it feels existential to us. And something that is existential that you wake up with every morning can, after a while, paralyze you. So therefore, the ability to be inside a caring community, and that community could be as small as a few tens of people, could be as large as a region or a nation, that community is really, really important. So a lot of the work that we have done at Terra, even though from the outside it ostensibly looks like, oh, it's learning programs or, oh, it's job boards. But in reality, it's community building. Just that these become the mechanisms by which people discover each other.
I want to ask, it could be all of you or either of you. Let's say I'm an MBA student, and that's maybe not a great example because we want everybody to work in it. But let's say I'm an MBA student, and I'm really passionate about climate. I want to work in climate. I hear about all the things happening. What do I do? Where do I go and look? I understand it at the same time can sometimes become discouraging, right? For some people, because they have this passion, they hear about lots of things going on, but they look out and they're like, maybe there's something for me. And so, I'd like to hear some suggestions for people who are listening. And don't also have to be MBAs. Sorry about that, but maybe just people listening who are like, hey, I wanna go work in it, and what do I do next?
Maybe I can take that question first as one of the MBAs who had that fork in the road back in the day. I think my message to people who are thinking about, and not just MBAs, about climate is I started my career back in 1999 when the internet used to be called new media. It was supposed to be this cute little thing on the side. And here we are 20 years later. This thing, the climate economy, is bigger and a lot more meaningful than anything that has happened to us ever, right? Across the Industrial Revolution and so on. And the key thing to remember is that this is still day one. You could start walking any frontier, and that frontier could be technology, some deep hard tech that you never thought you would be able to do, could be policy, could be activism, could be all kinds of things. And you would realize that not a lot of people have walked towards that frontier in the past many, many, many years. So you'll soon find yourself to be a pioneer, to be somebody who's striking through. So therefore, and something which is going to touch 1/3 of the global GDP is going to have a lot of capital, a lot of attention coming in as well. So if I was you, I would think of building my career in the climate economy from now until the next 20, 30 years. This is the first time in my life I've seen profit and purpose combined together with a capital P in such a major way.
Mm-hmm. Great. And my own personal sentiment, even on the moderator here, we put on lots of events. There's lots of people who come up to me and they want some suggestions, perhaps introductions. And the one thing I'll say is that the discouraging thing is that a lot of people who are going for MBAs or graduate degrees, their instinct is to go and work in venture capital, in climate tech venture capital. And my feedback is always, don't do that. Like, don't look at me and as an example. Don't do that. Go work for one of these awesome startups, gain experience as an operator, and then maybe after some years, if your company is hopefully successful, you can go and become a venture capitalist if that's what your heart desires at that time. But go actually work for the companies, gain that experience, help drive the needle forward, because they need great people like you. That's the messaging I try to give young people. Whether they listen to me or not is another thing, but I have seen it be effective so far. Sorry, Jamie,
Yeah.
I think you wanted to say something.
Well, I was just going to respond to that because I agree with that. And I think we cannot grow our way out of this crisis as well. We can't new startups are not going to get us out of this crisis. We also need to work on facing the fact that we're going to have to phase out a lot of businesses as well. We're going to have to phase out entire sectors, and we need people doing that work of figuring out how to catch those people in job programs and transition those sectors. I think just we can't we can't necessarily just. Not just, but we can't create new businesses our way out of this, I think is my reaction to that. And I think I've never heard of a job function that I couldn't apply a climate lens to. I've never heard of a job name a job, name the job, name the title. It doesn't have to have sustainability in it. It shouldn't have sustainability or climate in it. I can find a climate angle to it. And that is, to me, that is what we need, because the climate movement needs many more actual, deep skill sets and to break, to be able to infiltrate our existing systems and transition them toward the future we need.
I want to respond to this a little bit differently. So I want to, challenge the idea that building a climate workforce is about helping people who want to find a climate job find one. I think that's not at all what it is about. I think that's what the early adopter stage of this is about. But in the long term, if we think about the hundreds of millions of people that are going to be working on this, almost all of them are not going to be doing this because they care about climate. They're going to be doing this because it's a good job that they were trained for, that gets paid well, and most of them are not going to be working at climate startups. They're going to be working at, at a very large food company that has now come to its senses and is now decarbonizing itself with all its might. Right. So this is I think there is a lot of, I guess, misconceptions about what the problem in front of us actually is.
Mm-hmm. At Climate Tech Circle or Climate Tech Cocktails, whichever the day of the week it is or time of day it is, I'm always sucked into the climate tech mindset. And what my biggest takeaway here from this conversation is that even though the tech startup funding situation is really difficult, people might not be hiring as much in the climate tech startup area, you don't have to go work for a quote unquote climate tech startup to work in climate. This applies to everything and everybody, and there are so many opportunities for you to actually make a difference, whether it's a new job or your current job. And so with that being said, we have time just for one rapid fire question to go around, which is, are there any final thoughts you'd like to leave listeners with? And let's go in the order that we started. Eugene.
Yeah, I think the most useful thing that listeners can do is do whatever is in your power to get more people ready to work in this economy. If you are learning these skills, learn them together with your peers from your professional communities, and start learning clubs. Infuse this in the general professional community you're in. Do not silo it in climate. If you are in charge of a curriculum at school, upgrade your curriculum in light of the needs of that industry. If you're working at a big corporate, start teaming up with your coworkers to figure out what is the low carbon future of your industry and start learning together how can you build the skills to change your company in that direction. Right? If you're in the government, put this on your agenda. If you're a funder, put this on your agenda. This is as big as climate policy as a whole, and it's as big as climate investment as a whole, because literally the whole point of those things is for people to build it.
Love it. Jamie.
Love it. Yeah, I would say, we need to be able to take risks. We need to push, use every ounce of our access and influence and resources to move things faster and not leave anything on the table.
Anshuman.
My message would be, do not look away. And what I mean by that is that things are going to get worse before they get better, probably much worse. They're going to get much worse, not always in your neighborhood, but sometimes in your neighborhood too. Sometimes it'll happen in faraway countries, but those faraway countries are intimately connected to who you are and what we are. So don't look away. Make sure that your actions resemble and they mimic and they mirror the empathy that you feel for what's happening with the climate crisis all around the world. And you will find a way. You will find a way to use your skills, your passion, your network to find a place in this climate economy. It need not be something that you expected right away, but stay true to your feeling about how big this is.
Fantastic. Great way to end it. And thank you so much for our esteemed panelists for joining us today, and also for everybody listening in. Let's get to work.
Wow, so many ways to get involved in climate. Well, I already have my job in climate, and it's pretty awesome here at IndieBio helping founders who are going to make a big difference. Well, folks, I am sorry to say it, but that is a wrap for your host on the second day and final day of the SOSV Climate Tech Summit. It's been a pleasure to introduce all of these fine programming sessions, as well as 3 of my favorite colleagues. For the final word, I'm going to turn the stage over to SOSV's founder and managing general partner, Sean O'Sullivan. But just before Sean jumps in here, I would like to say a special thank you to Goodwin Law, who is a platinum sponsor, and another thank you to Globalization Partners. Sean, over to you, man.
Thank you, Wesley. You and our colleagues at IndieBio San Francisco did a great job hosting the second day of the summit. Our new space for IndieBio in San Francisco's Dogpatch neighborhood looks terrific. What a big win for the program and for our founders. Thanks as well to the more than 100 speakers who took time to participate in the summit and share their insights. The goal of this event is to accelerate education and investment across the climate tech ecosystem. and we hope everyone took away lots of valuable new ideas and relationships. When I reflect on the conversations at this summit compared to the past 2 years, it is striking how the climate tech world is growing up. In particular, we're seeing less PowerPoint and spreadsheet fantasies and more of what I call real-world conversations. What happens when startups take their proven technology to the market and encounter entirely new kinds of headwinds, including customer development, permitting puzzles, and the engagement with local communities, as in, are you really going to build that plant here? Some of these real-world conversations are breakthroughs to the positive as the startups get to a level of scale and affordability that quickly beats the timeframes anyone would have expected them to hit. More often than not, hard problems require patience and persistence, taking an extra year or 3 to trigger the exponential growth or savings that justifies venture capital investment. I was struck how in the session yesterday on scaling carbon removal, the 3 founders, all of whom are building real-world facilities at this time, said that their biggest challenges were permitting and getting buy-in from local communities, as well as pricing and technology. Verdox's Brian Baines was forthright when he pointed out that the carbon capture sector still needs better technology to get to better economics. That's a good reminder that there is still a huge need for more innovation and discoveries to get the climate job done. We also heard quite a bit from founders who are stepping into scaled commercial production and all that that entails, a massive shift in every way for startups. It was sobering as well as inspiring to hear Uma Valetti at Upside Foods discuss opening the Rubicon plant in Chicago, which will produce millions of pounds of cultivated chicken per year once it's complete. I liked how Uma related the project to a recent visit he had to a Tesla factory, where he saw production lines consistently being taken out and down and rebuilt to optimize production. Uma knows that is a window into Upside's new world as the Rubicon plant comes online. This will be hard. Things may look calm on the surface, but the journey of the triumphant entrepreneur is universally filled with unexpected setbacks and just plain guts in getting through to what's required to make the impossible inevitable. It's great to get that behind-the-scenes insight from the world leaders of these technologies. Upside's progress, though, is a fantastic example of what climate tech requires: completely rethinking our means of production. We're at the cusp of scaling dramatic breakthroughs in our food system that will enable us to feed the global population more affordably and more sustainably. A high point for me at the summit was interviewing Vinod Khosla, whose persistence and patience as a climate tech investor is a great lesson for us all. His key advice to founders was spot on. Work on the important problems in climate. Don't dance around the fringes with ideas that will not have a huge impact. Vinod talked about how existing coal and gas plants around the world might be retrofitted with nuclear fusion boilers and launch a new era of affordable green energy building on top of the legacy infrastructure of the petrochemical era. That would save a lot of time in deployment, as well as permitting and community approvals, not to mention leveraging existing grid connections. And it helps, including all people, even those previously accused of being climate deniers, in working to solve these massive infrastructure challenges. Climate solutions need to help everyone and get everyone on board if they are to thrive through otherwise torturous political divides. My final point is addressed to investors. Our job is to find, fund, and to the best of our ability, guide founders whose work will have a huge impact on decarbonization. It's a big job. At SOSV Programs, particularly IndieBio and Hacks, that's our constant 24/7 preoccupation. Finding these founders, getting them funded, and launching them on the road to success. We also know that it takes an energetic, deeply capitalized ecosystem of investors to ensure that these companies get the capital they need and deserve. You might be surprised to know that SOSV's climate portfolio has more than 500 co-investors. That may seem like a lot, but the truth is, we always need more. SOSV is the most active climate tech investor in the world, and we are now launching at least 45 new climate tech companies each year from our IndieBio and HAX pre-seed programs. For every $100 million the SOSV invests, there's about $2 billion to $2.5 billion in follow-on capital from our co-investors. We are 100% reliant and dependent on our collaboration with other investors in bringing these startups to market. That deal flow is huge and also a big opportunity for investors. That's why we are gratified that so many new climate funds launched in the past 2 years, and more corporate as well as general VC funds have entered the category. To those of you who don't yet know SOSV, please check in with us. We'd love to talk and introduce you to our spectacular founders and invite you to our launch events and demo days. VCs can reach out to any investor at SOSV by finding the particular investor who specializes in their specific interest area and writing to them at firstname.lastname@sosv.com. And founders can reach out to sosv.com/apply to register their startups for consideration. On that note, thank you for joining the summit. We all have a lot of work to do to beat this climate challenge. Let's get on with it.